1988. I started as an independent producer. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176. You went to the wrong bathroom. In the restaurant of the Regent Hotel, the mainland directors sat together with their familiar friends, sitting at 3 tables in total. The table where Chen Shiping sat was occupied by the leaders of various film studios, all of whom were big directors or high-level leaders of the studios. The remaining 2 tables were for the directors and their friends. The atmosphere was pretty good at this time, and the taste of Cantonese cuisine was pretty good. Even Chen Shiping, a northern man, liked it very much. The only bad thing was that the portions were a little small. Chen Shiping still liked the feeling of eating meat in big mouthfuls, and he always felt unsatisfied when the portions were too small. The reception dinner was quite formal, without any fancy things, and even the wine was not drunk much. After the meal, everyone went back to their rooms. Due to the problem of funds, except for the older big guys like Zitili, everyone else had a standard room. But Chen Shiping was an exception. He had to live by himself, even if he spent his own money. Who would want to share a room with a big man? In the hotel room, Chen Shiping took a shower and came out of the bathroom. Just as he was about to go to bed, there was a knock on the door. Wait a moment. Chen Shiping shouted, put on his clothes, and went to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Chen Shiping was rushed into the room before he could see who was outside. You. Chen Shiping's mouth was blocked. As soon as he opened it, Guanzilin hugged his neck and jumped up, wrapped around him, and kissed him madly. Chen Shiping directly reached out to hold her, pressed her against the wall and responded passionately. Suddenly, only the violent panting sound was left in the room, and after a long time, the two slowly separated. Guanzilin's eyes were misty and a little sad, but he still forced a smile and said, during this period, I transferred all the company's money to the real estate market, and I really made a lot of money. Are you unhappy? Chen Shiping raised Guanzilin's chin and asked. Guanzilin avoided Chen Shiping's gaze and said, no, how can I be unhappy when I make money? Chen Shiping frowned and took a step back and said, are you hiding something from me? No. Guanzilin took a step forward and hugged Chen Shiping and said, I'm just a little jealous when I think about you getting married. After that, Guanzilin tilted his head and pouted and said, can't I be jealous? Chen Shiping rubbed Guanzilin's head, not knowing what to say. This situation has been expected for a long time, right? It's decided to get married this year, and now the preparations are almost done. When Chen Shiping returns from Hong Kong, the wedding will be officially held. He is not young anymore, and if he doesn't get married, he will seem unstable. How can he get promoted in the future? As for Guanzilin's sadness, Chen Shiping had expected it, but he didn't expect it to be so serious. Feelings should not be the most important thing in Guanzilin's heart. It is estimated that he is just a little disappointed, so he didn't take it to heart. Would you like some tea? Chen Shiping turned his head and looked at her and asked. Guanzilin shook his head and said, it's not convenient today. I just want to hold you to sleep. Chen Shiping. Then how can I fall asleep? Soon the lights in the room went out, and Chen Shiping held Guanzilin and stroked her soft skin. Guanzilin moved comfortably in his arms, like a kitten, resting her head on his arm and said, do you hold Ammon like this to sleep every day? Chen Shiping hummed softly. Guanzilin was quiet for a while, and suddenly turned around and hugged Chen Shiping and said, then I want to hold you. Okay. Guanzilin smiled sweetly and said, good boy, go to sleep. The room slowly quieted down, leaving only the gradually steady breathing of the two. Early the next morning, Chen Shiping woke up and found that the bed was empty. The warm quilt still had the smell of Guanzilin's perfume. It seems that he left early. Chen Shiping felt that Guanzilin was sensible and should let her make more money in the future. Anyway, he didn't need it. After taking over China Film in a few years, there will be plenty of funds for him to use. Who spends his own money? When Chen Shiping went downstairs to have breakfast, many directors had not gotten up yet. It was not until after 9 o'clock that the talents gradually arrived. Several people looked a little listless. Chen Shiping drank milk and looked at Teng Wenji who was across from him, wondering if the old man had ordered tequila last night. There were phone numbers in the hotel magazines, and there were a lot of them. Mei Juan sat down next to Chen Shiping and whispered, "I just went to the front desk to ask, and there were quite a few directors last night." "Okay, I know." Chen Shiping interrupted Mei Juan and said, "Don't worry about this kind of thing. Don't worry about them going out without permission and not coming back all night." Mei Juan couldn't help asking. Chen Shiping raised his eyebrows and said, "Don't worry, wait until someone is set up by a honey trap." Mei Juan didn't understand the meaning of honey trap, but she roughly understood it, so she nodded and kept silent. There are a few honest directors who come to capitalist Hong Kong, so they have to learn Cantonese. The exchange meeting will not start until tomorrow, and there is nothing to do today. Chen Shiping did not restrict the freedom of these directors and let them move freely. "I went out to meet Nanshanxi. Before the exchange meeting ended, I had to find out how many Hong Kong directors Nanshanxi had persuaded to join the Directors Association. The directors had all left, and the young people in the team naturally couldn't sit still. Wang Xiaoshui and others also went out, but they had no money in their pockets, so they could only wander around the streets. Hong Kong is indeed very prosperous. The only world port in the mainland, how can it not be prosperous? But many people look very poor, poorer than me." Wang Xiaoshui looked at a person picking up garbage in the alley and found it quite interesting. Outside the alley were high-rise buildings and white-collar elites in suits and leather shoes, and inside the alley were scavengers with numb faces. This contrast was so strong that Wang Xiaoshui and others immediately became interested. Several young men couldn't help but follow, and then followed all the way to the public housing building. After entering, the group of young men were shocked by the living conditions of the public housing. What kind of life is this? How can so many people live in such a small house? The dormitories of Beijing Film Academy are 8 blocks better than this. There are prostitute advertisements everywhere, young women with heavy makeup, glamorous white-collar workers, young and ignorant children, and old people who are about to die. Depression, cramped, contradictions, decadence, positivity, indifference, enthusiasm. All kinds of life in Hong Kong seem to be here. This is the most real Hong Kong. The high-rise buildings outside seem so fake at this moment. It's like a colorful bubble, beautiful but fragile. Wang Xiaoshui and others found that the social problems in Hong Kong are much more serious than those in the mainland. Why don't Hong Kong directors shoot such social contradictions and huge sense of separation? Wang Xiaoshui and others wandered around the public housing building for a whole day before returning to the hotel. After returning, they hid in the room and didn't come out. When Chen Shiping came back in the evening to call people for a meeting, they came out. Tomorrow is the exchange meeting. Chen Shiping didn't say anything at the meeting. He just said that everyone should communicate in a friendly manner and treat Hong Kong and Taiwan filmmakers equally. He almost said that you should stand up straight. After the meeting, Chen Shiping was about to go back to the room to sleep when Wang Xiaoshui and others surrounded him. "Director, can you support us with some funding?" Chen Shiping frowned and asked, "What do you need the money for?" "To make a movie." Lao Yi answered first. Chen Shiping looked at them strangely. What did these people do today? Zhang Yuan immediately interrupted and said, "We went to the public housing today and thought of a very good subject. The story is like this. A mainlander wants to come to Hong Kong." After listening to this, Chen Shiping touched his chin and said, "So, you want to burst the bubble of Hong Kong?" Yes, yes, yes. Chen Shiping was speechless. What are you going to burst? Don't they know it themselves? They just want to save face and don't say it. But if it can be filmed, it can be shown to the directors in Hong Kong. Chen Shiping still believes in the level of these 6th generation people. A few people together can definitely make a good movie. Can you finish the filming before the end of the exchange meeting? If you grit your teeth, yes. Okay, I'll pay for it. An hour later, Chen Shiping prepared money for them and contacted the equipment and then went back to the room to sleep. No matter how they do it, whether they can make it or not, it has nothing to do with me. At this time, in Wang Xiaoshui's room, several young men gathered together, both excited and nervous. The film exchange meeting only lasts for half a month, and it is too difficult to shoot a movie in half a month. Wang Xiaoshui said directly, just use non-professional actors. Don't worry about the acting skills. Shoot it as a documentary. I will be the director. Lao Yi will be the photographer. Zhang Yuan will be the actor. And Zhu Chang will be the assistant. Wang Xiaoshui and his team are just a makeshift team. But isn't this world a makeshift team? It's very funny. The 6 generations went out to shoot a film with excitement. Even if they can't shoot it, they can still be regarded as a documentary in Hong Kong. It is meaningful after all. 16mm cameras and film are not expensive. Let them make it. On the first day of the cross-strait exchange meeting, at the press conference, Chen Shiping and Zi Leo and others were representatives of mainland films, and were also official representatives. Taiwan also had people from the Film Bureau as representatives. On the other hand, Hong Kong only had unofficial association presidents like Wu Xian. Hong Kong is very interesting now, because 1997 is coming soon, and many people and many things are in a state of confusion. They can't find the direction, nor can they find their roots. Many Hong Kong directors are in this state, confused and helpless. In the end, they neither recognize the mainland, nor rely on gentlemen, and just stand firm on their own, and then develop a unique Hong Kong culture. Du Kiffin is such a director. There are too many confusions in his movies, representing a large part of Hong Kong people. Chen Shiping sat on the stage, and looked at the reporters and many filmmakers in the audience, and put away his usual domineering appearance. Today, there are reporters here, so it is better to be humble. Many Hong Kong actors also came to join in the fun, but most of them were there to watch the show, and they were not interested in mainland directors. Hong Kong directors and Taiwanese film talents are their targets. There is a very good saying in the Hong Kong entertainment industry, without Taiwanese funds, there would be no Hong Kong movies. Soon the exchange meeting began under the flashlights of reporters. First, they flattered each other and said a few polite words. The speeches from the mainland and Taiwan were very similar, both of which were more official. Speaking of which, Taiwanese movies and mainland movies are really similar. In this respect, it seems that Hong Kong is more seriously influenced by capital, and is more Western. After a simple opening, the first movie began to be screened. The first movie selected for screening was Early Spring February, directed by Z.T. Lee. No one had any objections to this point. After all, it was an event initiated by the mainland, and Early Spring February was also qualified to be the opening movie. Cannes specially invited this movie to participate in the film festival, and awarded it an award. In the screening room, Chen Shiping looked at the list of movies in his hand, and wanted to communicate with Edward Yang. Chen Shiping liked his movies very much, but Edward Yang was sitting far away at this time, so he could only wait until the end of the screening to find an opportunity. Just when Chen Shiping was lost in thought, someone suddenly knocked on his shoulder. He looked back and saw Lin Qingsha sitting behind him and winked at him playfully. Lin Qingsha didn't say anything, just made a gesture to go out, then stood up and quietly went out. Chen Shiping sat there and waited for more than 10 minutes before getting up and leaving. After walking out of the screening room and turning around, he saw Lin Qingsha sitting in the corner. The two hadn't seen each other for a long time. Although they usually contacted each other by phone, they didn't communicate much. After Chen Shiping sat down, he looked at her and said, "How have you been recently?" "Not bad. How about you?" Lin Qingsha acted very reserved, as if old friends were reminiscing about the past. Chen Shiping shrugged and said, "Busy. I've been busy all year." Lin Qingsha lifted her legs and leaned back on the back of the chair, and her toes naturally rubbed against Chen Shiping's calves. Chen Shiping didn't avoid it, just put it there for her to rub, but the two of them didn't say anything, and the eyes looking at each other gradually became hot. Lin Qingsha pursed her lips, and suddenly put down her legs and said, "Excuse me, I'm going to the bathroom." Chen Shiping nodded and watched her get up and leave, but after she took a few steps, she looked back at Chen Shiping. Chen Shiping looked around, and got up to follow. The bathroom was easy to find, but there were many people there. Lin Qingsha took a look, and walked into the emergency passage and went downstairs. Chen Shiping followed in, and the two of them came to the bathroom on the second floor one after the other. This is a concert hall, but there were no performances during the day, and there was no one on the second floor. Most of them went upstairs to watch movies. In the quiet bathroom, Lin Qingsha looked back at Chen Shiping and said with a smile, "You went to the wrong bathroom." Chen Shiping didn't say anything, but directly pulled her into the last compartment. After the wooden door slammed shut, Lin Qingsha's exclamation came from inside. "Don't be so anxious," Lin Qingsha said, while quickly unbuckling Chen Shiping's belt. Chen Shiping grabbed it with both hands and couldn't help saying, "You are more anxious." Clang, the metal buckle of the belt fell to the ground and collided with the floor. Lin Qingsha slowly sat on the edge of the toilet and adjusted her skirt. She gently lifted her legs with both hands and looked up at Chen Shiping. Seeing her sitting there with her lips open, Chen Shiping took a step forward and pressed his lips against hers without saying anything. If water drips onto the bathroom floor, it will need cleaning, so it is better to plug it up. I have been quite busy lately, and I have not had a holiday. There are also many things to do at home. I will try to make up for the update when I'm free after the new year. Chapter 177 Who are you going to kill? Exclamation mark. In the screening room, the movie Early Spring in February was already at its end. Chen Shiping came in from outside the screening room and sat back in his seat. Mr. Liao, who was sitting next to him, turned his head to look at him and asked, "What happened? Why did it take so long?" "I ran into an old friend and chatted for a while," Chen Shiping explained briefly and then focused on the movie. A few minutes later, the movie was over and warm applause rang out in the screening room. After the lights came on, the host came on stage to invite Mr. Ztili to come on stage to share. The film exchange meeting lasted for a total of half a month. Every day, there would be a key recommended movie and the director would be invited to come on stage to share. This is an opportunity for communication, and ordinary directors do not have the opportunity to come on stage to communicate. Mr. Ztili should have the most experience in directing. After all, he is old and there is no one present who is more experienced than him. Many of the things that Director Z shared were still very helpful to young directors, but Chen Shiping did not listen very seriously. After all, he had been with Director Z in the Red Mansion crew for so long before, and many things about directing were taught by Director Z himself. Soon the sharing ended, and the formal exchange meeting began. The Cultural and Arts Center prepared 3 screening halls, which can show 7 movies every day. At this time, the audience can choose the movies they like to watch. Chen Shiping has only 2 movies. Zusangu and Selling Blood will be shown today, and Wives and Concubines will be shown as a recommended movie in 7 days. He will also share on stage at that time. Among the 3 halls arranged for the exchange meeting, the first hall is for mainland directors. It says Mainland Movie Screening Hall on it. The area is not very large, anyway, not as big as the halls in Hong Kong and Taiwan. There are not many people at the door of the screening hall. Most of the audience did not choose to come to the mainland theater, but the most directors came to this hall. Many directors from Taiwan and Hong Kong came. In terms of film art, the mainland has always been the most advanced one among the 2 sides of the Taiwan Strait and Hong Kong. Ordinary audiences in Hong Kong may not like it, but directors will definitely come to watch it. This show is Chen Shiping's Zusangu and Selling Blood, a movie that won the Cannes Grand Prix and is still very attractive to many filmmakers. Which director does not want to win an award? A director who does not want to win an award is not a good director. There were many people from film companies among the audience who came to support Chen Shiping. Many filmmakers in Taiwan and Hong Kong had never seen Zusangu and Selling Blood. Zusangu and Selling Blood had never been shown in Hong Kong or Taiwan. Chen Shiping stood at the door of the screening room and nodded to every audience member who came in. Soon, someone who interested Chen Shiping came in. He took the initiative to step forward and stretched out his hand and said, "Hello, Director Edward Yang, I'm a fan of yours." Edward Yang was surprised and quickly shook Chen Shiping's hand and said, "I'm also a fan of yours. I have seen your movies many times." "Thank you, please come in, we must have a good chat later," Chen Shiping said with a smile. Edward Yang nodded and then entered the theater. Chen Shiping stood at the door and glanced at the watch on his wrist. There were still 10 minutes before the show started, and it was estimated that more people would come. At this time, Zhang Guoran led many stars to come over. When he saw Chen Shiping, he couldn't help but hug him and said with a smile, "I'm sorry, I came to see you only today." Chen Shiping smiled and said, "It's okay, I know you are busy." The stars following Zhang Guorong were all looking at Chen Shiping. They were all dragged here to show their support today. It's not accurate to say that they were dragged here. All the well-known directors from both sides of the Taiwan Strait and Hong Kong gathered here today. It would be a fool not to come. Chen Shiping looked at the stars behind Zhang Guorong and nodded with a smile. He knew most of them, and some of them looked familiar. Zhang Guorong smiled and turned to introduce his friends. "This is Director Chen of the Beijing Film Studio, who is also a very powerful director." After that, he turned his head and said to Chen Shiping, "These are all friends from the Hong Kong entertainment industry. They all want to come and meet you. Thank you all for your support. We will have the opportunity to work together in the future." After Chen Shiping finished speaking with a smile, he invited them in. After Zhang Guorong and the others went in, Guan Zilin also came, and he was with Zhang Minimum. Chen Shiping narrowed his eyes and wondered how they got together. Didn't Zhang Minimum say that he wanted to leave the entertainment industry and business? But there are so many people now, and some things are hard to ask. Let's ask after the movie is over. When it was almost time for the show and Chen Shiping was about to go in, Li Lianji ran over in a hurry. "Director Chen. Sorry, there was a traffic jam on the road. Are you not late?" Li Lianji said apologetically. He admired Chen Shiping very much. Not only did he help him get out of the quagmire and move to a higher level, but he also promoted the film exchange between the two places. The future is limitless. Chen Shiping looked at Li Lianji's face and still had traces of makeup on his face. He smiled and asked, "Did you just come from the set?" "Yes, I just took a play." Li Lianji looked at Chen Shiping and was a little hesitant to say the play he took. The name of the play he took was Dragon Walks the World, which is a modern version of Huang Fi Han. Zuke originally wanted to shoot it in 1989, but in the end Chen Shiping took the lead and shot Huang Fi Han, so it has been shelved. Now they are remaking the old story and they specially asked Li Lianji to play it, just to take advantage of the fame of Huang Fi Han. Chen Shiping heard Zuke say to him that it was just a reference to the framework of Huang Fi Han, but it was actually not the same as Huang Fi Han, so he didn't care. Isn't that the case in Hong Kong? They always like to take out hot themes and shoot them repeatedly until the IP is copied to pieces. Since the release of Huang Fi Han, many similar movies have been released, such as Huang Fi Han, Kung Fu Kid and 13th Aunt of Desire. Just like after The God of Gamblers became popular a few years ago, a series of gambling movies appeared, such as Gambler, King of Gamblers, Saint of Gamblers, Young God of Gamblers, etc. This is also one of the reasons why Hong Kong movies are going downhill. It is too easy to make money, so the movies are shoddy until the reputation collapses and the market doesn't buy it. The good situation was ruined by itself. In the screening room, Chen Shiping sat in the front row and sat with Edward Yang on purpose, wanting to talk to him about movies. However, Edward Yang seemed a little reserved and was very focused on watching the movie, so Chen Shiping had to give up. Zhu Sangu and Selling Blood only wrote the script and storyboard, so strictly speaking, it was not his own directorial work. But now that he is famous, everyone thinks that this movie was directed by him. As for Shan Chuangjiang, he has been forgotten in the corner. If it weren't for Shan Chuangjiang's name in the subtitles at the beginning of the movie, no one would really remember that this was a co-directed movie. Movies like Zhu Sanguan are naturally incompatible with the film environment in Hong Kong, and many Hong Kong audiences find it boring. They still prefer movies with lively fighting and killing. Art films really have no market in Hong Kong, so no one made art films later. Not to mention that ordinary audiences don't like it very much. Even many actors and stars frowned while watching it, thinking that the movie was a bit boring. The directors in the field watched it with relish, and different people's eyes can naturally see different things. After the movie was over, many directors wanted to communicate with Chen Shiping. The stars who came to support the movie also came over to say hello to Chen Shiping and wanted to chat for a few words. Regardless of whether Chen Shiping's movies are boring, it is always good to know a director and a powerful figure in the mainland film industry. Moreover, co-production films are quite popular now, and maybe there will be a chance to cooperate one day. Zhang Guorong also knew that Chen Shiping was busy, so he took the initiative to say, let's have dinner together tonight. Thanks to you for taking care of me when I was in the mainland. Chen Shiping glanced at Li Lianji, who also wanted to treat him to dinner, and he immediately took the initiative to say, then let's have dinner together tonight. I also want to treat director Chen to dinner. Give me a chance to pay the bill. That won't work. Zhang Guorong smiled and said, at most you can come for supper. The few people talked and laughed and settled the matter. After they left, Chen Shiping sat down with the group of directors to talk about movies. Most of them were directors from Taiwan, and there were very few directors from Hong Kong. However, there was one director that Chen Shiping was very familiar with, that was an HUI. An HUI should be the face of Hong Kong art films, and she is also the only director who insisted on it. It is not easy. A group of directors sitting together felt like they were having a fireside chat. Chen Shiping smiled and said, this film and cultural exchange was done right, otherwise there would be no chance to discuss with so many outstanding directors. Edward Yang nodded and said, such activities should be held more often. The two sides of the Taiwan Strait and Hong Kong share the same roots and should learn from each other in film. An HUI also smiled and said, the political environment was not good before, and the relationship was tense. There will definitely be more opportunities for communication in the future. Several people sat together and talked about movies. After a while, several more people came over and sat down. Chen Shiping took a look and found that they were from the Taiwan Film Bureau, but there were also a few who looked like businessmen. Director Chen, I heard that you promoted the reform of the film market in the mainland and said a lot about the development of the film in Hong Kong. I wonder what you think of the current predicament of Taiwan films. What is the main reason? A man in a Zhongshan suit smiled and looked at Chen Shiping. He was the representative of the Taiwan Film Bureau. Chen Shiping looked at him and tasted something different. Why are you asking me about Taiwan movies? Are you going to play a trick with me and criticize Hong Kong movies? After a little consideration, Chen Shiping smiled and said, it's a pity that there is a new wave of movies in Taiwan, but from the perspective of the development of the entire film industry, it is good. The film market needs to operate commercially. Now the Taiwanese film market is full of imported films, which is very unfriendly to local filmmakers. It will also have a certain impact on Hong Kong films. There is a consensus among Hong Kong film companies now. As long as the movie is made, it can recover the cost. By showing it in Taiwan, the money from other regions will be picked up in vain. This will give rise to a large number of shoddy movies, which will not only damage the market, but also the reputation of Hong Kong films. Chen Shiping's words fell into the ears of several Hong Kong directors, making them a little angry. Isn't this a sabotage? What do you mean? Encouraging Taiwan to restrict Hong Kong films? You are destroying people's jobs. Chen Shiping ignored those malicious eyes. This is a conversation between decision makers. You just need to listen on the side. In the long run, this will make Taiwanese capital give up developing local films and invest in other regions instead. In the end, local directors will have no money, and the cinemas will be full of foreign films. Taiwanese films will really die. From the decision-making level, encouraging the development of local films and appropriately restricting foreign films may be a good choice. The people from the Taiwan Film Bureau couldn't help but say at this time, why doesn't the mainland restrict co-productions? Because the co-production model has changed. Under the dominance of the mainland, it is a favorable decision for both local filmmakers and the overall film market. The dominance is very important. Dominance after the people from the Taiwan Film Bureau repeated it. They found that Taiwan seemed to have dominance when facing Hong Kong films and could decide which films to enter the market, but in fact the money was still earned by others. However, the co-production model in the mainland is different. The dominance of film shooting is in the mainland, and half of the investment is also in the mainland. Not only can it make money, but it can also cultivate local filmmakers. This is using Hong Kong to lay its own eggs. If it develops smoothly, it will be able to kick Hong Kong away in a few years at most and develop its own commercial films. Looking at the current situation in Taiwan, local filmmakers are either drooling with envy or diving into art films, and the rest have all invested in others. Taiwanese investors are now either investing in mainland films or Hong Kong films and are very disappointed with local films. In the long run, Taiwanese films seem to be really going to die. Edward Yang couldn't help but interrupt at this time. Hachiko and I talked about this issue. He said that Taiwanese films are almost being killed by us. Too many directors are influenced by the new wave. Now many people have proposed to learn from the mainland's co-production model and want to develop a different path. In recent years, under the leadership of Chen Shiping, the initiative of co-production films has been taken back and the investment rights have been taken back. The overall development is very good. Taiwanese filmmakers are not blind. How can they not see it? They all want to learn this model. We have our own money and directors. Why should we make money for Hong Kong? Why can't we use their model to cultivate local commercial films? The person from the Taiwan Film Bureau smiled and said, "These issues are very correct. We are also considering them. However, there is no good solution at present. However, Director Chen's practice in the mainland is worth learning from. We should take back the initiative." Chen Shiping smiled and said, "Learn from each other. We are all family." The person from Taiwan did not respond. He just smiled and changed the subject and said, "I will ask you in detail when I have the chance. I will leave first today." Chen Shiping did not care. He smiled and said, "Okay, we can talk about it when we have the chance. Maybe the mainland and Taiwan can also strengthen cooperation in the film industry, not just TV series." After sending the person from the Taiwan Film Bureau away, Chen Shiping and his friends continued to chat. However, the conversation just now had been spread. At this time, everyone in the exchange meeting knew about their conversation just now. Wu Xiaoyan and other Hong Kong directors were dumbfounded. What are you doing here? Discussing openly to kill Hong Kong movies? Hong Kong movies have no say. We have a huge influence in all of Asia. How can you ignore it? We also need to find a leader. It is definitely not possible to find a gentleman. He will run away soon. Then look for the leaders of the mainland film bureau? That's the same as looking for Chen Shiping. Shit. Chapter 178 split the Hong Kong circle in one strike. In the lounge area of the Cultural Exchange Center, directors gathered in groups of 3 or 4 to chat. The content of the chat was naturally related to the topic just now. The conversation between the people from the Taiwan Film Bureau and Chen Shiping seemed to have reached a consensus. Restrict the development of Hong Kong films and support local films. This news is good news for directors from the mainland and Taiwan. The market for Chinese language films is so big and the overall funds are so much. Once Hong Kong films are restricted, investors will naturally invest these funds in the mainland and Taiwan. Many directors from Taiwan are very happy at this time. They have long been dissatisfied with the current situation. Seeing Hong Kong films making a lot of money in Taiwan every day, who the hell doesn't protest? At this time, Wu Xiaoyan and others gathered together and felt that this matter was no longer a problem that a few directors could decide. The bosses of several Hong Kong film companies must be called together to discuss. Chen Shiping and the people from the Taiwan Film Bureau are all official identities. Directors like them can't get a word in. They must find a tall person to solve it. However, the current situation in Hong Kong is very embarrassing. Gentlemen will not put in any effort. They cannot find people of equal status to negotiate with the mainland and Hong Kong. It is destined that Hong Kong will be restricted. In the original time, the mainland restricted Hong Kong movies in 1993, and Taiwan also restricted it in 1993, and investors fled one after another. After that, local evil forces in Hong Kong entered the market, which brought great damage to Hong Kong movies, but also extended the life of Hong Kong movies for another 2 years. After all, so much money is not clean, and it takes 2 years to clean it up. However, it only extended its life for 2 years. In 1996, the box office revenue of Hong Kong's local and overseas markets was directly halved, and then it plummeted all the way, and it did not recover until decades later. Wu Xiaoyan has already mobilized his own connections to start making appointments with the bosses of well-known film companies in Hong Kong. This matter is related to the overall development of Hong Kong's film industry, and all companies must come together to find a solution. Chen Shiping was sitting with Mr. Liu and chatting, discussing what the attitude of Taiwan was. Mr. Liu smiled and said, "It's not surprising that Taiwan has such thoughts. The development of local films is restricted, and commercial films have been slow to develop. The whole of Taiwan has become a voting base for others, so of course they will be anxious. What's more, the co-productions you have done in recent years have not only supported the development of commercial films in the mainland, but also used Hong Kong as a voting base. The Taiwanese people will naturally want to learn from them. Chen Shiping smiled and said, Taiwan is willing to learn from me. They have to pay me tuition. Haha, I don't think there is any tuition, but there will definitely be investors who will find you. Mr. Liu paused and said, the signal conveyed by the Taiwan Film Bureau today will make the 8 major investors alert and withdraw their investment from Hong Kong. Chen Shiping sighed and said, now those people are going to hate me to death. Isn't this exactly what you want to see? Mr. Liu smiled and said, how can they be obedient if you don't strangle them? Chen Shiping clicked his tongue and said, not necessarily. Maybe they will all bow to Taiwan and cooperate with them. Cooperating with the mainland is definitely not the first choice of this group of people in Hong Kong. If you want these people to come to the mainland, you must let them see tangible benefits. Chen Shiping thought about it. Maybe Party A and Party B in a week will let them see the potential of the mainland market. After chatting with Mr. Liu for a while, Chen Shiping left because he still had to go to dinner in the evening. But when Chen Shiping arrived in the evening, he found that many celebrities from the daytime were not there. Only a few friends he knew were there. Zhang Guorong, Li Lianji, Guan Zilin, Lin Qingsha, Zhang Minimum and others. Seeing that Chen Shiping was a little confused, Zhang Guorong took the initiative to explain, your conversation today was too scary, so you were all called away. Why didn't you go? Chen Shiping asked with a smile. I'm not interested in these things. Friends are the most important. Then I'm quite honored. After Chen Shiping sat down, the topic started to talk, still talking about the topic in the daytime, and they were all very curious about what happened. Chen Shiping said while drinking tea, what's so strange about this? Hong Kong movies are too exclusive. If they don't want to give others soup, they will naturally be unhappy. Will Taiwan really withdraw its investment? Zhang Guorong couldn't help asking. Chen Shiping nodded and said, at the latest, 1 year, or maybe 1 month later, Hong Kong must be ready. Li Lianji couldn't help but interrupt at this time. What can be prepared? If we can't enter the Taiwan market, I don't know how many film companies will go bankrupt unless they come to the mainland. The few films that Li Lianji has made so far have all been successful thanks to the mainland market, so he understands the situation that Hong Kong is facing now. If it only relies on the local box office, every movie will lose money. Without overseas box office, it can only wait for death. Except for a few actors who have market appeal overseas, 90% of the movies need the Taiwan market. Guan Zilin was very excited at this time and said with a smile, will my company become a big company like Jiang in the future? Several people in the field looked at Chen Shiping, who smiled and said, as long as we get close to the mainland, we will naturally develop. Zhang Minimum used to be the #1 sister of Yang Sheng and knew a lot of things. She frowned and said, if the mainland's co-production model is continued in Taiwan, I think they are still willing to cooperate with Taiwan. They have a deep relationship with Taiwan. Chen Shiping shrugged and said, what's the use of deep? The market in Taiwan is so big that it can accommodate very few movies, but it's different in the mainland. The market will continue to grow. Chen Shiping firmly believed in this. The economy is developing rapidly, and the film market has been reformed in advance. Even if the number of moviegoers has decreased, it will still be a huge market. As long as the audience has more money, the film market will get better and better. Chen Shiping is very confident now, but the Hong Kong filmmakers are a little confused at this time. What should we do now? Have you asked Taiwan for clarification? Wu Xiaoyuan couldn't help but say at this time. A shareholder of Jia frowned and said, I didn't ask, but judging from the attitude, reducing the import of Hong Kong films should be a foregone conclusion. Why is it like this suddenly? Wu Xiaoyuan couldn't help but say, this year, Hong Kong films have performed so well, there is no reason for the Taiwan theater chain to refuse them. Wu Xiaoyuan complained, but he knew in his heart that this had nothing to do with the theater chain, which was just one of the links. And another major reason is that Hollywood has begun to exert its strength. The appearance of the Terminator has made Hollywood's overseas box office exceed the domestic box office for the first time. Hollywood has begun to increase its public relations in the overseas market. Relying on the influence of the United States, Hollywood requires countries to open up to the import of Hollywood films. Taiwan has opinions on Hong Kong films, and coupled with Hollywood's efforts, the two together will naturally restrict the import of Hong Kong films. The film market is a very complicated thing, mixed with both commercial and a lot of political content. At this time, Mecha smoked and said, "I said a long time ago that Hong Kong films are going to end. Now you see it." Many people in the audience looked unhappy when they heard Mecha's words. Everyone actually knew about this, but some people didn't believe it, and some people thought it wouldn't be so soon. They originally thought it would be after 1997. Mecha touched his bald head and continued, "However, it's not bad now. Taiwan seems to want to use the mainland co-production model, so that we can breathe. But if that happens, we will lose our voice." Wu Xiaoyan couldn't help but say, the mainland will still pay attention to the impact. Even if Chen Shiping is domineering, he is fair, but it's hard to say for Taiwan. Then let's go to the mainland. Shi Nansheng couldn't help but interrupt at this time. There are many movies released in the mainland every year, but there are very few real commercial movies. Even so, they can get more than 2 billion box office. If we join in, we can take away at least half of the box office. That's more than 10 billion. It will definitely exceed the market in Taiwan. The most important thing is that the mainland's defense against Hollywood movies is much stricter than Taiwan's, and we have no opponent. After this, everyone was silent. Can this matter still be viewed this way? But it seems to make sense. Although co-production requires at least 30% of the investment, the mainland market is so big that it is profitable, no matter how you calculate it. The mainland is developing very rapidly now, and the prospects of the film market are foreseeable. If you join in now, you may be able to list through a backdoor listing. Seeing the reactions of the crowd, Shi Nansheng couldn't help but smile. He asked them to join the mainland, but he had already reached a cooperation agreement with Chen Shiping in advance, so he would be the boss in the Hong Kong film industry in the future. However, the premise was to maintain a good relationship with Chen Shiping. Shi Nansheng was somewhat confident about this, as Chen Shiping was a person who could be easily persuaded. It was not difficult to be humble and modest. "I think it is better to cooperate with Taiwan. The market in Taiwan is more mature and there are fewer restrictions on movies." Wu Yuzhen met Shi Nansheng's gaze and said, "The mainland's ideological requirements are too strict. We have no advantage. Sooner or later we will be surpassed by mainland directors. If others can learn from us, why can't we learn from them?" Shi Nansheng argued, "If Hong Kong films can only shoot third level and gangster films, even if Taiwan does not restrict us, sooner or later they will be lonely." Everyone, stop arguing. Zheng Ziwei tried to smooth things over. "Aren't 2 cakes enough? Why do you have to choose one of the two?" As soon as Zheng Ziwei finished speaking, the atmosphere in the field eased. Someone smiled and said, 3 cakes. The local market has been good recently. If you don't want to cooperate with the mainland, cooperate with Taiwan. If you don't have a deep relationship in Taiwan, you can take root in the local area. After all, you will have a meal. Yes, in fact, if you count it this way, the market is actually a little bigger, and maybe it can develop better. That's right, choose according to your own situation. It's not like you are forced to death all at once." Wu Xiaoyan looked at them like this, and couldn't help but said, "Whether it's the mainland or Taiwan, they will develop their own commercial films sooner or later. What should we do then?" "President Wu, what do you say? If you can make Taiwan not restrict us, I will definitely support you." "That's right, I don't have the money, but I can still do it with my efforts." Wu Xiaoyan, "If I had this ability, would I still ask you to come here?" Exclamation mark. Okay, stop talking. This is the general trend. It's not something we can decide. Go back and think about which piece of cake you want to eat in the future. This meeting ended with this sentence. When everyone left, they had their own little calculations in their hearts. It's said to be 3 pieces of cake, but in fact it's 3 poisons. The Hong Kong film industry will be divided into 3 parts in an instant. The changes and influences brought by Chen Shiping split the so-called Hong Kong circle with one knife, and its 3 parts. In the Regent Hotel, Chen Shiping stood in front of the window looking at the scenery outside. After thinking for a long time, he felt that he would find a way to make a big production next year. If mainland commercial films want to surpass Hong Kong, they must come up with something they don't have. This is not to compete with Hong Kong, but also a necessary process for the development of the film industry, and also a preparation to resist the development of the times. Otherwise, when VCD is invented the year after next, a large number of audiences will be lost. Who will go to the cinema when they can buy CDs? Chen Shiping thinks that the hero can be produced in advance, and Zhang Yimou, this old guy, will be in vain if he is in his hands. I just don't know if his current level can handle a big production like the hero, but it should be no problem with his own assistance. Let's start the first shot of the producer system from here. Let the directors in the mainland see what kind of movies can be made with the blessing of the producer. If only the director works hard to shoot such a big production. 90% of the directors do not have such ability, and the remaining 10% must be very experienced directors. But with the blessing of the producer, helping the director solve 90% of the troubles, a novice director can make a few movies. Chen Shiping slowly exhaled, and was ready to do a big job next year. Not only do you have to be a producer, but you also have to take the opportunity to train a group of producers. The film exchange meeting in the following days went smoothly. Unlike the first day, the Hong Kong directors were not so arrogant these days. Not only were they not arrogant, but they also moved around and began to make plans for the future. Many people came to the Taiwan Film Bureau, and many came to Chen Shiping. The Hong Kong film circle has been divided into two factions, which is very good news for Chen Shiping and Mr. Lao. The influence of the mainland on the Hong Kong film circle has always been small, but it will be different from today, and many future tasks will be much easier. At least in the future, there will be less half of the Hong Kong films that discredit the mainland, and more half of the films that positively promote the mainland. Chen Shiping was busy for a few days before he took the time to call the mainland to report on his work. In the conference room of the Beijing Film Bureau, several leaders listened to Chen Shiping's report on the landline, and smiles appeared on their faces. The results of this film exchange are much greater than they thought. Chen Shiping is really a talent, a good hand at unified publicity. The leader sitting at the head of the meeting room smiled, and said to the landline in front of him, "Comrade Shiping, you did a great job. We have approved your Directors Association. You must unite the comrades in the Hong Kong film industry." After 2 seconds of silence on the red landline, Chen Shiping's sonorous answer came out immediately. "Yes, I guarantee to complete the task." Chapter 179 Shaking High Heels. In the quiet private room of the coffee shop, there was a faint aroma of coffee. Chen Shiping yawned, picked up the cup, and took a sip, then frowned. Shi Nansheng, who was sitting opposite him, smiled and said, "Are you really not going back to host the Lunar New Year movie?" "The Lunar New Year movie is just a small matter. I have to have a meeting with the Taiwan Film Bureau in the afternoon." Chen Shiping put down the cup, turned his head, and glanced at Zhang Minimum and said, "Whether you retire in the future or not, do a good job of promoting this time, and treat it as a period." Zhang Minimum nodded seriously, but she was a little hesitant about whether to retire. Now that the Hong Kong entertainment industry has changed so much, the previous troubles don't seem so serious at the moment. After Chen Shiping glanced at her, he turned to Shi Nansheng and said, "This Lunar New Year performance is very important. It is an opportunity for Hong Kong films to truly enter the mainland market. Only if you grasp it can you have room for a comeback, otherwise you will have no chance." The current situation is very clear. Taiwan has made up its mind to restrict Hong Kong films. Withdrawing investment is the first step, and the second step is to reduce the number of imports and switch to a co-production model. Hong Kong films either go to Taiwan or to the mainland. Shi Nansheng chose the mainland, and he could only go all the way. "I will personally go to the mainland to monitor the promotion this time, and I will definitely create a box office miracle." Looking at the confident Shi Nansheng, Chen Shiping smiled and said, "I hope we can cooperate happily in the future and lead Hong Kong films to bloom differently in the mainland." Shi Nansheng smiled, glanced at Zhang Minimum who was sitting next to Chen Shiping, and took the initiative to find an excuse to leave and not be a light bulb. After the two of them were left in the private room, Zhang Minimum suddenly became a little nervous, and his mind was full of the scene of wearing a cheongsam in the car that night. Whenever she recalled the memory of that night, her face would turn red. It wasn't because she was shy, but because that day was too intense. The burning sensation was like a branding iron burning her body. Zhang Minimum turned his head and looked at Chen Shiping cautiously, wondering if he would pounce on her and do it again here. However, thinking of Chen Shiping's cautious character, it seemed unlikely here, so he whispered, "You chose this place. It's safe here." Chen Shiping, who was drinking coffee, almost choked. Is she testing the carders again? Is this girl addicted? Or does she think too badly of herself? Zhang Minimum looked at Chen Shiping steadily and couldn't help but open her woolen coat to reveal her slender waist and raised her hand to gently lift her wavy long hair. The fragrance from the hair floated into Chen Shiping's nose, diluting the bitter and burnt aroma of the coffee. He couldn't help but sniff it gently. Zhang Minimum bit his red lips and leaned towards Chen Shiping and said, "If you are worried, you can go to another place." Chen Shiping, you are a little too proactive. Are you still harboring some bad intentions? Do you have something to ask me? Hearing Chen Shiping's emotionless words, Zhang Minimum suddenly let out a sigh of relief, closed his woolen coat and laughed self-deprecatingly, saying, "Am I that kind of woman in your heart?" Chen Shiping frowned slightly. "What is going on? Don't talk about feelings. There is none at all. I don't have anything to ask you. I'm leaving first." Zhang Minimum stood up with a lonely look and was about to leave, but was stopped by Chen Shiping. "Why is this?" Zhang Minimum stopped, and his face quickly turned red. "How can I start this? Say that I can't forget the taste of ecstasy?" Zhang Minimum turned back and bit his lips to look at Chen Shiping. Tears were about to drip from his eyes, and his red cheeks were slightly hot, which made her feel even more ashamed. Chen Shiping looked at Zhang Minimum in surprise. He understood what he meant. Was he seeking excitement? People are all sensual animals. There is nothing shameful about this. Chen Shiping waved at Zhang Minimum and said, "Come and sit down." Zhang Minimum's tense mind suddenly relaxed. The shame disappeared, and he felt relieved. So he walked to Chen Shiping and sat directly in his arms. She was wearing a short skirt under her woolen coat. After sitting down like this, the skirt curled up. The edge of the black stockings was not covered, revealing a thin suspender. Chen Shiping naturally put his hand on her leg and patted it gently. After stroking it a few times, Chen Shiping gently pinched the suspender and flicked it. The slight pain in his leg made Zhang Minimum couldn't help but hum. His face suddenly became redder, and his eyes were mixed with sticky and tempting deep pools. He fell into Chen Shiping's arms and looked up at her. Such a big reaction? Chen Shiping became interested. The space in the car was too small last time. Although it was exciting, there were many things that she had not tried. Zhang Minimum leaned in Chen Shiping's arms, buried her head in his chest, and couldn't help but stretch her hands down. The sound of the zipper rang out, and Chen Shiping suddenly felt a sense of freedom. Zhang Minimum narrowed his eyes slightly. It was this hot feeling. Zhang Minimum couldn't help but lift her legs and twist them, and soon the small black fabric that was in the way rolled to the side. The more direct and hot touch made her unable to help but lift them up gently, holding the table and shaking back and forth a few times, and then slowly sitting down. Zhang Minimum's white and slender little hands grasped the edge of the table, and the folded slender legs wrapped in black stockings swayed up and down with the red high heels. The slender heels knocked against the ground lightly, making a slight sound. The smooth floor reflected the situation in the private room slightly, and Zhang Minimum lowered his head to look at the reflected picture on the floor. The crossed legs shook faster, and the high heels were hanging on the toes and shaking, and they would fall to the ground if they were not careful. Chen Shiping leaned back in the chair and slowly exhaled a breath of foul air. She felt like she was being pushed back. She hadn't done anything yet, but they got straight to the point. Time passed quickly, and she didn't know how long it had been. Zhang Minimum leaned on the marble table with his upper body, breathing heavily, and the saliva from the corners of his mouth pulled out thin threads on the marble surface. Chen Shiping behind her took a step back and groaned. Zhang Minimum felt the spots of burning heat on her back, which made her twitch twice. Chen Shiping reached out and took a piece of black lace fabric from the table, wiped it for Zhang Minimum, and threw it on the table again. Zhang Minimum looked at the white lace fabric in front of him and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. I have something to do later, so I'll leave first. If you have anything later, just contact me directly, Chen Shiping said, after taking a sip of the cold coffee. Zhang Minimum supported himself and stood up, picked up the sticky cloth on the table, bent down and put it on, and said, well, I'll wait 10 minutes before leaving. Seeing Zhang Minimum like this, Chen Shiping didn't want to attend the afternoon meeting, but beauty is just a spice of life, and it's more important to do business. A few minutes later, Chen Shiping left the coffee shop, stopped a car on the side of the road, and went to the Cultural and Arts Center. In a reception room on the 4th floor of the administrative building of the Cultural and Arts Center, Chen Shiping pushed the door in and looked at the people from the Taiwan Film Bureau sitting there and said with a smile, Director Hu, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. The Taiwan Film Bureau is actually a department level unit under the News Bureau. In terms of level, Director Hu of Taiwan is still several levels behind Chen Shiping. But he has a lot of power in Taiwan, so to some extent, there is no problem with the dialogue. After the two chatted for a while, Chen Shiping looked at him and said with a smile, Director Hu, what is your relationship with your Director Hu? Director Hu smiled and said, of course it's a superior subordinate relationship. Chen Shiping didn't believe it, but there was nothing to say about it. There were so many people who use the back door. There are a lot of people looking for Director Chen recently. A lot of people looking for you too. The two looked at each other and laughed at the same time. After laughing, Chen Shiping said, it's all for work. If we don't support local films, how can we compete with foreign blockbusters in the future? Are we going to be slaughtered like fat meat? That's right. Taiwan has been dominated by directors for too long. The new wave has destroyed the soil of commercial films in Taiwan. The current film market can only be supported by foreign films. This is being slaughtered like a pig. Director Hu sighed and said, it is urgent to lift restrictions on Western films. We must support local films as soon as possible. Otherwise they will really become a warehouse for others' tickets. Director Chen also has this worry, right? Chen Shiping shrugged and said, I'm not very worried. The principles of the mainland are not so easy to break. It will take a few years to lift the restrictions. Waiting for what? Waiting for an opportunity that will make the world look at it. Chen Shiping didn't make it clear. It was nothing more than joining the WTO after the economic takeoff. Otherwise the market would not be completely liberalized. The two chatted in the conference room for more than an hour before they ended. When Chen Shiping left the Cultural and Arts Center, he couldn't help but look back. The glory of Hong Kong movies will start a new chapter from today. 5 days later, a headline appeared in Hong Kong's entertainment newspapers. The mainland's Lunar New Year movie Party A and Party B. The first box office exceeded 8 million. Chen Shiping looked at the news in the Regent Hotel and couldn't help but sigh. The movie really worked. The first box office was 8 million, and it shouldn't be a problem to have a box office of over 100 million in 1 month. The bonus of the number of moviegoers in 1991 plus the bonus of the film market reform are reflected here. The film and television circles in Hong Kong were all shocked by this news. The first day box office was 8 million. What a concept. The current highest box office in Hong Kong is only more than 40 million. Doesn't it mean that Party A and Party B can exceed it in just 1 week? Before, they still had doubts about the data that Chen Shiping said, saying that the mainland market is huge and has unlimited potential, but now they completely believe it. The mainland market is really developing at a high speed. Wu Xiaoyuan looked at the news and sighed helplessly. Now Hong Kong has completely lost its dominance. In the past, the mainland only helped with the co-productions and collected some labor fees and factory mark fees. From today on, such days will never come back. Chen Shiping Wu Xiaoyuan couldn't help but sigh. How could such a capable person appear in the mainland? He turned the passive situation of the mainland around with a series of co-productions with super high box office, and also led Taiwan astray. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, in a large conference room at the Zhangjiang Culture and Arts Center, a big red banner was hung on the wall. The first cross-straightened Hong Kong Directors Seminar and the China Film Directors Association Chartered Discussion Conference. Chen Shiping sat in the first place on the left. The first one was Ziti Li, and on the right was the big brother Zijing. After that were Wu Yigeng, Zuke, Zifei and others, who were the president and vice president of the association. After the president were Zheng Dongshan, Zhang Yimao and Xinan Sheng. The three of them were the secretary generals of the association. Originally, Chen Shiping wanted to fight for a vice president position for Zhang Yimao, but Zhang Yimao lacked a film called Red Lantern, so his qualifications were a little weaker, and there were too many people from Beijing Film Studio, which would have a bad influence. In addition to these main leaders, the remaining positions were only for directors and members. There were more than 30 directors from the mainland and Hong Kong in the conference room, all of whom were famous directors from both places. In addition, Chen Shiping also invited many bosses of Hong Kong film companies, as well as film investors from Taiwan, such as the boss of Era International and his old friend Zhu Feng. After Zitili looked at everyone and said some polite words, he handed the leadership of the meeting to Chen Shiping. Chen Shiping picked up the documents in his hand and said to the microphone, "Let's discuss the first article of the association's charter now." In front of everyone in the conference room were white porcelain cups, pens, and notebooks. Hearing Chen Shiping's words, everyone looked at him seriously. This serious and somewhat solemn atmosphere made many Hong Kong directors feel a different kind of power, as if something in their bodies wanted to get out, itching. The meeting ended 3 hours later. Zitili stood up and looked at the directors and said in a deep voice, "I declare the China Film Directors Association officially established. Welcome everyone to join us and work together for the development of Chinese films." All the directors shouted at the same time, "Work hard for the development of Chinese films." In the corner of the conference room, several reporters took cameras to take pictures of this scene. From today on, Chinese films have truly ushered in a new chapter. After the meeting, the newly established Directors Association naturally had to celebrate. On the way to the celebration banquet, many reporters chased after them. There was too much noise in the past few days, and no one was not paying attention to this news. At the entrance of the Regent Hotel, a group of reporters surrounded Chen Shiping. Their cameras were flashing non-stop and the microphones were pressed to their lips. "President Xi, can you accept an interview?" "Vice President Chen, can you talk about your views on Hong Kong films?" "Vice President Chen, is it true that you and Taiwan have joined forces to ban Hong Kong films? Is this a threat to force Hong Kong film companies to join your association? Is the mainland's attitude towards Hong Kong the same?" Chen Shiping's face turned cold, and he first let Zitili and the others in, and then looked at the last reporter who asked a question. "This is business cooperation. It is a new model of joint cooperation and common development between the two sides of the Taiwan Strait and Hong Kong. Cooperation can only win-win. But before the cooperation, the development of Hong Kong films was also the first in Asia. You are killing the future of Hong Kong films," the reporter kept saying. Chen Shiping looked at him and turned his head to look at all the people around him who were waiting for an answer and said seriously and solemnly, "If it is to kill, it will limit co-production, limit imports, and limit sharing. If I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't come to Hong Kong. I don't have to come to Hong Kong." Chen Shiping's domineering remarks made the reporters stunned for a moment, and even many directors who had just walked in couldn't help but look back at him surrounded by reporters. Under the flickering lights, Chen Shiping's calm face and determined eyes made many people subconsciously look away. Chen Shiping's era has finally arrived, and perhaps we will have to live under his shadow for decades to come. Chapter 180, Art Film in the Cracks. The night in Hong Kong is particularly noisy. In the lively banquet hall of the Regent Hotel, members of the China Directors Association are celebrating the establishment of the association. Chen Shiping is holding a glass of wine and chatting with several investors to attract some investment for the association. "As long as it is a script written by Director Chen, I will invest any amount of money." That's right, Director Chen is China's #1 producer and screenwriter. Director Chen, the association has just been established and needs a movie to prove itself. I'm willing to invest 5 million. See, Chen Shiping doesn't even need to take the initiative to attract investment. The investment will come to him. Being close to Chen Shiping means entering the huge market in the mainland, which means that the movie is a sure win, and the investors are not fools. Investing in movies is not just about making money. Chen Shiping smiled and said, "Thank you for your support. The association is just starting up and there are still many things to do. There is no rush for the film. We can talk about becoming a strategic partner first. What does strategic partner mean? It means how much money do you plan to invest in the association every year in the future. The number of places is limited, and it's on a first come, first served basis. The group of investors looked at Chen Shiping helplessly. It was the first time they had ever seen someone asking for money like this. Especially the investors from Taiwan were a little uncomfortable. In the past, Hong Kong begged them to invest. Now, it's the other way around when it comes to Chen Shiping. However, Chen Shiping's status and energy are indeed worthy of their active money. How can Hong Kong filmmakers compare with Chen Shiping? With Chen Shiping's influence in the mainland film industry, even if he makes a bad movie, he can arrange for it to be released all the time and he will never lose money. But it's too ugly to eat like this, and it's too much of a disrespect for director Chen's ability. Tonight, Chen Shiping became the center of the dinner, and everyone was revolving around him. ZT Lee was just a nominal president. How could he manage things at such an old age? If Chen Shiping was not still young, there would be no need to ask Big Boss ZT Lee to take the blame. When the next term comes, Vice President Chen will become President Chen. Several mainland directors not far away looked at Chen Shiping like this and felt quite dissatisfied, but he was in his 20s and became very powerful. After smoking a cigarette and looking at Chen Shiping, Teng Wenju turned his head and said to Huang Jiangxin, "Do you want to go out for some fresh air? I know a good place." "What place?" "A place to learn foreign languages. I heard there are European women there. Then I can learn foreign languages." After the dinner, Chen Shiping returned to his room and rubbed his temples, which felt very painful. Dong dong. There was a knock on the door of the room, and Wang Xiaoshuo's voice came from outside. "Director, I finished the movie." Chen Shiping opened the door and looked at the haggard, but extremely excited young people outside. He couldn't help asking, "Tell me what happened." Wang Xiaoshuo and Lao Yi squeezed in and said excitedly, "Director, the exchange meeting hasn't ended yet. Can this movie be released? You finished the post-production?" Chen Shiping asked in surprise. "A movie may be shot in a few days, but it is impossible to finish the post-production in a few days. Editing, subtitles, color grading, and printing are not things that can be done in a few days." Wang Xiaoshuo immediately explained, "It's finished, no subtitles or color grading, just play the original tape." Chen Shiping, "This is just a joke, you're just shooting DV. Let me see how the movie is. Go now." Wang Xiaoshuo and the others said, and they dragged Chen Shiping to watch the movie. After Chen Shiping finished watching the movie, he was sure that it was a DV work, but the rough picture and texture were unexpectedly good. The story is relatively simple, about the things that a mainlander encounters when he comes to Hong Kong to live with his relatives. He is discriminated against, but also gets help. It also reveals the inside story behind the prosperity of Hong Kong. A garbage-picking grandma, a dropout from school, a little sister who becomes a phoenix, and a family of 8 living in a room. After watching it, Chen Shiping thought for a long time and said, "I can show it to you." "Yeah. Great. Director, I love you." Lao Yi shouted loudly. Chen Shiping pushed him away and said, "Don't try to get close to me. I haven't finished yet." Wang Xiaoshuo and the others calmed down, looked at Chen Shiping and whispered, "Go on." The movie cost a total of 150,000 Hong Kong dollars. "You can earn me 3 times the profit through this movie." After Chen Shiping finished speaking, he yawned and said, "You have to be responsible to the investors. It's getting late. I'm going back to sleep." After that, Chen Shiping left, leaving Wang Xiaoshuo and the others standing there in a daze, a little at a loss. They didn't say they wanted to make money at the beginning. Why do they want money after the filming? And it's 3 times the profit. 3 times is 450,000 Hong Kong dollars. Lao Yi said without any surprise at this time. When we were learning from him, he said that the director should be responsible to the investors. Just because he didn't say it last time doesn't mean that he didn't say it. It really feels like an independent filmmaker. Wang Xiaoshuo smiled and said, "Brothers, think about how this movie can make money. Participating in the film festival to get a bonus is the best way. This movie can't be released in theaters. participating in the film festival can also participate in the film trading market. Maybe you can make money by selling it. Do you understand film festivals? I know the name of the film festival. Look for Sister Mary Juan. She and Chen Shiping have been to Venice to sell films. After discussing for a while, the few people were full of confidence. Although this movie is rough, it is their first movie. In the future, they will definitely become better filmmakers. The next day was also the penultimate day of the exchange meeting. The movie of Wang Xiaoshui and others was broadcast in a screening room of the exchange meeting. The movie didn't even have a poster. There was only a piece of white paper posted at the door with the abside written crookedly on it. There was also a line of introduction below. The ignored, real Hong Kong. I don't know who came up with this name. It has some meaning, but it's too ordinary. The sixth generation didn't prepare in advance, nor was it famous. Almost no one went into their screening room to watch the movie. However, a film critic thought the movie introduction they wrote was interesting, so he went in to take a look. Chen Shiping arranged it for them and didn't care. The quality of movie would naturally be judged by the audience. He was also busy dealing with the final work of the exchange meeting and the affairs of the Directors Association. The next day, a review of the sixth generation movie appeared in a magazine in Hong Kong. The perspective is unique, and it grasps the marginal issues of society and explores them in depth. Directors in Hong Kong should learn from these young people. What is Hong Kong, and what kind of Hong Kong movie should be made? As soon as this report appeared, it aroused the curiosity of many people. When they wanted to watch it the next day, they found that the movie was gone. At this time, in a screening room, many directors from Taiwan and Hong Kong were watching this movie. Wang Xiaoshui and others sitting in the back were very nervous. The directors from Taiwan, who came out of the new wave, thought this movie was very good, but the directors from Hong Kong didn't like it very much. They only liked to film the good side of Hong Kong, such as the decadent life, the happy revenge, the beautiful cars and beauties, the passion of gunfire, etc. Over the years, they have fixed the city image of Hong Kong, and all those who like Hong Kong movies will fall in love with Hong Kong. The directors of Hong Kong think they are great, just like Hollywood movies, bringing American culture to the world. Freedom and democracy are also conveyed to the world through movies. After the movie was over, a Hong Kong director couldn't help but say, "You can't just shoot some bad things. Hong Kong is still very beautiful." Yes, I don't recommend that this movie continue to be shown. The directors in Taiwan couldn't help but say, "The movie is well made, why can't it be shown? Haven't you also made similar movies? It's different. This one is too straightforward." A director in Hong Kong couldn't help but interrupt. "We will highlight the beautiful things such as family affection and friendship, instead of focusing only on these bad things." Chen Shiping sat there listening to their argument and didn't intend to interrupt. The movie was well made, very much in the style of the six generations, but what the Hong Kong director said made some sense. From the perspective of publicity, such a movie is indeed not good for the city's image and will have a negative impact. But these problems are real. No one pays attention to the lives of marginalized people. What's wrong with directors filming them? If more people can see them and have some positive impact, these movies are successful. There are many problems involved, just like many documentaries, which are very well shot, but rarely seen by the public. Chen Shiping feels that he will encounter these problems in the future. How should he choose then? Today he wants to hear what different sparks can be created by directors from Taiwan and Hong Kong. Maybe there will be a good answer for him. Art is art, and this is a truth. There is nothing shameful about it. But this has a bad influence, and is not fair. If there are too many such movies, everyone will be involved. Just like the gangster movies in Hong Kong are deeply rooted in people's hearts. Everyone thinks that the streets of Hong Kong are full of young and dangerous people. But young and dangerous people are loyal. Brotherhood, this is how we deal with and weaken the negative. This will only mislead the audience. We also guide young and dangerous people to be positive. But the problem is that there are only a few such movies. What impact can they have on society? There can't be no one who tells the truth. Taiwan dares to say it. Look at what your movies have developed into. Chen Shiping sat there and suddenly realized something. The output of the sixth generation of movies is indeed not high. Compared with many positive movies, it is not worth mentioning at all. It stands to reason that it should not have any impact. Why are they so famous? Chen Shiping thought about it for a while and figured it out. It's because they are always banned. The more they are banned, the more famous they become. The more they are banned, the more European and American film festivals like them. In fact, even if they are left alone, what kind of splash can they make? They made a film about the pain of marginalized people, so why don't we make 10 films that inspire people to move forward? Most of the filmmakers of the 6th generation are obscure and difficult to understand. A large part of the audience who have watched it are out of curiosity, wanting to see what shameful things are in a banned film. In fact, after watching it, you will find that there is nothing amazing in the movie, but it makes people drowsy. Chen Shiping now has the answer in his mind. Creation is free. As long as the position is not distorted, there is no need to interfere. How to promote the image of the city and the country is a problem that the superiors should consider, not these directors who are engaged in art. Directors cannot be asked to think about what should be done for the superiors. Chen Shiping took a deep breath and stood up. He looked at the directors who were arguing and said, "There is nothing to debate. Let's continue the screening in the afternoon." If a movie can ruin the image of a city, it means that the city is originally very bad. After that, Chen Shiping went out, leaving a group of directors looking at each other. Wang Xiaoshui and others looked at Chen Shiping's departing back and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. That's right. You can't blame the director for everything that happens. Why can't we film things that exist in society? It's only true that you have the ability to solve these problems. What's the point of solving the people who raise the problems? The movie continued to be shown. The situation was similar to what Chen Shiping thought. Many people went in, and many people left. When interviewing people who had finished watching the movie, he would wipe his mouth and say, "I fell asleep and didn't know what was filmed." Only a few people were really touched after watching the movie. For ordinary audiences, this is just a boring movie, and they won't feel how bad the city is after watching it. The survival of the 6th generation should not be in the cracks. The more they are in the cracks, the more curious they are, and they regard it as the truth. Chen Shiping thought of the things he had done recently, and understood a truth that he didn't quite understand before. Some things can have miraculous effect if they are put on the table. Just like the differentiation and restriction on Hong Kong movies this time, if they hide behind and secretly make small moves, they will not be completed in another 10 years. Only the Great Sun will make all the demons and monsters disappear. The film culture exchange meeting ended with Chen Shiping's thinking. The exchange meeting was very successful, and the Directors Association was successfully established. It also received investment from several investors in Hong Kong and Taiwan for 5 films a year. Chen Shiping now has the investment for 5 films, but there is no sign of the film yet, which makes the directors in the association eager to make a move. Reach out for money. Teng Wenji looked at Chen Shiping and said with a smile, "Vice President, give me one of the 5 places. I just happen to have a movie that is short of funds." Chen Shiping said with a smile, "Submit an application first and submit the script together." Teng Wenji's expression changed, and he said in a friendly way, "Director Chen, there is no need to be like this. I will be transferred to the Beijing Film Studio soon. We will be a family in the future. Even if you are from the Beijing Film Studio now, you have to submit an application. It's useless to get close to me." After Chen Shiping finished speaking, he stopped looking at Teng Wenji. He looked very wretched with a beard, and it was annoying to look at him anymore. When he is transferred to the factory, he will be hidden away. Still want to make a movie to deceive young girls? Dream on. Chapter 181. The first bird to stand out gets shot. In a hidden booth in the brightly lit Regent Hotel, Chen Shiping looked at Shi Nancheng and said, "Pick one of the directors in Hong Kong, and I'll give you one of the 5 investment quotas first." Shi Nancheng was about to speak when Chen Shiping continued, "Your husband can't do it. To be more precise, not now. You've whetted their appetite first, and now you have to give them benefits, but you decide who to choose." Shi Nancheng didn't expect Chen Shiping to say this, as if he knew everything about his and Zuke's plans, and he didn't intend to control it. Chen Shiping looked more terrifying like this, as if he was watching them jumping up and down with a smile, but everything was in his hands. After thinking for a while, Shi Nancheng said, Since director Chen has said so, I definitely have no objection. I will select a suitable candidate as soon as possible. Chen Shiping nodded without much concern, and then said, I will return to the mainland in a few days. Please pay more attention to the situation in Hong Kong, especially in Taiwan. If there is anything, please contact me at any time. Okay. After chatting with Shi Nansheng, Chen Shiping went upstairs. Otherwise the mainland director would be upset again if he saw that he had given a quota. There are a total of 5 investment quotas, 1 for Hong Kong and 4 for mainland directors, but Chen Shiping has not given any yet. These 5 quotas are not just as simple as investment, but also the key to Chen Shiping's promotion of the producer system. Therefore, it is necessary to wait until Chen Shiping returns to the mainland and confirms the pilot producer system with the leaders of the film bureau before he can have an aim to promote changes in the factory. The producer system is not just as simple as the producer controlling the investment and taking charge of the early projects and keeping an eye on the director during the filming process. It involves the cooperation between the various departments of a crew, and at the same time, a certain assembly line model must be formed. The big producer model can promote the industrialization of the film industry. Hollywood already has a mature route, and Chen Shiping can learn from them in the development of industrialization. After Chen Shiping and his team returned to the mainland, it was already New Year's Day. He also temporarily suppressed the investment quota in the association on the grounds that the Chinese New Year was coming soon. He would wait until after the Chinese New Year to show his cards with the directors in the association. If you want to get investment, you must accept Chen Shiping's producer system. Lack of money is always a pain in the film and television industry. As long as there is money and nominal support, many directors will join Chen Shiping half-heartedly. Under the dim light, Chen Shiping came out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel. Tao Human, who was helping him organize his things, looked back and said, "Why don't you wear pajamas? Why wear pajamas? You have to take them off anyway." Chen Shiping came behind Tao Human with a sly smile and hugged her directly and said, "Don't clean up, let's get down to business first." Chen Shiping's hand reached directly under her pajamas and pinched her with his hot palm. Tao Human's face suddenly flushed with shame, and she said softly, "What are you doing? I haven't packed up yet. You clean me up first, I can't wait." Chen Shiping picked up Tao Human and walked towards the bedroom. Tao Human's blushing face was dripping with water. After arriving at the bedroom, she fell on the bed and her slippers fell to the ground. Chen Shiping was stunned after taking a glance. The socks that Xiao Beike wore today were not right. He walked over and grabbed her ankles. After pushing her pajamas up, he found that she was not only wearing stockings, but also long ultra-thin stockings. Nothing is more exciting than silken pants. Chen Shiping pounced on her and quickly took off Xiao Beike's packaging. Tao Human, who was only wearing black stockings under the light, was as beautiful as if she had walked out of a painting. Chen Shiping looked at the slender and slender legs and kept stroking them with some love. The hot palm kept caressing, making Tao Human hum. Chen Shiping looked at her and said, "Can you take the initiative for once?" Tao Human's eyes turned, and she blushed and said, "No, aren't you ashamed? Well, I'll do it then." After that, Chen Shiping took the initiative. The next morning, Chen Shiping stood on the balcony and looked at the snow-white ground outside. New Year's Day had passed, and 1991 had also passed. Just like the line in Party A and Party B, 1991 had passed, and I missed it very much. Chen Shiping also missed 1991, but he was looking forward to 1992 even more. This year's Lunar New Year holiday has not ended yet, and the box office of Party A and Party B is still rising steadily, and the overall box office market in the mainland is constantly expanding. Everyone in the entire film and television industry was jubilant at the end of 1991, feeling unprecedented hope and vitality. After breakfast in the morning, Chen Shiping went to work in the light snow. He had been in Hong Kong for more than half a month, and there was still a lot of work waiting for him to do in the factory. First, he went to the co-production department to review the co-production application for next year and selected suitable projects to be approved and then submitted to the higher authorities. After that, He went to the distribution department to check the various work of the distribution department in the past 6 months. After finishing these, Chen Shiping went to the film bureau to hold a meeting to report on his work. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Chen Shiping came out of the film bureau with several approval documents in his hand. The document of the formal approval of the establishment of the Directors Association and the pilot document of the Beijing Film Studio as a producer system. The second document also included some opinions on the establishment of a subsidiary of the Beijing Film Studio. Chen Shiping wanted to separate several workshops in the factory and set up subsidiaries. Although the Beijing Film Studio had long been restructured into a company, it was actually still a film studio model, which was not what an enterprise should be. Chen Shiping took these documents, returned to the factory, held meetings with the factory committee for several days, and then decided to officially start implementing them in 1992. However, there will definitely be some resistance when these things are implemented, such as making the printing workshop independent as a subsidiary and only retaining one printing room in the factory. At that time, the printing company will be completely responsible for its own profits and losses, and it would be strange if there was no trouble over there. However, the domestic printing technology is lagging behind the international level. Chen Shiping was unwilling to print "Farewell My Concubine" in the factory. Just imagine how big the problem is. In addition to the printing workshop, there are also art, location bases and other departments that need to set up companies. It is difficult for these departments to continue to improve their technology by relying solely on the film projects in the factory, and it is difficult to maintain them if they all rely on the factory to allocate funds. It is necessary to contact more external projects, accumulate more experience, and earn more profits before they can develop. Domestic film studios are different from the big Hollywood studios. Domestic film studios have more restrictions and are not so free, so it is difficult to develop a film industry. Each province in the country has its own film studio. Too much dispersion will lead to a lack of concentration of talents and industries. Chen Shiping wants to completely break the restrictions of the Beijing Film Studio, compete and fight, and make it larger. However, there are still many problems. It is impossible to do it all at once, and it may even be worse. Chen Shiping has to take it slowly and step by step. It snowed for several days in Beijing, and the road was covered with snow that had just been swept. Chen Shiping walked out of the factory step by step. Looking at the snow flying all over the sky, he thought of the love letter. The novel has been published for a year and has enough readers. Now may be a good time to make it into a movie. But before filming the movie, he had to do more important things first. He wanted to give Talhuman a love letter. At the gate of the family area, before Chen Shiping walked in, Talhuman ran out. "You are finally here. Hurry up, or they will get off work." Talhuman hurriedly pulled Chen Shiping out, excited like a child. Chen Shiping wrapped her in his coat, rubbed her head and said, "It's not too late. There is still more than an hour before get off work ends." Talhuman, with only her head exposed in the coat, pulled Chen Shiping forward, muttering to hurry up. "What if? Anyway, just walk faster. Why don't we drive? Why do we have to walk? We should take one step at a time and move towards a happy future together. Is that so? I thought you regretted it halfway and wanted to run away. Go to hell. I don't regret it." On the white snow, the two figures snuggling together left a long string of footprints, with big footprints covering small footprints, and you are in me, and I'm in you. At night, Chen Shiping looked at Talhuman, who was sitting on the bed and laughing silly, and couldn't help but lean over and said, "You have been laughing all night, as if we were living together for the first time." Talhuman solemnly put the two small notebooks under their pillows and said, "That's different. We are legal now." "What's the matter? What's the difference if it's legal?" Chen Shiping asked with a smile as he went to bed. Talhuman smiled mysteriously and pulled the quilt to cover Chen Shiping. He said with a smile, "Of course it's different. Today I can sleep with you openly." Chen Shiping in the quilt was full of questions. Shouldn't he have said this word? "So after it's legal, you'll take the initiative, right? You were just pretending before!" Exclamation mark. In the bed, Talhuman hooked Chen Shiping under her body with her legs. Her small feet in stockings stepped on Chen Shiping's chest, and her toes flicked on his chest a few times before going all the way down. Chen Shiping seemed to be controlled by a hard control and could only watch Talhuman do whatever she wanted to him. Under the dim light, Talhuman was like a blooming rose, swaying in a very charming way. She propped herself up with her hands, and her legs were stretched straight and placed on the other side of Chen Shiping. Chen Shiping looked sideways and found that Talhuman's whole body was suspended in the air. There was a very regular rhythm in her breathing, just like making rice cakes during the Chinese New Year. After a long time, the two sat on chairs, with their legs on the bed, drinking tea and smiling at each other, and heavy snow was floating outside the window behind them. The teacups in the room were steaming, and the warm yellow light shone on the two of them, looking so peaceful, completely different from the previous passionate passion. In the following days, Chen Shiping asked for leave from the factory, invited his relatives and friends to dinner, and moved from the family quarters to Mayanhuahutang. Mayanhuahutang was bustling with fireworks all day that day. When the warm winter sun shone into the courtyard of the quadrangle, Chen Shiping had already gotten up and was sweeping the snow in the yard. He now regretted why he bought the quadrangle. Sweeping the yard was not an easy job. The ground was covered with colored paper and red paper from firecrackers, mixed with frozen snow, and it was difficult to sweep. Chen Shiping sighed and waved the broom vigorously. Talhuman came out of the house at this time, yawned in the sun, and looked at Chen Shiping, who was sweeping the floor with a happy smile on his face. He stretched and went to the kitchen to make breakfast. Life is naturally different now, and you can no longer be as casual as before. Chen Shiping's daily life has become more enjoyable, but his work has also become busier. In the past, you could get to the factory through the city gate, but now you have to drive to work. Thinking about it, it would be better not to move. But there is one advantage of moving, that is, you won't see directors who turn around and walk away with a snort in the family building. The directors in the factory now know that Chen Shiping is going to set up a producer system, and they are all protesting. Many directors in the director's room of the Creative Arts Center gathered together to discuss this matter. Chen Shiping is going against the grain. More than 10 years ago, he had to let him live with cows. The producer system is a Hollywood model. Don't say those nonsense. I just have one thing to say. I won't make movies unless the factory removes this pilot. Yes, I won't make movies either. Go to the factory director to protest. After Chen Shiping came to the factory, he saw many people whispering about something behind his back. He didn't need to think about what these people were discussing. But he didn't care. He had already known these things in his mind. There was no need to be afraid of difficulties. He just worked slowly. If he really encountered a troublemaker who didn't listen, he could just transfer him away. There are so many new directors graduating every year. The producer system doesn't really need that many directors. It's enough for ordinary new directors. At this time, Teng Wenji from the Zion Film Studio was sitting in Wu Xianming's office. He said helplessly, "Director, can't this transfer order be taken back?" Wu Xianming rolled his eyes at him and said, "Your files have been sent out. You're the one who's leaving, and you're the one who's coming back. What do you think the factory is?" Teng Wenji said with a bitter face, who knew that the Beijing film studio would suddenly start some producer pilot program. Wu Xianming smiled and said, "That's perfect. You go and infiltrate the inner circle, and help me see how many friends are unwilling to accept it. If I succeed, can you help me transfer back?" "Sure." On the other side, Chen Shiping, who came to work at the factory, hadn't even sat down to finish reading today's newspaper when Mei Juan came over to report on her work. "Director, I've registered Wang Xiaoshui and the others for several film festivals, and we should be able to make back our investment by then." Chen Shiping hummed and asked without much concern, "Do they have any idea of making a new movie now?" Everyone except Wang Xiaoshui. Mei Juan looked at Chen Shiping's expression and said, "Do you want to tell them about the investment?" Chen Shiping looked up at Mei Juan and said, "You guys can be their producers. First, use them to practice, and also promote the concept of producers. This will give the old comrades in the factory a buffer." Mei Juan nodded immediately and said, "Okay, I promise to promote the producer model in the factory." "Okay, then you go and get busy." After Chen Shiping finished his instructions, he no longer cared about the problems of the 6th generation. "They have been learning from me for so long, paying money and teaching skills, and now they are being used as guns by me. There is nothing wrong. Let the old comrade see, set an example, and be the first bird to be shot. Sorry, I was going to finish writing before 12 o'clock, but I got delayed. There were too many things to do during the Chinese New Year, and I had no choice but to go back home. From today on, I will update continuously. I will try to resume the weekly update in a few days. Chapter 182 Prove with actions that Dio-chan is beautiful. People were coming and going in the noisy Mayan Hutong, and there were children holding firecrackers and hiding in the dark, throwing them to scare people when they saw someone coming. As soon as Chen Shiping opened the car door and got out of the car, a firecracker appeared at his feet. It exploded with a bang, red paper scraps flew up, and the strong smell of gunpowder rushed straight into his nose. Chen Shiping was startled, and just as he turned his head, he heard 4 or 5 children running away with laughter. Is this a welcome ceremony for new neighbors? Thank you so much. Chen Shiping decided to go back and give them the whole big one. If he didn't give it to them and scared them to pee their pants, Director Chen would not be a good person. I'm back. I bought some firecrackers. Chen Shiping pushed open the door and walked in and shouted loudly, "Husband, come quickly, I got some in my eyes while washing my hair." Tao Human's voice also came from the side room of the courtyard. Chen Shiping hurried in, put down the firecracker in his hand, and used a towel to wipe Tao Human's eyes, whose head was full of foam. "Why do you wash your hair at home?" Chen Shiping wiped it carefully and kept muttering, "It's so cold, why don't you go to the bathhouse? If not, you can wait for me to come back." Tao Human squinted one eye, looked at the nagging Chen Shiping, and kept smiling foolishly. After Chen Shiping wiped her clean, he pinched her face helplessly and said, "Sit down, I'll help you wash." Tao Human nodded and sat down obediently. Chen Shiping stood behind her and washed her hair gently. After a while, Tao Human wiped her hair clean and said with a smile, "Marriage really makes men mature." Chen Shiping said speechlessly, "You talk as if I haven't washed your hair before." "That's different." Tao Human didn't explain to Chen Shiping. She reached out and took the bag of fire-baked bread and smelled it and said, "The one at the entrance of the alley? I heard it's a century-old store." "Yes, but I don't know if it's a century-old store. It smells good. It's quite convenient to live here. You can buy everything. It's much more convenient than living in the factory." "Yes, it's inconvenient for me. I almost got late for work today." "Who told you not to sleep at night and not get up in the morning?" "It's you who made me stay up at night." "It was obviously you who did it the last few times." The two of them bickered, and time passed little by little. The days were plain, but they made people feel at ease. Life at home is naturally comfortable, but it's different outside. Whether it's the factory or the overall film market, there is a sense of tension undercurrent. In the film studio, directors were protesting against the producer system promoted by Chen Shiping and had gone to Song Heng to make trouble more than once. However, Song Heng ignored them at all, saying that he would retire next year and just wanted to serve for the last year. "Director, please say something. What is your attitude towards this matter?" Song Heng took a sip of tea and said with a smile, "My opinion is not important. It has been approved by the higher-ups, so just execute it. Can the producer system produce good movies? The director is the soul of a movie. Among so many classic movies in China, which one was produced under the producer system?" "That's right. Deputy Director Chen is both a producer and a director. He must have supported it. How can he do that?" "Yes, it's unfair to be a referee and a contestant at the same time." Song Heng kept smiling and waited until they had finished speaking before saying, "If Shiping makes a movie in the future, he will also follow the producer system. If he is a producer, he won't be a director. It's all the same. No one is an exception." "Oh, then who in the factory can be his producer, and it's up to him to decide how to do it." "I'll be his producer," Song Heng said with a smile. "We were just talking about this yesterday. Since he was the one who promoted the producer system, he must be the first to take the lead." Several directors in the office looked at each other with a trace of disdain in their eyes. "Let's see who else will respond to your producer system besides you, Chen Shiping. There are so many directors in the factory. At worst, they can just not make movies, or directly ask other factories for investment. If they don't ask you, Deputy Director Chen, let's see what you can do." Song Yu also knew their plan, but he knew more clearly that Chen Shiping had recruited several new directors, and that there would be directors from Hong Kong coming to the mainland after the new year. By then, there will be many people willing to follow Chen Shiping. As long as there is the first person to benefit, these so-called offensive and defensive alliances will collapse from the inside. Most literati are not tough people, otherwise there would not be only a few strong people in thousands of years of history. After these noisy directors left, Song Yu called Chen Shiping's office. "Shiping, I just said it, don't interfere with your next movie." Chen Shiping held the phone and hummed, "You decide. I won't write the script. You can ask someone from the literature department to write it. Okay, you must show your attitude to everyone, otherwise they won't be convinced." After Song Yu talked to Chen Shiping for a few more words, he hung up the phone and called Jiang Huoyan over. Jiang Huoyan is now in charge of the literature department, so it's natural for him to write the script. Jiang Huoyan also knows that the factory has been in a serious mess recently, but he is happy in his heart. Under the producer system, the status of screenwriters will also rise. At least the director can't just adapt the script of the play. Some directors don't know anything, so they mess around and make a good script look incomprehensible. After arriving at the director's office, Jiang Huoyan looked at the novel that Song Heng pushed over and couldn't help but wonder, isn't this Shiping's novel? Why do you want us to write the script? Song Heng sighed and said, "Old Jiang, don't ask when you know the answer. Go back and find a few young people to get it done as soon as possible." Jiang Huoyan agreed, and after leaving the office, he went back to the literature department to find a few of the most active young editors to work on the script of Love Letter. Young people are energetic, and they don't have so many concerns. When they create a script, they will also be willing to ask the original author for advice. The most important thing is that they will spread the news. In this way, the script will not deviate from Chen Shiping's expectations, and the fact that Deputy Director Chen abides by the rules himself can also be spread. It's a two birds at one deal. As expected, the development of the matter was just as they expected. These editors would go to Chen Shiping for consultation almost every other day. Moreover, the news soon spread throughout the factory, and even the film circles in the mainland knew that Beijing Film Studio was going to shoot Love Letter. When Yu Fihang of Beijing Film Studio knew about it, she immediately began to look forward to it. She was determined to get the heroine. However, the recent reform of Beijing Film Studio has also been widely reported, and now it is a little unclear who will be in charge of the movie Love Letter. When everyone was thinking about looking for Chen Shiping, Song Heng started to prepare and invited all suitable actresses. Song Heng was very high profile this time and has not revealed who the director is until now. When others asked, there were also several potential candidates. It is completely emphasizing the characteristics of the producer system, so that everyone begins to get used to slowly accepting the producers leading the movie and ignoring the existence of the director. Chen Shiping has been like a transparent person during this period. He only occasionally chats with several editors in the literature department and really regards himself as the original author. "Your script is very well written. I have no objection. Take it to the director." In the office of the distribution department, after Chen Shiping returned the script to the editor, the mobile phone on the table rang. "Hello, who is this?" Chen Shiping said indifferently. "Director Chen, this is Zuking. Do you have time to come out for dinner together?" "No, I have something else to do. I'm hanging up." After saying that, Chen Shiping hung up the phone. Zuking heard the busy tone in the receiver and stamped her feet in anger. However, Chen Shiping's phone did not stop ringing. It soon rang again. Looking at the unfamiliar number on the line, he still picked up the phone. A gentle female voice came from the other end of the phone again. "My Deputy Director Chen, how long have you not come to me? If you want to break up with me, please tell me the truth. I'm busy." Chen Shiping explained awkwardly. Chen Hang snorted, as if she was in a bad mood, and then asked softly with some complaints, "Are you busy tonight? I miss you." "Then wait for me at home. I'll go over after get off work." "Okay. What do you want to eat? I'll prepare it now." Chen Hang's somewhat excited voice sounded, and Chen Shiping couldn't help laughing, and whispered, "It doesn't matter what you eat, or not eat, as long as you are enough. Huh, you just know how to coax people." Chen Hong tilted her head and thought for a while and said, I know what to eat. Come over early. After get off work. You're so mysterious. Wait for me at home. After get off work in the afternoon, when Chen Shiping passed by Song Yu's office, he looked inside and found that he was receiving guests. He glanced at it casually and left. The peripheral vision only caught a back figure with pigtails. In the evening, when Chen Shiping came to Chen Hong's side, he didn't see anyone in the yard. When he came to the house, he saw her bending over the table to arrange things. Chen Hong heard the footsteps and looked back at him. With a smile on her face, she asked, have you guessed what we are having dinner tonight? Smelling the sesame oil in the room, Chen Shiping smiled and said, wontons. You guessed right. I bought them from the guest house and cooked them myself. Chen Hong smiled and said, we haven't been there for a long time. I don't know if we'll have the chance to go there in the future. Chen Shiping raised his eyebrows slightly, put his arm around her and said, I haven't been there for a long time either. Is what you bought enough for me? Chen Hong looked up at him and smiled and said, one bowl per person. Anyway, you said that having me is enough. Okay, eat the wontons first and then you. Chen Shiping kissed her on the face. When eating the wontons, Chen Hong didn't eat much. She mostly fed Chen Shiping with a spoon. After eating the wontons, Chen Shiping picked up Chen Hong and walked into the house before the bowls were collected. 2 bowls of wontons are enough for everyone. We must have some more dishes. In the bedroom, Chen Shiping looked at the cute, bright and beautiful Chen Hong and couldn't help asking, do you have Dio-chan's clothes? Chen Hong couldn't help raising her chin and said, I knew you would do this. I asked someone to make a set for me. Wait for me to put it on. Chen Shiping couldn't help but reach out and give a thumbs up. Dio-chan is the perfect version of Chen Hong. After watching Chen Hong take off her clothes one by one and put on Dio-chan's clothes, Chen Shiping felt that it was normal for Lu Bu to be hurt by alcohol and sex. Who wouldn't be confused? At this time, Chen Shiping's mobile phone outside started ringing, but he didn't care about it anymore. He hugged Chen Hong around the waist and said, you are so beautiful. Chen Hong touched his face lightly with her nose, licked her red lips and said, words are useless. We have to see the actual actions. What actions? Speed, strength, time, number of times, and posture are all necessary. Only then can we prove that you are telling the truth. After a long time, Chen Shiping looked at Chen Hong, who was sweating in his arms, rubbed her head and said, do you have something to tell me? Chen Hong leaned in his arms, drew circles on his chest and said, I have nothing to do recently. I just miss you. Is 3 Kingdoms done? No, it will take a long time. I haven't had anything to do recently. Chen Hong looked up at Chen Shiping and asked, does your factory have any movies to shoot recently? Do you have any roles? Small ones are fine. You don't come to see me. You're getting moldy from idleness. Listening to Chen Hong's words, Chen Shiping smiled and said, are you talking about Love Letter? The most popular movie in the factory recently is Love Letter. I didn't say that. Chen Hong put her face against his chest and said, if you really ask me to go, I won't go, so that your husband won't be jealous and quarrel with you later. So obedient? Chen Shiping pinched her face and said, but it's really hard for me to decide the choice of actress directly. You know the current situation of the factory. We still have to go through the formalities. Director Song has also contacted me. Chen Hong looked up at Chen Shiping and asked, do you think I should go for the interview? Chen Shiping hesitated and said, go. Chen Hong's eyes flashed with surprise, and she said happily, then I'll go tomorrow. It's a good time to find something to do. After filming Love Letter, I can go to the 3 Kingdoms crew. Chen Shiping smiled silently, but didn't say anything. He really didn't do much for Chen Hong, and he really had to make up for it. At this time, in a restaurant in Beijing, Song Yu and a few people walked out. He said a little drunkenly, don't worry, I will talk to Shiping about this matter later, and it's almost certain. Then I'll trouble Director Song. I'll see you off. Yu Fihang smiled as she watched her elders back as he saw Song Yu off. She happily stood on tiptoe and watched the snowflakes slowly falling from the sky and reached out to catch a piece. The cold snowflakes melted quickly in her hands. Yu Fihang held the melted snow in her palm and smiled confidently. The next day, Chen Shiping came to work at the factory and was called over by Song Yu. In the office, Chen Shiping looked at him speechlessly and said, "Director, you should at least tell me in advance." Song Yu rolled his eyes and said, "I called you last night and you didn't answer. Then you can't just agree directly. I haven't even met him yet." Chen Shiping had just agreed to Chen Hang yesterday. How could he go back on his word? Song Hang said curiously, "Didn't Yu Fi Hang say that she knows you? She also said that she recommended herself to you to play a love letter." This time it was Chen Shiping's turn to roll his eyes, and he said speechlessly, "So many people in the country know me, why don't you agree to all of them?" Song Hang immediately said in a dishonest manner, "Hey, boy, I tell you I'm the producer, and you're not the director. You have no right to interfere." Chen Shiping, are you shooting yourself in the foot? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183. Yu Fi Han was scolded and cried. There was light snow outside the window. The office was heated. The white teacup on the table was constantly steaming. The faint scent of tea entered Chen Shiping's nose, making him feel much calmer. Song Yu, who was sitting opposite him, smiled and said, "Xiao Yu is very good, very experienced, and good looking. Don't be so picky. She is too dark, not thin enough, and has a neutral temperament." Chen Shiping looked at Song Yu and said mercilessly. Song Yu sighed and said, "You are so talkative. How can she be dark? She is such a quiet girl. The key is that I have a favorite candidate." Chen Shiping took a sip of tea and said. Song Hang asked curiously, "Who?" Chen Shiping, "Chen Hang. She is even less suitable. She is a classical beauty. If she plays Yang Giffey, she is almost suitable." Song Hang continued to persuade, "Shipping, I have already promised her. Just give her face. If you think there is something wrong with Xiao Yu, let her change it." Seeing that Chen Shiping wanted to speak, Song Hang hurriedly said, "I didn't ask you for help. You have to help me with this for a while. Did you accept the benefits from others?" Chen Shiping became interested. He didn't expect Song Hang to care so much about Yu Fi Han. Song Hang sighed and said, "Every family has its own problems. Just do me a favor." Chen Shiping thought it might be related to his family. After thinking about it, he didn't ask any more questions. Song Hang supported him so much, and he couldn't not give him face. Yu Fi Han is Yu Fi Han. Let her lose weight, beautify her skin and read more books. She can always adjust. However, how to explain it to Chen Hang became a problem. Although I didn't make it clear yesterday, it was basically equivalent to agreeing. It's hard to say if I regret it today. After leaving Song Chang's office, Chen Shiping went to the Art Creation Center. After entering, most directors were indifferent to him. Before, everyone envied the few people who directed Chen Shiping, but the premise was that they could only let Chen Shiping be the director and give up their power. But the current producer system completely takes away their rights. Who can tolerate this? Director Li Wenhe, who has worked with Chen Shiping several times, took the initiative to talk to Chen Shiping. He was going to retire anyway and didn't care about these things. What's more, after working with Chen Shiping, he got a lot of benefits, so he would naturally give him face. After chatting with Li Wenhe for a few words, Chen Shiping looked up the film projects that had passed the review of the factory, but now no director was willing to work, and these plans were just plans. Chen Shiping flipped through it for a while, and found that the name of a project was quite familiar, but it was not approved this year. It was a manuscript commissioned by the Department of Literature in 1990, and it was only completed and submitted this year. The name of this project is Dasaba. Chen Shiping looked at the two names on the screenwriter column, and couldn't help smacking his lips. Feng Xiao Gang and Zheng Xiao Lang. Chen Shiping thought about it, and took the script away. He would use this to compensate Chen Hang. Dasaba is a good movie, and it will be good if it is well acted. This needs to be filmed by Xiao Gang, but I don't know if Xiao Gang is willing to be the director now. Chen Shiping didn't see Xiao Gang in the director's office, so he took the script back to his office. After reading the script carefully, he called Mei Juan to come over. Go back and do the preparation work for this script. I have decided on the male and female protagonists and the director. You can arrange the rest. Mei Juan took the script, took a look at it, and asked, "Director, who is the director? Is it Wang Xiaoshui or someone else?" "Find Xia Gang. Go find him, and tell him that I decided on him." Chen Shiping paused and said, "Go notify the production department, and get them all moving. Give them a chance instead of being a nanny. They are not active, and like to clean up the director's ass." Mei Juan forced a smile, feeling helpless. Those people in the production department are not lazy at all. It's just that they are not sure which side will win now. They used to be the ones who took care of shit and urine in the crew. Now tell him that he has more power than the director, and it's a little hard for him to accept it for a while. But the most important thing is that they don't have the courage in their hearts. If the producer system succeeds, it's fine. If it fails, he will still be the production director in the future. The directors will hate him and treat him like a cow or a horse. To put it bluntly, the paperman's status in the crew at this time is indeed not high. Whether it is the production director, the life producer or the external producer, they are just helping the director. To a certain extent, their power is not as great as that of the assistant director. They are indeed not brave enough to make a sudden move. Only a few producers who have worked with Chen Shiping are more courageous, but most producers are still unwilling to offend the directors and offend all the directors. Chen Shiping looked at Mei Juan and said, "Go back and notify them to come to my place for a meeting, and I will talk to them." When Mei Juan was about to leave, Chen Shiping stopped her again. "By the way, you guys should also show some appearance and take the lead. Go to the literature department more often to see if there are any good movies and good scripts. If there are good projects, report them. If you don't work hard, those directors will think they have won." Mei Juan immediately nodded and promised to do it. She is also very busy now and is still preparing for the movie of the 6 generations. After Chen Shiping finished all this, he was busy in the office for a while. Then he found the contact information Song Chang gave him and called Yu Fihang to ask her out. Since she wanted to play the role of love letter, she had to meet Chen Shiping's requirements. Yu Fihang is indeed a little dark now, and her temperament is too cool. She needs to be more literary to be suitable for this role. However, Yu Fihang's temperament is not bad, so it should not be difficult to train her. Yu Fihang came over at noon. Chen Shiping looked at Yu Fihang, who was wearing all black, and felt that she was darker than he remembered. Yu Fihang felt a little embarrassed when Chen Shiping looked at her, thinking that he was angry that she bypassed her and went directly to Song Chang. She lifted her hair and said a little embarrassedly, "Director Chen, you are a little dark. You need to whiten your skin." Chen Shiping interrupted directly. "Yu Fihang, are you polite? Hey, is this agreeing to let me play the role of love letter?" After Yu Fihang figured it out, her unhappiness immediately disappeared, and she said happily, "Okay, I'll go to the beauty salon and drink more milk. Also, you need to lose weight, be thinner, and have a more artistic temperament." Chen Shiping looked at her for a few more times, sighed and said, "That's it for now. You go back to whiten and lose weight first. Losing weight is the most important. If you can't whiten, put on makeup." Yu Fihang felt that she was worthless because of Chen Shiping's criticism, and she had no self-confidence. She lowered her head and said sullenly. After she hummed, Chen Shiping couldn't help it and said, "Go back and find the dialogue teacher to make up lessons, and your voice should be softer and more ethereal. It's a bit too rough." Rough voice! Exclamation mark. Yu Fihang was really going to cry. Was she so bad? She was criticized from head to toe, and from inside to outside. Did she look down on herself so much? Yu Fihang said unconvincedly, "If Director Chen really doesn't want to use me, then I won't act. If it's possible, it would be the best. If it wasn't for Director Song asking, I wouldn't have chosen you." Chen Shiping said mercilessly. Yu Fihang was so angry that she cried. She wiped her tears and turned away. Chen Shiping looked at her back and pouted. If he didn't scold her, how could Song Chang's favor be shown to be valuable? If Yu Fihang was really angry and didn't want to act, she would have to remember Song Chang's favor, and she would have won less trouble. It was that she offended Yu Fihang, but it didn't matter to Chen Shiping. Yu Fihang ran out of Chen Shiping's office and couldn't control her tears. Originally, she came here with joy, wanting to cooperate with Chen Shiping and act in love letter. Now, after coming here, She was hit hard. How much damage these words can do to a 20-year-old girl. Yuffie Hong thought that she was still a fan of Chen Shiping's books and movies, and she felt even more sad. Her favorite idol actually looked down on her so much. Yuffie Hong, crying like a pear blossom in the rain, unconvincedly took out a small mirror from her bag. Looking at herself in the mirror amidst the light snow, she sadly discovered that she actually looked a little dark. Yuffie Hong ran all the way home and cried in bed for a long time and did not get up until after dark. She wiped her tears, looked at the dark room, and shouted madly, "I want to whiten my skin. I want to lose weight. I want to be beautiful. I want Chen Shiping to regret it." At this time, Chen Shiping suddenly sneezed, looked at the newly bought necklace in his hand, rubbed his nose, and walked into Chen Hong's house. In life, there are always things beyond your plan, and you don't know if Chen Hong will be angry. When Chen Hong saw Chen Shiping coming over today with a gift in his hand, a trace of sadness flashed in her eyes, and she forced a smile when she looked at Chen Shiping. "Why are you here again today?" Chen Hong pretended nothing happened, hugged Chen Shiping's arm and said, "This necklace is so beautiful, can you help me put it on?" Chen Shiping rubbed her head apologetically and put the necklace on her. "You'd better not go to the love letter. I found a new one for you. The script is not bad. I also asked Xia Gang to be the director and Jelyu to be the male lead. You know how popular they are now." After listening to Chen Shiping's explanation, Chen Hong felt much better, but she couldn't help asking, did she know and disagree? Chen Shiping's hand paused and said with a smile, "You think too much. It was Leo Song who promised this role to someone yesterday, and I didn't hear it when he called me. You know, Leo Song is pretty good to me. It's hard to refuse him when he asked me for help for the first time." Chen Hong finally understood the reason, and she felt less uncomfortable. She only blamed herself for working too hard last night. Otherwise, why would Chen Shiping not answer the phone? Alcohol and sex really mess things up. You must answer the phone in the future. Chen Hong also knew that many things in this world were beyond her control, but she was curious about who had approached Song Zion to decide on the role. Chen Shiping explained, a student of Beijing Film Academy, named Yuffie Hong, who played in the Joy Luck Club before, has a very good family background. "You? I know." Chen Hong sighed helplessly. Her background was indeed very good, and it was difficult for ordinary people to refuse. Speaking of background, Chen Hong also had a little background, but it was not very impressive. After Chen Shiping saw that Chen Hong could understand, he smiled and said, "After the filming is finished, I will introduce you to another Hong Kong film." Hearing that there was an additional compensation, Chen Hong was even happier, hugged Chen Shiping and kissed him. "Is director Xia Gang willing to shoot? Didn't you say that there were conflicts in the studio recently?" Chen Hong said with some concern. Chen Shiping laughed and said, "He won't refuse me. In fact, Xia Gang would not refuse. He had been in the film studio for so long, and he had only been a director a few times. However, he directed Chen Shiping once, and it was released during the Lunar New Year holiday. Now it has received tens of millions of box office. When the movie is released, it may be able to exceed 100 million at the box office. What a concept. The first director with a box office of over 100 million after the market reform. This is an achievement that will be remembered by history. These were all given to him by Chen Shiping. It was Chen Shiping who helped him suppress Zuken and the crew. How could he not remember Chen Shiping's kindness? So when Mei Juan came to him, Xia Gang agreed immediately. Xia Gang took the script and said with a smile, "Director Chen can just tell me directly. It's troublesome for you to make a trip." Mei Juan smiled and said, "There are some things I want to tell you. Don't tell anyone these days. Wait for me to notify you, otherwise someone will definitely cause trouble for you." Alas, the atmosphere in the factory is really not good now. Xia Gang is in the director's room every day, and what he hears most is that the directors discuss how to protest against the producer's system. Now in the director's room, criticizing Chen Shiping has become politically correct. Otherwise, it would be a betrayal of the director group. Xia Gang usually doesn't speak. He doesn't want to scold Chen Shiping, but he doesn't have the courage to stand up and support him. Mei Juan looked at him and thought that he was just like what Chen Shiping said, a little introverted and not very smooth, not domineering enough. Director Chen is also thinking about you. The one who sticks out gets hammered. He doesn't want to put too much pressure on you. In a few days, there will be a few new directors coming forward, and then you will be under less pressure. After explaining to Xia Gang, Mei Juan left, and she had to deal with other things. The internal reform of the factory is actually a battle. Chen Shiping is the commander-in-chief, and she is the one who leads the charge. Chen Shiping can be idle, but she can't be idle. At this time, Chen Shiping was driving home, with the windows open and the cold wind blowing into the car. Xiaobake has a very sensitive nose, and there can't be any smell on her body, otherwise she will definitely be angry again. Chen Shiping is now living more cautiously, not only to prevent Xiaobake, but also to prevent someone from pulling her braids. Like his current position, it is important and unimportant. The main influence comes from Chen Shiping himself, not from the position, so many people don't care too much. But if he goes one step further, it will be completely different. Maybe someone is watching him from behind. Although everyone's butt is not clean, it's always right to be careful. Some people always think that people in the 1980s are very conservative. In fact, you will know it if you go back to the village and listen to the gossip of the elders. This era is conservative in thought, but bold and avant-garde in action. He is very conservative in words, but in fact he is more open than anyone else. But the most important thing is that you must never say it. There are some things you can do, but you can't say them. Chapter 184 A Chance for Intimacy. In the clean courtyard, the chandelier hanging on the ginkgo tree emits a pale yellow light. There is a snowman under the ginkgo tree, with a red scarf tied around its neck. When Chen Shiping passed by the snowman, he resisted the urge to kick it away, patted the snowman's head, and went into the house. Pushing open the thick door curtain and going in, a burst of hot air hits you in the face. A few oranges placed next to the kettle on the stove in the house emit a burnt fragrance. Talhuman is sitting on the sofa in her pajamas, watching TV with her legs bent, cracking spiced melon seeds in her mouth. Oranges and melon seeds, aren't you afraid of getting angry? Chen Shiping said with a smile as he took off his coat. Talhuman replied absent-mindedly, while cracking melon seeds, I was just making tea. What are you watching so engrossed in? Chen Shiping smiled, and took a closer look at the TV, raised his eyebrows and said, the story of the editorial department? Yeah, it's very interesting. Talhuman laughed foolishly, suddenly turned her head to look at Chen Shiping and asked, why doesn't anyone make this type of movie? Chen Shiping shrugged and said, the dramatic tension is not enough, the movie time is too short, and it costs money to enter the cinema. Talhuman said, oh, and couldn't help but said, I heard that many advertising companies are now involved in TV drama production. What do you think about me opening an advertising company? Chen Shiping didn't expect Talhuman to have such an idea, and asked curiously, want to make a TV series? Yes, this kind of sitcom is so interesting. Talhuman said enthusiastically, I also shoot a story about a dance troupe. Chen Shiping couldn't help laughing. He thought Talhuman wanted to start a business. It seems that she can't sit still. Okay, I support you. I'll help you find a few editors later. Chen Shiping sat next to her and hugged her and said, I'll find someone from CCTV TV Drama Center to give you a filming permit. Then I'll find a few sisters to act. It will definitely be better than the story in the editorial department. Talhuman giggled, rubbed against Chen Shiping's arms, and suddenly raised her head and asked, are you in a hurry to have a child? No hurry, what's the matter, is our mother urging you? Yeah, she said she retired and wanted to be a grandmother with the child. Then I'll introduce a confinement nanny job to our mother. Haha, then you go and talk to her. Anyway, I don't dare. I don't dare either. Or let our dad go and talk to her. The two laughed together on the sofa. When they were not married, they urged them to get married, and when they were married, they urged them to have children. It seemed that there would be no end. But this is also a Chinese characteristic. If there is no such link in the new year, it will really lack some flavor. Chen Shiping has never thought about the issue of having children. Why should he have children for no reason? It can only cause trouble for himself. He has enough troubles now, and there are a lot of troubles every day at work. The next morning, several newcomers came to the director's office of the Beijing film studio. Everyone in the director's office looked at these young people with indifference in their eyes. The young people who came to the studio at this time must have been invited by Chen Shiping. Wang Xiaoshui and others also took the initiative to greet them. Seeing that no one paid attention to them, they were too lazy to talk nonsense. Anyway, they were here to mess up the pot, so what was there to talk about? After Wang Xiaoshui and others joined the company, Mei Juan came on time. Wang Xiaoshui, Lao Yi, Lu Zichang, Zhang Yuan. Mei Juan named several names in a row and said with a smile, "The production department has several movies looking for you to be directors. Come over." Wang Xiaoshui and others immediately stood up and said, "Thank you, Sister Mei." The others in the director's office couldn't help but snort coldly, knowing that Chen Shiping was going to play this game. But what good movies can these young people make? What can they do without any experience? After Wang Xiaoshui and others left, the director's office became lively. Chen Shiping has been forced by us to no end, and he has to find freshly graduated college students. Of course, I wonder how the factory will complete its production plan this year. When the time comes, he will have to come to us. Do you think he has nothing better to do? Why did he set up this producer system? Hey, he wants to do something big and move up. So he's using us as a stepping stone. I won't make a movie until he cancels this system. Anyway, these young people have no experience, and they will definitely not be able to make a movie in the end. They will just sit and watch Deputy Director Chen make a fool of himself. There are many directors in the director's room, and everyone said this, but the few who spoke were all older. Even if there was no pilot of the producer system, the directors with less experience would not have much chance to make a movie. Many young people were a little shaken at this time. Wang Xiaoshui and others were able to make movies right after they arrived, which made them very envious. Instead of joining forces with the old guys here, it would be better to join Chen Shiping. If they fight the old guys to the end, even if they win, they will not be able to make a movie. In the end, they still sit on the bench in the office and do odd jobs for their seniors in the crew. It is good that the producer system divides the rights of directors, but the key is that they have never been directors, so where can the rights be divided? Li Xiaohang sat in the corner, listening to everyone's discussion and never made any comments. She has had a lot of dealings with Chen Shiping in the past few years and always feels that Chen Shiping has a backup plan. They want to see Chen Shiping's jokes, but they are afraid that they will become a joke in the end, and they may really be beaten on the beach by young people. In the director-centered system of the film studio era, the director's power was too great. After the studio passed the approval, the director had the final say on how to shoot the movie, which actors to use, how to shoot, how to change the script, etc. It was all up to the director. Unlike the later capital entering the film and television industry, there is an investor above the director to restrict the director. The current director's power is really too great to be added. In order to get close to certain actresses, many directors use their power for personal gain. Find screenwriters to write a script, let the studio give money, and then use it to please the female stars. This kind of thing is not uncommon in the circle. To put it bluntly, many directors spend the factory's money to pick up girls. They even spend the factory's money to hire actors, and then raise their prices, to cheat the factory's money. At this time, another person came to the director's office. He had a mustache on his mouth, messy hair, and the whole person looked greasy. Long time no see. Teng Wenji greeted them with a smile, handed out cigarettes one by one, and found a seat to sit down. Teng Wenji saw that everyone's eyes were a little strange, so he asked curiously, "What are you talking about? Old Teng, you were transferred here at this time. Did Chen Shiping invite you?" Someone asked tentatively. Teng Wenji shook his head and said, "No, why do you ask? Don't you know that the factory has a producer system? It's not a good choice to come here at this time." "Well, I'm worried too. I originally came here with a script, but now I don't know what to do." Teng Wenji sighed and said, "If it doesn't work, I'll go back to the Xiang studio. Anyway, Director Wu said that I'm welcome to go back anytime." "Then why don't you go back? Don't waste time here. You still have your old boss, which is much better than us." "That's right. If I were you, I would go back to the Xiang studio now." Teng Wenji saw that these directors had a lot of opinions about Chen Shiping, and he had a plan in his mind to defeat Chen Shiping from within. Chen Shiping was offending the public, and maybe there was a chance to get rid of Chen Shiping. Last time, he even talked to me in an official tone. After all, I was one of the secretaries of the Directors Association, but I didn't even get a single investment quota. The director's office had become a denunciation meeting for Chen Shiping, but the production department on the other side was in full swing. Without mentioning the filming of Wang Xiaoshui and his friends, Chen Shiping's love letter and Xia Gang's big play are enough to keep these people busy. Now the whole factory is busy. Only the group of uncles in the director's office are idle, eating melon seeds, drinking tea and chatting. All departments in the factory are busy at this time. They don't care much about whether it is a producer system or a director-centered system. Anyway, it's not their turn to make the decision. But when they really start to do things, they find that they have a lot of power now, and their autonomy is much greater, without so many restrictions. The key is that many film projects are handled at the same time, and they find that the efficiency has been improved a lot, and there is a feeling of assembly line operation. It's like the people in the art workshop can make costumes and props at the same time, and form a set of standards. For example, these 6 generations of movies are all of the same type. If props are made according to the same standard, it won't be so troublesome to shoot this type of movie in the future. Even at Chen Shiping's request, the art workshop can now start to make some standardized props by itself. It doesn't matter if they are not used now. Anyway, they will be used in the future. In addition, the literature department now feels that the creative atmosphere is more relaxed. There is no need to work hard to write a script and then submit it to wait for sentencing. Now the production department will come to make requests, not to create a single script, but to put forward a type of film requirements and ask for scripts in large quantities. For example, if you want a police and gangster film, you will not ask for a single script, but at least 3 or more. The large number of films of the same type will also affect the production of other departments. It is easy to form a set of assembly line standards. Looking at the previous films of the film studio, there are very few films of the same type shot every year, and the same theme will only be repeated once every few years. This is not conducive to the development of industrialization. Some things are only used once, which is completely a small workshop model. Chen Shiping's current requirement is to create a batch of type films, so that there are too many films on the film market and fill the entire film market. Art films are to create a classic, but commercial films are to create a bunch of small boutiques. Now it is just immature. When it is a little more mature, you can make blockbusters, and then produce blockbusters at a high frequency, to speed up the progress of industrialization. Time waits for no one. Before Hollywood's strong landing, Chen Shiping must erect the first line of defense, and must not become someone else's ticket base. The Taiwanese film market is a lesson for the mainland. They all tried to engage in niche art, but in the end they lost miserably in business, and became someone else's ticket base. The market was hit, and art films were also in a dilemma. In the end, the entire film industry fell into a half-dead state. Chen Shiping's sense of urgency could not be told to others, and he could only develop silently on his own, even if no one understood. The Zhang Yuan project isn't working. Change the name. What the hell is this name? Chen Shiping looked at Mei Juan and cursed. You're just going to be a producer? How can you be a bastard? The movie itself is controversial, and you give it this name. Do you want it to be banned? Mei Juan looked at Chen Shiping helplessly. She knew that he was under a lot of pressure and therefore very angry, but she still said patiently, it wasn't named this at first, but Zhang Yuan. What's wrong with him? If he has any objections, get out. He can't make a movie if the name is changed. It makes him look rebellious, right? Chen Shiping slammed the plan on the table, pointed at Mei Juan and said, what does a producer do? If you can't do it well, change someone. Mei Juan silently picked up the plan and said, I know, let's change it now. Also, dig out those newcomers in the director's office, who have been assistant directors several times, but haven't been directors yet. Disintegrate them from within, and let the people in the production department be more proactive. Don't just move every time I urge them. Mei Juan listened silently, and didn't dare to say anything. Although she had asked everyone in the production department to do the work, but now there was no result. In the eyes of the leaders, it was equivalent to not doing it. Only when it was done, it was considered to be done. Otherwise it would only make oneself appear incompetent. However, after Zyagang was announced to take over the Dasaba project in a few days, the young directors in the director's office should have no psychological obstacles. At that time, the offensive and defensive alliance of the directors could be broken from the inside in one fell swoop, and then the directors whose projects were snatched away would be anxious. Quietly wait for the reversal of the situation. The producer system of the Beijing film studio must be established. After Mei Juan left, Chen Shiping drank a sip of tea to calm down. When he looked up, he saw a little head at the door of the office looking in furtively. Yu Fihan pursed her lips and peeked at Chen Shiping. She felt that he was too scary just now. She didn't expect him to have such a bad temper. When he was scolded a few days ago, she thought that was the limit of Chen Shiping's poisonous tongue. She didn't expect that he also had a tyrant side. Chen Shiping watched Yu Fihan put down the cup, frowned and shouted, "If you have something to say, come in and tell me. Why are you sneaking around?" "Oh." Yu Fihan came in obediently, walked to Chen Shiping and whispered, "I just want to ask when the filming starts, so that I can plan to lose weight and whiten my skin." "Half a month. You can manage your time yourself." Seeing her like this, Chen Shiping was too lazy to continue talking to her. She had made up her mind not to quit the role, so she couldn't keep hitting her, otherwise how could she act in the group? Seeing that Yu Fihan was still standing there, Chen Shiping asked again, "Anything else?" Yu Fihan nodded and mustered up the courage to ask, "Can I know who is the most suitable candidate in your mind?" "Nakayama Miho," Chen Shiping said without raising his head. Yu Fihan recalled and remembered that Nakayama Miho came to the mainland to film Chen Shiping's Jingwu Heroes. Thinking of Nakayama Miho's appearance and temperament, she finally understood why Chen Shiping disliked her. The more Yu Fihan thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. Why did it feel like Chen Shiping wrote the love letter completely based on the image of Zongshan Miho? Could it be that Chen Shiping liked Zongshan Miho? So he was angry that she had to play the role? The case was solved, and she had ruined his chance to have an intimate relationship with a beautiful woman. But she was not bad either, and she could also give you a chance to have an intimate relationship with her. Yu Fihan blushed and looked at Chen Shiping. "Chen Shiping? What kind of look is that?" Chapter 185 Director, we were wrong. The fluttering snow covered the mountains and the earth with a thick white veil. A gust of wind blew up the gravel like snowflakes and kept dancing. Chen Shiping sat in the car and rubbed his frozen hands, complaining and patting the useless car air conditioner a few times. "Director, this view is so beautiful." Zhao Fei sat in the passenger seat and looked at the scenery outside through the car window. He had already started to think about how to compose the picture in his mind. Chen Shiping sneezed, rubbed his nose and said, "If you think it's okay, give me the whole script later." Zhao Fei was stunned, turned his head to look at Chen Shiping and asked, "Director, you don't want to participate? I'm just a decoration. This time it's time to test your ability. How each department cooperates depends on you." Chen Shiping was determined to be lazy this time. The industrialization of film is a process of collectivization, standardization, streamlining, and specialization. From production to distribution, all the links must form a set of standards. This time, let him see the cooperation between these departments. The director-centered system is a small workshop. How the circle is formed by this center system. Chen Shiping leads a small team, Zhang Yimao leads a small team, Chen Cage leads a small team, and other directors do the same. They are all small circles composed of a small group of people. These small circles then form a large circle through regions or related interests, and finally become circles in the entertainment circle. The root of all this lies in the director-centered system. The Beijing circle is a circle formed around several directors and screenwriters, and other circles are similar. Obviously, the foundation of the film industry is so solid, but the film industrialization cannot be developed. Later, it was not even comparable to Japan and South Korea, not to mention India and Hollywood. Chen Shiping is now going to split up these small teams in the factory. The first thing is to cut himself. First, dismantle his own team, hide himself from the team, let them produce and cooperate independently, and they can still do a good job in changing projects and directors in the future. In the heavy snow, Zhao Fei got out of the car with a camera and took a lot of photos. Chen Shiping was wrapped in a military coat and leaned against the car door, smoking in the cold wind, and the smoke he exhaled was blown away by the wind. He was a little irritated now, otherwise he wouldn't have accompanied Zhao Fei to scout the location. It was not warm to sit in the office. This morning, the production department brought a lot of project ideas from the literature department. After reading them, he was so angry that he threw them directly into the trash can. They are still following the old routine. The market has changed, but these editors and editors have not changed at all. Even if you plagiarize, you can plagiarize Hong Kong movies or Hollywood movies. At least it should look like a commercial film. Chen Shiping smoked silently for a while, then threw the cigarette butt into the snow. The cold wind also calmed him down a lot. He had higher requirements for the literature department, and he should set an example himself. Zhao Fei, are you done? Go back when you are done. Chen Shiping shouted at Zhao Fei in the distance. Okay. Zhao Fei ran back in a hurry. Chen Shiping drove back to the factory and left Zhao Fei behind and went to the literature department by himself. After he went there, he pulled all the young editors in the literature department together to teach them. Chen's screenwriting course has officially started. The most important thing for a genre film is to be bold and have a novel subject matter. Look at Hollywood's Terminator, Home Alone, Alien, Die Hard, and The Godfather, all of which have created a new model. We should learn from this. Of course, gangster movies like The Godfather are not applicable in China, but we can also think about shooting anti-gang movies the other way around. Many cases in the crackdown can be made into movies. I'm not asking you to copy, but to extract their core element and analyze why their movies are successful. Let's not talk about the distant past, just look at Jackie Chan's movies. His action movies are very interesting. Look at the police and gangster movies you wrote. If the suspense and crime solving are not done well, the action and fighting scenes are useless. Don't write the story as if it were a reality. We should form a set of commercial film models that suit us and extract the element and key points that the audience likes to watch. As editors and screenwriters, we should go to the masses and see what the masses like to watch. Why do the audiences like to watch the kung fu movies I wrote and the comedies like Party A and Party B? We should think about the reasons. Of course, the most important thing is to put the masses at ease. Hollywood's personal heroism and capitalism are too serious and are not suitable for us. The stance is also very important. Put the audience at ease, and the audience will continue to watch the movie. Chen Shiping also listed the simplest and most applicable movie formulas for them. They can write a good script by following the formulas. There should be a climax after a few minutes of screening, how to arrange the role configuration of the movie, how to set up the development contradictions of the plot, etc. It is almost equivalent to teaching these people how to write a script from scratch. The editors and screenwriters of the literature department are indeed very suitable for this name. The literary quality is far greater than the entertainment quality. Since the top proposed entertainment films in 1987, it has been almost 5 years, and no decent entertainment films have appeared. These literati have a high opinion of themselves. What literati like does not mean that the audience likes it. It is not down to earth, entertaining, and commercial. The TV series itself is not high-end, so they can lower their status to shoot popular movies, but film practitioners always want to be highbrow, which is to push the audience away. After talking for more than an hour in one breath, Chen Shiping drank a sip of water with a dry mouth. He looked at the dozen editors and screenwriters and said, "I'll give you 1 week. Work in groups of 3, and write 3 action movie scripts, 3 comedy films, and 3 drama films. If you have any good science fiction ideas, you can also bring them up." "How long does that take?" An editor raised his hand and asked. Chen Shiping thought for a moment and said, "You'll have 1 week to come up with ideas and hand in the scripts after the spring." After that, Chen Shiping ignored them and went straight to talk to Jiang Huoyan. "Teacher Jiang, you're not angry that I'm interfering in the affairs of the Department of Literature, are you?" Chen Shiping asked with a smile. Jiang Huoyan rolled his eyes at him and said, "I dare not. You are the factory director." Deputy. Chen Shiping laughed and said, "I also graduated from the literature department. Now the factory is in a critical period of reform, and my mother's family must support it. Okay, I can't interfere with your affairs. Jiang Huayan took a sip of tea and paused and said, but what you just said is still very useful. I hope these young people can write good scripts. In the next few days, Chen Shiping did not come to the literature department. He had done what he should do, and the rest was up to them. Chen Shiping did not care about the creation of the literature department, but he got angry in the office of the distribution department. Is this the result of your work? Chen Shiping threw a report on the table, looked at them and shouted, what is standardized industrialization? Do you have to wait until the movie is finished before you think about promoting it? Different types of movies and different promotional plans are all standardized for me. Chen Shiping really felt that he was going to be angry to death. He got angry in the distribution department before leaving. Industrialization is really too difficult. All departments are in a state of ignorance and need him to manage them. Now Song Heng uses the excuse of being busy with the preparations for the production of Love Letter. Chen Shiping is in charge of all matters in the factory, big and small. He is already the de facto factory director. Many people in the director's office pay attention to Chen Shiping's movements every day. The more they watch, the colder they feel. Why does the whole factory look so prosperous? Even the theater troupe has started training every day, saying that they will have a star system, and they will have to select and set up an agent and public relations team. In addition to the theater troupe, the orchestra is also busy playing music all day long. Obviously, there is no movie in the factory that needs post-production music, but they are also busy working around the clock. The reason is that Chen Shiping asked them to reserve music and apply it to different scenes and emotions. The directors in the director's office finally understood what it meant to be on the bench. Teng Wenji was bragging to everyone while holding a teacup. Don't look at how enthusiastic Chen Shiping is. It still won't work without a director. Let's see when he will admit defeat. Those Wangs and others, their movies have started shooting, but I heard that the progress is not very fast. There are also problems with the running in of the crew. All departments are arguing. Alas, it was better to be in Xiang before. We were free. We knew how to shoot. There was no way these things would happen. Teng Wenji's words immediately aroused everyone's enthusiastic response. Anyway, they were all idle and panicked. It would be better to scold Chen Shiping and recall the past. Immersed in the glory of the past, the heart will not be so panicked. However, many people did not notice that several young directors had a trace of disdain on their faces at this time. You are sitting on the Diote, but now the foundation is about to be demolished. Let's see how you can sit. Mei Juan came to the director's office at this time and immediately attracted everyone's attention. The last time Mei Juan came, she called 5 directors away and started 5 projects at the same time. Now she came again. I wonder if someone has privately contacted Chen Shiping. The directors in the office were looking at each other at this time, wanting to see who was a traitor. Mei Juan smiled calmly, looked at them, and said with a smile, everyone is here. The production department has started 2 more projects. I wonder which director is interested? The office was extremely quiet. Everyone pretended not to hear and was busy with their own things. Teng Wenji couldn't help but snorted while smoking and looking at Mei Juan, and said to himself, be it all. Film is the art of the director, not the art of the producer. As soon as Teng Wenji said this, many directors couldn't help laughing, and the atmosphere became much happier for a while. It seemed that only this way could make them feel the pleasure of victory. Mei Juan didn't care at all, and even wanted to recommend them to watch The True Story of RQ. Mei Juan, with an unchanged expression, turned her head to look at Xia Gang and Li Xiaohang and said, Director Li, Director Xia, are you convenient to come out and talk? Xia Gang was not surprised at all, and stood up and said, okay. Li Xiaohang had a little doubt in her heart. She had never looked for Chen Shiping privately, but she still stood up and followed him out. When Xia Gang and Li Xiaohang moved, the few young directors in the office could no longer sit still. Producer Mei, wait a minute, I'm also interested. I'm interested too. I've been the assistant director of several films, I'm very experienced. The young directors have all started to move, leaving only a group of old guys with ugly faces sitting there, feeling their faces burning. The stools under their butts are getting colder and colder, and they can't sit still anymore. Why is the heating not warm at all this year? That's right, I'll go complain later. After being scolded by the remaining directors in the office for a while, they suddenly realized something. Chen Shiping had broken up their so-called alliance and protest without showing up from beginning to end, and now they have become outsiders in the entire factory. Everyone is busy making progress and reforming, only they are still complaining in the office. How can they not feel cold sitting in the office with a belly full of tea? In the meeting room of the production department, many Juan looked at several young directors and couldn't help laughing. Now all departments have been put on the right track. If those old guys continue to resist stubbornly, they will just sit on the bench until retirement. There are 2 projects this time, one is 40 years old and the other is big spend. I wonder what the directors think. Mei Juan said as she pushed the project plan over and secretly gave Xia Gang a reassuring look. Half an hour later, the directors returned to the director's office. As soon as they entered, they found that the happy atmosphere in the director's office was gone. Instead, there was a cloud of worry, and everyone's face was not very good. Director Li Wenhe was drinking tea calmly at this time, looking at Xia Gang and asked, Xia, what movie is this time? Since you are invited, it must be a comedy, right? Xia Gang immediately smiled and said, yes, a comedy type. The discussion about the craze of going abroad is still very realistic. Not bad, do a good job. Li Wenhe put down the teacup, stood up and said, I have to go to the production department too. Huang Fihang is going to shoot a Lion King contest to put an end to this series. Li Wenhe left after he finished speaking, and the old guys in the office were even more upset. What should I do now? Is it possible to find Chen Shiping to admit my mistake? Teng Wenji saw that everyone was a little shaken at this time and immediately said, Chen Shiping found so many young directors, but in the end the movie didn't make money. Isn't it self-destructive? After this, everyone felt a little more at ease. Thinking about it, it seemed to be true. Now the factory is responsible for its own profits and losses. If there are continuous losses, Chen Shiping will be responsible, no matter how powerful he is. Everyone, you haven't made a few profitable movies if it weren't for the subsidies from above. Xia Gang really couldn't stand them like this. Is that little bit of power so important? He could feel the vitality that the production system brought to the factory. Now people from several departments get together every day to hold meetings and study, and their subjective initiative has been exerted to the strongest. With such an atmosphere and cooperation, the factory will only get better and better. Xia Gang's words were like a slap in their faces. Many directors couldn't help but stand up and slam the table, but they didn't know how to refute when the word came to their lips. No director in the entire director's room has a higher box office performance than Party A and Party B at present. 80 million box office. Who the hell can compare to this? Xia Gang sighed and said, go and admit your mistakes to the director. He won't bother with you. Why do you have to eliminate yourself? Times have changed, teachers. Many people looked at each other and realized that Chen Shiping was now in power and they couldn't stop him. If he took the initiative to admit his mistakes, he might be able to continue to be a director. If he listened to Teng Wenji, who was full of bad intentions, he would have to sit on the bench in the office. Director, we were wrong. Chapter 186. The factory manager has good tricks. In the heated office, Chen Shiping felt a headache looking at the pile of documents on the table. It seems that he will have to work overtime again tonight, as there are too many applications submitted by various workshops recently. When they come to Chen Shiping, they just stretch out their hands, either asking for money or support. At this time, outside the office, a director looked around and knocked on the closed door. Chen Shiping said without raising his head, come in. The door of the office was carefully pushed open, and a director in his 40s or 50s came in with a smile. Hey, Director Wang. Come in and sit down. Chen Shiping raised his head and greeted with a smile and stood up to pour him tea. Wang Binglin smiled and said, Director, you are polite. I just came to sit by and this is my first time in your office. Then you have to sit down and have a cup of tea. Chen Shiping smiled and put the teacup in front of Director Wang. After sitting down, watching him looking around, she couldn't help but curl her lips and said with a smile, "Director Wang said in the meeting before that he wanted to shoot a tragedy, right? Have you decided to shoot it?" "Haha, I have this idea. Aren't you here to learn?" Wang Binglin picked up the cup to ease the embarrassment, but when he put it to his mouth, he found that it was very hot. Chen Shiping laughed and said, "The previous comedy was well shot. Why do you want to shoot a tragedy? The second Sun opening a store is still a classic, but it is good to be brave to try. Just like the current producer system, it is also an attempt. What do you think, Director Wang?" Wang Binglin squeezed the hand on his leg. Why should he be reserved when he was here? "I think it's great. The studio is very dynamic now. I think it's better than the collective creation model of Shanghai Film Studio." "That's right. My model is more mature. I will definitely lead everyone to a different path in the future." Chen Shiping laughed and then said, "Since Director Wang agrees, go to the production department to apply." Having said that, Wang Binglin had nothing to hide and immediately said, "Director Chen, although I'm a few years older than you, I have to say that you are very courageous. In the future, I will also make better movies and make the studio develop better. Work together. We are all family. Shoot well. To put it bluntly, the production department is still assisting you." Chen Shiping smiled and shook hands with Wang Binglin and sent him out. After sending Wang Binglin away, Chen Shiping sat in his seat and snorted, shook his head, and continued to be busy. "I thought those people could handle it, but now they can't. There are many directors in the studio. The studio can only make a few movies a year. They are all stretched. Let's drink tea in the office until we get to the end. Drink until we retire. They don't know what's good for them. They could only make more than 10 movies a year before, and the investment quota was only more than 20 million a year. How much money did Chen Shiping make for the factory after he came up? The employee benefits and investment quota were all increased. How dare you go against him? If he wasn't a leader, he would have to criticize all of these people one by one." Chen Shiping drank tea calmly, and soon there was another knock on the door. "Come in," Chen Shiping said calmly with his legs crossed. "Hey, director, you're drinking tea. I just happened to come by and take a look." Chen Shiping was too lazy to stand up and pour tea this time. The first one to surrender voluntarily got a reward, so forget it for the rest. "I heard that there's been a lot of commotion in the director's office recently," Chen Shiping asked while drinking tea. "Well, some people are a little upset, but I still approve of the reform measures in the factory." "Really? I passed by the director's office the other day and heard someone say that the producer system is not good. I thought it was you. You must have heard it wrong. I supported 10,000 times. It was probably said by Old Ting. He always says that Xiang Studio is good." "I see. He just wants to go back." Chen Shiping raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Teng Wenji to be so noisy. He would go and deal with him. "Director, that..." Before he finished speaking, Chen Shiping interrupted him and said, "You have a project that is still under review. I will talk to the production department later. You just wait for the news from the production department." After Chen Shiping finished speaking, he waved his hand and let him go. The man smiled and got up and left before he even had time to warm his butt. Chen Shiping glanced at the time on his watch. It was 2:45 in the afternoon. There were still a few hours before get off work ended. Let's see how many people will take the initiative to come today. He may not remember the people who come, and he will not give any resources to them, but those who don't come, don't even think about getting money from the factory in the future. Don't they all want power? Be an independent filmmaker. You'll be banned for every film you make. A bunch of directors who ask for money from the studio want to make a big move. What the hell? Chen Shiping's trip to Hong Kong was not in vain. He even went to the bureau to get documents for the pilot project in the studio, just to shut these people up. Otherwise, if they were to carry out reforms like the Xi'an Film Studio or the Shanghai Film Studio, who would have to say hello to the higher-ups? They would just start doing it themselves. Wu Xianming and Wu Yigan didn't do it all by themselves, and they didn't start doing it after they had all the connections like Chen Shiping did. But he was the director of the studio, and Chen Shiping was just the deputy. They were different. In fact, Song Heng also advocated the producer system. In the original timeline, after he retired, he took the lead in making a producer-led movie and made a lot of money. But he didn't have much influence at that time, and the producer movie he made became an experiment that no one cared about. This is also one of the reasons why Chen Shiping supported Song Cheng and helped him in the beginning. Like-minded people are very important. In the next few hours, several more people came to Chen Shiping's office one after another. All of them had plans to make films, but couldn't hold on any longer. Chen Shiping didn't deliberately make things difficult for them, but he didn't give them a good look. The producer system has been established in the Beijing film studio, but if we really want to see the results, we still have to wait until this batch of films comes out. In the literature department on the third floor of the main building, several editors were discussing what happened in the afternoon. Director Chen's methods are still powerful. When I went out just now, I saw several directors go to his office. Yes, when I went to the production department to submit ideas, I also heard that they said they were going to start several projects. Why didn't I see it before? At that time, he would either drink tea or chat when he came to the office. Haha, I remember that he also chatted with Sister Wu at that time. At this time, not only the people in the literature department were discussing it in the factory, but also other workshops. If you ask me, these directors just don't know what's going on. If Director Chen removes the deputy, all of these people will suffer. That's right. If they really mess up the reform, how can Director Chen not hold a grudge? They are also arrogant. In the past, the whole factory revolved around them, but now everyone is doing their own thing, so they feel unbalanced. Everyone's discussion also reached the ears of many directors, and their faces turned red. They will no longer be the core of the factory in the future. The good days are over now. The people in the production department are so happy at this time. From now on, they will be the masters. Follow Director Chen, and you will have meat to eat. When Chen Shiping went home in the evening, Tao Human was sitting on the sofa and talking on the phone with someone. Is it true? Tao Human asked gossipingly while holding the phone. Don't be kidding. I'm not the wife of the director. It's useless for you to tell me. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. My husband is back. Seeing Chen Shiping coming back, Tao Human quickly hung up the phone and came over to take his coat. Who is she chatting with? Chen Shiping asked with a smile. Who else could it be? Lin Fangbing, asking about your situation. Tao Human asked curiously, is the factory really going to implement the star system? Chen Shiping nodded and sat down and said, she came to you for help? She didn't say it explicitly, but that's what she meant. Tao Human sat next to Chen Shiping and counted on her fingers. The most popular people in the factory now are her and Fu Yui, so they are not in a hurry. Chen Shiping shrugged and said, they are not suitable. They are already famous and not young. I plan to introduce new people. There are many good seedlings now. Zuking, Gongli, and Chen Hang are all good. They will be transferred here later. Then they will be sad. Tao Human didn't care about this matter, but she was a little jealous when she heard the name Chen Hang from Chen Shiping. She was angry when she thought of this little maid who betrayed her master, but now Chen Shiping was hers, so she didn't bother with this little maid. Tao Human generously let it go and pulled Chen Shiping to ask about the filming of the TV series. Chen Shiping then remembered that he hadn't found a screenwriter for Tao Human yet, so he would go to Wang Shuo to ask for a script tomorrow. The next day, Chen Shiping found Wang Shuo and the others through Liu Zhen'an to ask for a script. The story of the dance troupe can only be written by these people from the compound. To put it bluntly, when these kids were young, they often used the Huoho cultural troupe and the song and dance troupe, and these people would also gild their own laurels. Bad things like fighting, skating, slapping mothers, and playing the piano can all be written into good ones. Just ask them to write the script. After helping Tao Human to ask for a script, Chen Shiping went about his own business. Things in the factory were on the right track, and Chen Shiping's focus was also on the movie. The preparations for the love letter are almost done now, and Zhao Fei has even made the storyboards. Chen Shiping didn't look at the storyboards much, because he had to change them during the shooting anyway. The photographer's storyboards are all made from the perspective of photography, and can only be used as a reference for the director, and cannot be made according to the photography. However, many directors now rely heavily on photography, and they won't be able to shoot if they change the photographer. This is also what many laymen would say. It doesn't matter if the director is replaced by a dog, but the producer model is really mature, so maybe it can be replaced by a dog. In many Chinese language films later, the director is just a figurehead, and they just find 7 or 8 assistant directors and 2 awesome photographers. Chen Shiping envied that kind of director, but he also despised that kind of director who fed shit to the audience, because he was an audience in his previous life. What the hell is this? In the Love Letter crew, Chen Shiping spit out the bun in his mouth, which was the crew's breakfast. You can't see the filling when you take a bite of the bun. The dough is still dead. Old song. Chen Shiping couldn't help shouting as he looked at Song Zion in the distance. Seeing the bun that Chen Shiping had taken a bite of, Song Heng came over to explain helplessly, "We ordered this from a breakfast shop nearby. We ordered too much at once, and the boss didn't prepare enough." Chen Shiping rolled his eyes speechlessly and said, "It's the first day of the crew's work, and I thought you were embezzling. Get out of the way, eat it or not." Song Heng was so angry that he wanted to kick him. If the crew hadn't started shooting today, he, a factory director, would not have come. He didn't expect to be teased by Chen Shiping. Chen Shiping chuckled and said, "The matter of the buns can be big or small, which shows that our production is not mature yet. It should be said that the whole system is not very mature, and field support is also a very important part." Song Yu nodded, thought for a while and said, "When the filming starts, I will go back to the factory to have a meeting with the life producers to discuss it." Chen Shiping took a bite of the unpalatable bun and said vaguely, "After the spring, go to Peking University to recruit talents who can do cost accounting. Although we are a production studio, it is the same as those industrial factories. I don't need you to teach me, just eat your buns." Song Yu rolled his eyes at him and went to trouble the life producers of the crew. On the other side of the studio, Yu Fihang, who was squatting on the ground biting a bun and trying to remember the words, secretly glanced at Chen Shiping and took out a small mirror from her arms to take a look, and then patted some loose powder on her face. She has lost a lot of weight during this period, but there is no effect on whitening, so she can only rely on makeup. "Ziana Hong, come here." Yu Fihang looked up at Chen Shiping blankly and pointed at herself in confusion. "Yes, it's you. Otherwise you want me to call you Brother Fei?" Chen Shiping shouted while sitting on a stool. Yu Fihang put away the mirror and said, "Oh, it's Ziana Hong. Ziana Hong. He is the director. He can call me whatever he wants, and he has no objection to calling me wife." Yu Fihang looked very beautiful in the snow and black. She walked to Chen Shiping and squatted down carefully and said, "Director, what are you calling me for? I'm talking to you about the play. Remember not to have too many expressions. Your eyes should be a little melancholy, and your expression must be restrained." Yu Fihang nodded, blinked, and looked at him and asked, "Anything else? For example, how to express the character's emotions? Didn't you say that you are a book fan and you are studying acting? Why do you still ask me this?" Chen Shiping coughed lightly and said, "Just remember one feeling. Cold, just like the snowflakes in the sky, beautiful, weak and confused. Don't be sad. This is to attend your husband's funeral." Yu Fihang couldn't help asking, "Mourning but not hurting, the confusion about death, the confusion about the future, the confusion about love." Chen Shiping smiled and said, "Besides, what's there to be sad about a dead husband?" Yu Fihang, how did you write a love letter? Okay, go and think about it. Cheng Daoming will join the crew in a few days, and you can learn from him. Chen Shiping waved his hand and let her go. The male lead of the movie was chosen by Song Yu, and he chose Cheng Daoming. This guy is learning how to make glass recently. I heard that he found a glass products factory to learn. After waiting for a while, when the crew was ready, Chen Shiping stood up and shouted with a loudspeaker, "All departments ready, and the official start will be in 5 minutes." Soon, all departments of the crew started to work, and Chen Shiping sat behind the monitor and picked up the loudspeaker. Love Letter officially started. Chapter 187, The Lore of Actresses and Famous Directors. There was a light snow in the sky, and the outside was pure white, empty as if the whole world had died. In the warm room, Yu Fihang, wearing black morning clothes, sat on the sofa holding a cup of tea, lost in thought. On the cabinet in front of her was a black and white portrait of the deceased, and the incense in front of the portrait was burning slowly. The blue smoke in the camera slowly rose and covered Yu Fihang's eyes. Chen Shiping watched Yu Fihang's performance at this time and couldn't help nodding. The feeling of a widow was still good. Thinking of the widow, Chen Shiping's thoughts were a little scattered, and he frowned, feeling that there was something missing in the camera. This shot was originally only 2 or 3 seconds, and Chen Shiping forgot to call a stop when he was distracted. Zhao Fei didn't understand why, thinking that Chen Shiping was not very satisfied, so he slowly adjusted the camera. Yu Fihang felt a little strange in her heart, and her hand holding the teacup was unconsciously clenched, and she began to panic. At this time, the camera was just pushed to Yu Fihang's hand, and the joints that were exerted were a little white, which contrasted with her calm face and the quiet environment. Chen Shiping's eyes lit up, and he took the initiative to shout, "Very good, passed." Hearing Chen Shiping's shout, everyone on the set breathed a sigh of relief. There were sighs of relief in the set, and Yu Fihang's hand holding the teacup loosened slightly, and the stone in her heart fell to the ground. If she didn't act well, she would definitely be scolded by Chen Shiping in front of so many people. If she said something about being black and fat, she would not be able to live. Chen Shiping didn't care so much at this time. He stretched out his hand to call Zhao Fei over and said, "The tone of the whole movie is very stable, and there are very few camera movements, so you must pay attention to the combination of movement and stillness and the tension of the picture, otherwise the audience will fall asleep." Zhao Fei nodded to show that he understood. Most of the storyboards he made were fixed shots, in order to fit the atmosphere of the book Love Letter, and indeed ignored the problem that Chen Shiping just mentioned. No matter what kind of shooting system is used, the director can determine the existence of the upper limit of a movie. The producer system can maintain the lower limit, but where the upper limit of the movie is depends on the director's level. The producer-centered system is like a propositional essay. The outline and answer sheet are given to you. What you can write depends on the director's level. As a photographer, Zhao Fei can indeed make storyboards, but he does not have the director's thinking, and the storyboards he makes can only be the lower limit of a movie. If you want to shoot a classic, it still depends on the director's level. Although Chen Shiping did not participate in the preparation of Love Letter, the shooting was still centered on him, and his existence is to raise the level of the movie. The producer holds the bottom line and lays a solid foundation, and the director works hard to add bricks and tiles. As the filming time of the movie goes on, many departments of the crew now have this feeling. During the preparation period, everyone felt that they were the master of the house, but when it came to shooting, they felt that their work was just laying the foundation. The design of the house still depends on the design of director Chen Shiping. Originally, many people thought that the producer-centered system seemed to make little difference whether there was a director or not, but now they suddenly realized the importance of the director. This kind of thing happened not only in the crew of Love Letter, but also in other crews in the factory that started work. A movie still cannot be separated from the director, especially a good movie. The producer-centered system is not about going to the director, but about screening out those unqualified directors. Chen Shiping feels relaxed when shooting movies now. He doesn't have to worry about what the crew shoots every day, nor does he have to worry about the management of the crew. He just needs to get the next day's shooting plan in advance every day, and then worry about the shooting. Such a director should not be too relaxed. He only needs to consider the artistic creation of the film, and not be distracted by other things. It's perfect. Those directors who resisted before will experience this kind of happiness after they get started. Chen Shiping suddenly regretted that he didn't shout the slogan of reducing the burden on directors when he implemented the producer-centered system. Otherwise, there would be so much resistance. People are lazy. Why stand when they can lie down? On the set now, Chen Shiping is very free. After filming, he sits on a small stool to drink tea and watch the snow. There is always a small stove in front of him to make tea. This treatment is not that of a decentralized director. It is definitely the best treatment in the entire crew. But the annoying thing is that there is always a follower. Yu Fihang, who was wearing black morning clothes, also brought a small stool and sat next to him every day. "Why do you always sit here with me?" and you come to roast oranges. Chen Shiping turned his head and looked at Yu Fihang and asked. Yu Fihang silently moved her buttocks and said, "You are warm here. You are the only one in the whole crew who has a small stove. Are you complaining about the poor treatment?" Chen Shiping asked with a smile. Yu Fihang shook her head, reached out to take a hot orange from the small stove, carefully peeled it, and handed it to Chen Shiping. "I heard you cough when you talk, just eat an orange." Chen Shiping frowned, not expecting that the orange was roasted for him. "Oh, I scolded you a little harshly before. I should have been gentler." Chen Shiping looked at the orange handed over by Yu Fihang, hesitated, reached out to take it, put it in his mouth, and ate it all in one bite. The hot and sweet orange rolled around in the mouth and was swallowed, and the itchy throat felt much more comfortable. There was a lot of yellow orange juice on Yu Fihang's slender fingers. She put it in her mouth and sucked it gently, then picked up an orange and continued to peel it. "Here, there is another one." Yu Fihang held up another orange and handed it to Chen Shiping. Chen Shiping looked at Yu Fihang's fingers, then looked at her light pink lips and couldn't help clearing his throat. "This orange might have a different taste. Don't you want to eat it?" Yu Fihang asked with a blink of his eyes. Chen Shiping looked at her without saying anything, picked up the orange, and threw it into his mouth again. Seeing Chen Shiping eating her orange, Yu Fihang immediately whispered, "You ate my orange. Can you stop scolding me in the future?" "No, I ate oranges, not tofu." Chen Shiping wiped his mouth and said with a disgraceful face. Yu Fihang was so angry that she wanted to stamp her feet. How could there be such a shameless person? Chen Shiping opened his mouth and said, "Keep peeling, there is another one." Yu Fihang, you are born in the year of the dog, born in the year of the dog. Old man, you ate my oranges and scolded me. I'll give you the burned ones too. Anyway, you have a black heart. Chen Shiping felt that the filming of Love Letter was so cool. He roasted by the fire and drank tea every day, and the widow peeled oranges for him to eat. This life is really good. It would be even better if there was a lonely widow's asterisk when he rested at night. It's a pity that in this winter, Chen Shiping can only warm his bed by himself. If I had known earlier, I would not have asked Leo Song to choose a location so far away. If it was closer to the capital, I could go home every night. The only bad thing is that it is easy to spread some rumors. After all, Yu Fihang is like a little maid every day. Before going to work, she must bring a bag of oranges and tea. In the small hotel, Chen Shiping was sitting on the bed and soaking his feet. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Chen Shiping simply wiped his feet and ran to open the door in slippers. Yu Fihang was outside the door. She was still wearing a black costume at this time, looking at Chen Shiping with red eyes. Chen Shiping raised his eyebrows strangely. Is this unlocking a new plot? There is no such paragraph in Love Letters. What's wrong with you? Chen Shiping asked curiously. Yu Fihang bit her lip and looked at him and said, "Can I go in and talk? It's too cold outside." Chen Shiping stretched his head out to take a look. Seeing that there was no one in the corridor, he stepped aside to let her in. Yu Fihang saw the foot basin beside the bed and then looked at Chen Shiping's feet wearing only sandals and took the initiative to say, "You go to bed and stay, don't get cold." Chen Shiping, widow, what on earth are you going to do? Yu Fihang blushed and felt that she had said something wrong. Running to a man's room in the middle of the night to ask him to go to bed, it didn't sound right. "Well, you have a cold. I'm afraid you will get cold," Yu Fihang explained, but it felt even weirder. Chen Shiping said speechlessly, "Don't say anything, just tell me what's going on." When asked about this, Yu Fihang's chatterbox suddenly opened. "Director, do you know what the crew is saying behind my back? They say I'm shameless and seduced you. The point is that I didn't seduce you. I'm so mad. Did you say I seduced you? Am I at a disadvantage? It was you who asked me to roast oranges for you. I brought them because you said your tea was not good." Yu Fihang became more and more angry as she spoke, feeling like Dai, the heavy snow outside was all for her. Chen Shiping was shocked at this time. When did she ask her to roast oranges? Little girl, please don't add drama to yourself. Director Chen attaches great importance to his reputation. Tell me, what should we do now? I can't take this loss like this. Yuffie Han looked up at Chen Shiping with an eager look in her eyes, as if she wanted to make up for it. Chen Shiping took a step back, suspecting that she didn't come here tonight to complain at all, but was ready to confirm the rumors. Then don't come to roast oranges tomorrow, and don't bring tea. I'll take care of the crew. No. That would make me look guilty. Chen Shiping spread his hands and said, then what do you want to do? Anyway, I can't take this loss. I didn't do anything. Why should they say that? Unless I really did it. Yuffie Han stepped forward and stared at Chen Shiping. Looking into his deep eyes, she asked, do you think this idea is good? Chen Shiping raised his hand and knocked on her forehead and said, fuck you. Go back to sleep. After that, he dragged Yuffie Han out and closed the door and went to bed. Yuffie Han stomped her feet outside the door, looked around, and turned back to her room. It's not good to be bold. I thought Chen Shiping liked this kind of straight bull. It's not good to look weak, and it's not good to play straight bulls. Does he really think I'm dark and fat? Yuffie Han returned to the room and looked at herself in the mirror. Suddenly, she sighed. No one had ever said that to her since she was a child. The confidence accumulated in the previous 20 years was all shattered by Chen Shiping. If I had known, I would not have made a fuss about acting in Love Letter. It was just making things difficult for myself. Yuffie Han looked at the bag of oranges and a can of tea on the table, propped up her chin, and was dazed for a while, wondering whether she should continue to roast oranges for Chen Shiping tomorrow. Early the next morning, Cheng Daoming joined the crew. His temperament was quite similar to the glass-blowing male lead in Love Letter. They both had a hint of pretentiousness. At this time, Cheng Daoming's taste was not as strong as later. After wearing loose work clothes, he looked more literary. When Cheng Daoming came to Chen Shiping to report, Yuffie Han was concentrating on turning the oranges over. Director Chen. Cheng Daoming smiled and stretched out his hand to shake hands with Chen Shiping and said, I can finally work with you. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Chen Shiping smiled and nodded and said, I'm looking forward to it too. After Cheng Daoming greeted him, he turned to look at Yuffie Han and said, you are the heroine Yuffie Han. Nice to meet you. Yuffie Han was blowing air into an orange in her hand, smiled at Cheng Daoming, and then lowered her head to continue peeling the orange. Cheng Daoming was a little embarrassed, but he also knew Yuffie Han's background, and didn't say anything. Chen Shiping gave Yuffie Han a blank look at this time, and said to Cheng Daoming, she is not smart, don't pay attention to her. You are not smart. Yuffie Han retorted, handed the peeled orange to Chen Shiping's mouth and said, open your mouth. Cheng Daoming was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. What's going on? What's going on with the two of you? Don't you want to avoid people? Exclamation mark. Chen Shiping really wants to give Yuffie Han a big slap. What is this doing? He must be happy when rumors spread. Just as he was about to teach Yuffie Han a lesson, an orange was stuffed into her mouth. Yuffie Han even stuffed her fingers into her mouth. Okay, just eat one today. I'll go get ready to put on makeup first. Yuffie Han said quickly, stood up and ran away, fearing that if she was a step slower, she would be caught and scolded by Chen Shiping. Cheng Daoming stood there awkwardly, looking at Chen Shiping with a bulging mouth and said, well, I'm going to put on makeup too. See you later. Chen Shiping sat on a stool and chewed an orange, his mouth full of the fragrance of oranges, but his expression did not change. In his mind, he had already begun to anticipate what the impact would be after the rumors spread and how he should resolve the possible problems. He really didn't expect Yuffie Han to be so bold all of a sudden. What was she trying to do? She had already played the leading role in the Love Letter, so there was no need to please him. Could it be that her hobby was to like married old men? Chen Shiping touched his face. He was not an old man yet, but his identity would indeed make many people ignore his age. Almost all the deputy directors of film studios in China are men in their 40s, and Chen Shiping is indeed the first one. The media and film scholars also attribute Chen Shiping to the 5th generation of directors, and he is in the same category as a group of 40-year-old men. Chen Shiping puffed up his cheeks, looked at Yuffie Han's back, and wondered if he should find an opportunity to try Yuffie Han. What is this little black girl thinking? Are all the actresses in the entertainment industry so bold? but if you count the female stars in the 1980s and 1990s, it seems that many famous actresses have snatched men. Is this some kind of law among actresses? Step on the wife of a famous director to get to the top and then successfully become a household name? It seems to be a good deal when you calculate it this way, but it's hard for the big directors. How tiring it is to face so many temptations. Chen Shiping sighed deeply, feeling that he had suffered an unbearable weight in his life. Chapter 188 Directors Yang Jiang going north. Blow hard. Slow down, puff your mouth a little, and cover it. Do I need to teach you this? The atmosphere in the dimly lit room was very hot. Chen Shiping felt a little hot, but he couldn't help cursing. What the hell are you blowing? Yu Fei looked at Chen Shiping with a red face, feeling that his temper was really not very good, and he only knew how to curse. In front of the furnace in the glass factory workshop, Chen Daoming stood in front of the camera with an embarrassed expression. Blowing glass is difficult, okay. He is not a woman. The set was very quiet at this time, and many old men were holding back their smiles. Chen Shiping frowned and said, didn't you go to learn for a few days? Is this how you learn it? Chen Daoming coughed awkwardly and said, I'll practice again. The glass can be refired, so it won't be wasted. Okay, you practice. Don't really know how to do it, but it can't be fake at first glance. Chen Shiping sat on a small stool and took the opportunity to be lazy. Zaya Hong, bring 2 big oranges to cool down. Yu Fi Han whispered, just stop swearing. Oranges can make you get angry, so eat less. Then pour a cup of tea. Chen Shiping said, crossing his legs. Yu Fi Han poured the tea and whispered, aren't you afraid of what others say? I didn't do anything, so what am I afraid of? Chen Shiping glanced at her and said, if you have nothing to do, go learn to blow glass and practice more. Yu Fi Han blushed and muttered, why should I practice this? Then shut up and pour tea. It was really infuriating. Yu Fi Han really wanted to pour hot water on Chen Shiping. She just had nothing to do and came here to serve him tea and water. Chen Shiping looked at the angry Yu Fi Han and sighed. How could she tolerate this? It seems that she really wants to learn from her predecessors, to step on the scandals of famous directors to get promoted, but she doesn't need her background. She is so free. I don't want to bother with her. Anyway, this kind of gossip can't be spread. At most, the crew members gossip a few words in private. Who dares to say it outside? It's not to make yourself uncomfortable. What's more, Chen Shiping didn't do anything. He didn't even touch his hands. Who can say anything? Chen Shiping yawned and looked at Chen Daoming, who was trying to blow glass in front of him. No matter how he acted in the future, at least he was still working hard at this time. He had a strong scholar spirit, unlike later when he played everything like Kangxi. But this is also a kind of affirmation, which shows that his Kangxi was indeed good. After a while, Chen Daoming practiced almost everything, and Chen Shiping didn't continue to find faults. After the shooting, they changed the scene. They couldn't delay the normal production of the glass factory. When leaving, Chen Shiping deliberately teased Yu Fi Han and asked her if she wanted to learn to blow glass as soon as possible. Yu Fi Han blushed. We are still college students. Can you not say such tiger and wolf words? I didn't say anything. It's strange that you think too much. How can you understand it in seconds? Chen Shiping said with a smile. Because I'm your reader. Don't you know what you've written? Chen Shiping had forgotten that he had written Red Wall, which indeed contained a lot of pornographic things. Guilt. The pure white college student was led astray by himself. The crew moved to continue filming. The filming of Love Letter was still very tight, so they had to shoot when it snowed, otherwise they wouldn't be able to shoot in the spring. Originally, they wanted to shoot in the northeast, but the northeast was too industrial, with smoking chimneys everywhere, which was not very beautiful. Now they can only find a place to shoot around Beijing, and the entire crew runs around Beijing every day. Chen Shiping hasn't been home for several days. He can only go back to Beijing Film Studio to shoot the interior after finishing the exterior scenes. Tao Humin, who stayed at home every day, had no time to take care of Chen Shiping now. She was busy preparing for the TV series every day. Love Letter was being filmed in full swing, and other movies in the studio were also being prepared in full swing. The entire production department was all out, looking for actors to determine the location, making storyboards and making shooting plans. There was no major in production before. Most of the producers in the studio were either transferred from screenwriters or directors to become producers, and they knew all these things. This saved a lot of effort, otherwise it would be impossible for a new person to handle the early preparations for a movie. At this time, the professors of the Beijing Film Academy's School of Management also gathered together to discuss whether to adjust the curriculum of the production major. The original production major was to train people to assist directors, to put it bluntly, to do odd jobs. But now that the Beijing Film Studio has tried the producer-centered system, the school's original major setting is no longer suitable. Don't change the courses for now. We don't know whether the producer-centered system of Beijing Film Studio will be successful in the end. But we will expand the enrollment of the production major next year. Expansion is inevitable. Even without the producer-centered system, major film studios will be short of professional talents in the future. We will also expand the enrollment of the distribution major. The film reform is coming too fast. I recently did a survey. Many theaters in many regions are also planning to renovate. There will be a shortage of projection talents in the future. This is a good thing. It shows that the film and television industry is thriving. We will expand the enrollment next year, except for the directing and acting major. Under the influence of Chen Shiping, Beijing Film Academy also changed its school policies. The changes in the entire industry will drive all aspects. If it develops along the previous route, the next 10 years will be the ice age of mainland films. Since 1990, the film industry has been on a downward trend. In 1993, it officially fell off a cliff. Now it has been lifted up again by Chen Shiping. Although many people in the industry don't want to admit it, they all remember Chen Shiping's goodness in their hearts. Mainland filmmakers remember Chen Shiping's goodness, but it's the opposite in Hong Kong. Everyone hates Chen Shiping. Many movies had already negotiated with Taiwanese investors, but now they have withdrawn their investment and returned. The 8 major investors are either heading north or sitting in Taiwan waiting for Hong Kong films to come over and co-produce, so as to regain the initiative in the film market. The Directors Association of Hong Kong is now basically in name only, with little influence. The only thing that can be controlled is the Academy Awards. When Wu Xiaoyuan thinks of the Academy Awards, he thinks of what Lali said, that small local awards are for self-entertainment. The influence of Hong Kong films has been cut off by the mainland and Taiwan, and the influence of the Academy Awards has also declined. If no changes are made, it may really become a small award for self-entertainment. Hong Kong directors have joined the China Film Directors Association, and some have gone to Taiwan for development. It is still unknown how many Hong Kong films will come back to participate in the Academy Awards in the future. If we don't find a way, we will really be finished. Wu Xiaoyuan is powerless in the general trend of the film market. But the Academy Awards are the only card of the Directors Association, and we can't just let it fall like this. In a high-end tea house, Wu Xiaoyuan looked at Cheng Long, who was sitting opposite him, and asked, "Double Dragon is about to be released, right? Can Taiwan get it in?" "Yes, but I want to try to enter the mainland market. Do you have any ideas?" Wu Xiaoyuan was silent for a while and said, "The mainland market is difficult, but the venue for the Directors Association doesn't cost that much." Cheng Long looked at Wu Xiaoyuan hesitantly, not knowing whether to explain it to him. Those who invested in the film at the beginning no longer wanted to use the profits from the film to purchase the property of the Directors Association. After struggling for a while, Cheng Long decided not to talk about this matter himself and let the directors of the Directors Association argue among themselves. He looked at Wu Xiaoyuan and continued to ask, "Is there any way to get in touch with Chen Shiping to enter the mainland market?" Wu Xiaoyuan's face was not very good. He and Chen Shiping had a bad relationship. They were tit for tat during the previous film exchange meeting. However, in order to make more money from the film and to run the Directors Association, he still said, "Let's find Shi Nansheng for this matter. She has a good relationship with Chen Shiping." Cheng Long nodded and said, "Then I'll go talk to him." After Cheng Long found Shi Nansheng, he told her about it. Shi Nansheng didn't dare to promise. Although she is now in the same camp with Chen Shiping, no one can say for sure about Chen Shiping's personality. The most important thing is that she doesn't want to help. The worse the Hong Kong Directors Association is, the better. If it weren't for Chen Long's influence, she wouldn't help. The best situation is that you go with me. It just so happens that several of our directors are going to the mainland together. Shi Nansheng compromised. Chen Long thought about it and nodded in agreement. The mainland film market is developing so well, it's not bad to go and learn about it. At this time, in an apartment in Hong Kong, Li Lianji looked at Li Zhi, who had a proud figure, but a melancholy look across from him, and felt uncomfortable. She sacrificed too much in the Shuanglang society. Li Lianji couldn't help but comfort him. At worst, you can stop acting in the future. I will support you. Li Zhi burst out laughing, and looked at him and said, what can you use to support me? Li Lianji didn't know how to answer. He was really angry now. He was bullied in Hong Kong before, and now the woman he likes is also bullied. Although Li Zhi has no relationship with him now, and he has not divorced, he has already regarded Li Zhi as his woman. Li Zhi suddenly thought of something at this time, and looked at him and said, by the way, Shuanglang who wants to enter the mainland market. Can you help? Aren't you very familiar with Chen Shiping? Li Lianji frowned, and then relaxed and smiled and said, sure, I'm very familiar with director Chen. That's great, so I can accumulate popularity in the mainland. Li Zhi said happily. Li Lianji smiled and didn't respond. He didn't think so in his heart. The woman who bullied him wanted to go to the mainland to make money. Dream on. If Shuanglang Ho was released in the mainland, the scene of Li Zhi being bullied would be seen by people all over the country. He couldn't afford to lose this person, and he didn't want his beloved woman to be bullied and seen on the screen. After chatting with Li Zhi for a few words, Li Lianji found an excuse to leave, and immediately booked a ticket to return to Beijing. On the plane to Beijing, Li Lianji bumped into Shi Nansheng and others. Li Lianji looked at Chen Long with an unfriendly look, which made Chen Long confused. Shi Nansheng smiled and chatted with Li Lianji for a few words, and then explained to Chen Long in a low voice, he is pursuing Li Zhi. Don't you know? Chen Long said carelessly, what does it have to do with me? Why don't you go to trouble Faze or the surname He? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Shi Nansheng shook her head helplessly, feeling that this time it might not be so smooth. But this is exactly what she wants. It's better for Shuanglang Club not to make money. The more money it makes, the better it will be for the Hong Kong Directors Club. The worse the Directors Club is, the greater her future income will be. It's better to make the Hong Kong Directors Club fail, so that she can control more directors in the future, and strive for greater benefits for herself. Hong Kong filmmakers going north must need a leader and agent, and Shi Nansheng has already regarded himself and Zuke as this agent. After 1997, there will be more cooperation between Hong Kong and the mainland, and more people will go north at that time. The Taiwan market will inevitably cut off the cooperation between Hong Kong films and Taiwan at that time. The mainland will definitely be the main battlefield for the development of Hong Kong filmmakers in the future. The greater the advantage in the mainland, the greater the voice in the Hong Kong film industry in the future. This is a very easy account to calculate. Shi Nansheng is not stupid. He hopes that Shuanglang will fail. Soon the plane landed in Beijing. Li Lianji and Shi Nansheng went directly to the Beijing film studio as soon as they got off the plane. However, after arriving at the Beijing film studio, they found out that Chen Shiping was not in the studio and was filming a movie outside. The directors in the studio looked at so many Hong Kong directors coming to find Chen Shiping together, and they were panicked. But they were more fortunate. They didn't expect Chen Shiping to have a trick up his sleeve. If they really resisted at that time, Chen Shiping didn't need to promote newcomers, and these Hong Kong directors could replace them. After not finding Chen Shiping in the studio, the two groups left directly. Watching Li Lianji leaving in a car at the gate of Beijing Film Studio, Shi Nansheng guessed what he came back for this time, so he deliberately dragged Chen Long to prevent him from looking for Chen Shiping now. Let's go to the hotel first. I'll ask director Chen to have dinner together tonight. Shi Nansheng said to Chen Long with a smile. Chen Long didn't think much about it and said with a smile, okay, it's not polite to go directly to someone. Okay, then you go to the hotel with them first. I'm going to meet an old friend.
After Shi Nancheng and Cheng Long separated, they went directly to find Tao Humin, and the Y fruit couldn't be left behind. Pillow talk is always useful, but it's a pity that Guan Zilin is unwilling to help himself, and Zhang Minimum, that silly girl, is also busy speculating with Guan Zilin. 2 good cards were wasted in vain. At this time, on a hillside outside the capital, Chen Shiping was watching the picture on the monitor, and Yu Fihang was climbing the mountain. The large jib on the set was suspended high in the air, and filmed Yu Fihang from above, and the picture on the monitor was beautiful. Next to Chen Shiping, another person was sitting on the small stool that originally belonged to Yu Fihang. She looked at the picture on the monitor and said, "The photos are so beautiful, but your equipment is really good." Chen Shiping smiled and said, "It was also given by a rich sister." Liu King laughed and said, "You are blaming me, a rich sister, for not buying new equipment. Let's not talk about that as siblings." Chen Shiping picked up the loudspeaker and shouted cut, then turned around and asked, "Sister, you must have something to ask me this time, right?" Liu King smiled and said, "If there is nothing, I can't ask you." "Yes, but I definitely won't come to the filming site in the ice and snow to ask me. You kid, you miss your sister so much. Then tell me, if you have something to ask." "Indeed, I have a script I want to show you, written by Jiang Wen." Chen Shiping was slightly stunned, remembering that Jiang Wen had written the script for Sunny Days a long time ago. It's just that he couldn't make up his mind, and had no money, so he kept delaying. But he didn't expect that Liu King would find him now. Is he trying to get investment for Jiang Wen? Chapter 189. The little wolf dog licks the dog, and has a big nose. In a car in the snow, Chen Shiping was flipping through the script of Sunny Days. Liu King was sitting in the passenger seat eating oranges. Yu Fihang, who was outside the car window, saw that her oranges had been eaten, and stood alone in the snow sulking. It didn't take long for Chen Shiping to finish flipping through the script, but the content of the script was very different from the movie he had seen. It seemed that Jiang Wen hadn't thought of the final script yet, but this was normal. With his personality, it was normal for him to change the script while filming. "Sister, this script hasn't been finalized, right?" Chen Shiping said with a smile. Liu King rolled down the window and threw the orange peel outside and said with a smile, "I knew you could tell. Great writers are different." Chen Shiping smiled. She had seen the movie. Ninjing in the movie is so beautiful. Jiang Wen is indeed good at filming, but if Liu King knew what happened later, he probably wouldn't be so concerned. No, Liu King should have known it during the filming, but she still tried every means to find investment for Jiang Wen. I have to say that these sisters can really get along. Chen Shiping thought for a while and said, "The script is good and can be invested, but it must be done in the producer mode. You also know the current situation in the factory." Liu King smiled and said, "I came to you because I want you to be the producer. Jiang Wen has no experience and has a bad temper. It's just right to find someone to suppress him. I can't suppress him. Zijing can't suppress him, let alone me." Chen Shiping teased. Liu King laughed and said, "That's different. You have the money in your hand." Chen Shiping shook his head and said nothing. Jiang Wen, who was suppressed, was not Jiang Wen anymore, but someone did have to control the funds of the crew. Otherwise, the film would lose money. Jiang Wen is a famous money burning machine. Ordinary investors really can't bear it. Chen Shiping thought for a while and was about to speak when someone knocked on the car window. He looked up and found that it was Li Lianji outside, and he was a little surprised. Why did Li Lianji come here? What happened today? Everyone came to visit the crew one by one. Liu King also saw Li Lianji and was a little surprised. Chen Shiping rolled down the window and said to Li Lianji, "Why are you here? Get in the car." The door of the back seat was opened, and a gust of cold wind blew in. Chen Shiping couldn't help sneezing. He had a cold recently. Not far away, Yu Fihang was sitting in front of Chen Shiping's small stove at this time, and subconsciously said, "Why is Li Lianji here too?" Cheng Daoming, who was sitting there with her and warming himself by the fire, replied, "How should I know? I didn't ask you." Cheng Daoming was dizzy. How did he offend her? Is she sick? Chen Shiping bullied you, so you come to bully me? In the car,
Chen Shiping looked at Li Lianji, who was talking about this and that, and took the initiative to make a look at Liu Xiaoqing. Liu Xiaoqing understood and took the initiative to get out of the car. Looking at Yu Fihang, who was staring at this side, she smiled and felt it was quite interesting, so she took the initiative to walk over to see what was going on with this little girl. After Liu Xiaoqing got off the car, Li Lianji said embarrassedly, "Director, I came here to ask you for help with something. I can see that. Tell me what it is." Chen Shiping was also very curious. Li Lianji is doing well now. What can he ask him for? Li Lianji did not hesitate to simply tell him the matter, and looked at Chen Shiping seriously and said, "Director, I know this matter makes you embarrassed, but please help me." Chen Shiping felt a little funny in his heart. Li Zhi has nothing to do with you. Why are you trying to get involved? People are happy to be bullied in the movie and to be taken advantage of by Chenglong. What does it have to do with you? However, Li Lianji has been quite cooperative in the past 2 years. Chen Shiping thought about it and decided to help him once. Of course, the fundamental reason for helping him is to strike a blow to the Hong Kong Directors Association. The box office of the Double Dragon Association will be the activity funds of the Directors Association in the future. It's not difficult. You come to me and call me the factory director. I will help you. Don't worry, Shuanglong will not be able to come in. Hearing Chen Shiping's words, Li Lianji was deeply moved and immediately said, "Thank you." Chen Shiping waved his hand and said, "It's a small matter." But he felt a little sorry that he had lost a cat. "You said that Nansen Shi and Chenglong came together?" Chen Shiping asked again. Li Lianji nodded and said that there were several Hong Kong directors who came together. Chen Shiping nodded and thought for a while and then said to Li Lianji, "I can help you with Shuanglong, but Chenglong probably came here to explore the way and enter the mainland market in the future." Li Lianji heard the meaning of the words and said, "Just this time, I don't want to go against Chenglong all the time." "That's good. We should still focus on unity." Chenglong's influence in the international arena is still very large, which is very helpful for the promotion of Chinese language films. Hearing this, Li Lianji felt that Chen Shiping seemed to value Chenglong more, and he felt a little uncomfortable. Thinking of this, an idea suddenly popped up in his mind. They are all kung fu stars. Why can't I develop abroad? Maybe I will be the next Bruce Lee. Chen Shiping didn't know what Li Lianji was thinking. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Hollywood is not so easy to develop. No one would pay attention to Li Lianji in Hollywood now. In the studio outside the car, Liu Xiaoqing stared at Yu Fihang next to the small stove, which made her feel a little scared. "Sister Xiaoqing, why are you looking at me like this?" Yu Fihang said a little uncomfortably. Liu Xiaoqing said with a smile, "See how you are better than Amin." Yu Fihang's face tightened, and she said angrily, "Why should I compare with her? It's just a joke, don't get excited." Liu Xiaoqing said with a smile, "Sometimes don't think too much. Filming well is better than anything else." Yu Fihang felt a little uncomfortable. She knew that Liu Xiaoqing and Tao Human were best friends, and this was to warn her. But she didn't do anything. It was Chen Shiping who took the initiative. Yu Fihang felt much more comfortable immediately after she found an excuse for herself in her heart. "I was passive, not the one who took the initiative to seduce. Who told him to say that I was dark and fat? So many people in the literary and artistic circles like me, but you said that I was dark and fat. I just want to prove my charm." In the literary and artistic circles, men like Chen Shiping are worthy of being conquered by women, and others are just chickens, pottery dogs, and lewd and perverted. Chen Shiping sneezed again in the car, rubbed his nose, looked at Li Lianji and said, "You should also pay attention to yourself. I have also heard about Li Zhi's things. Don't be too proactive, otherwise you will suffer in the future." Li Lianji was a little embarrassed. He really seemed to be too attached to him this time. Licking dog. Chen Shiping couldn't help shaking his head. Fortunately, he rose quickly, otherwise he might become a licking dog in the face of a beauty like Chen Hang. No, the biggest possibility is to become a sea dog king. But why should you be a sea dog king when you can be a sea king? Speaking of it, Li Lianji is indeed not as good as Chenglong in this regard. He spends more money, throws it away after playing, and never takes responsibility, let alone being affectionate. This is the pattern. There is a reason why Li Lianji is not as successful as Chen Long. Li Lianji stayed on the set for a while and then went back. Chen Shiping had no time to deal with him because he had many filming tasks. Liu Xiaoqing hadn't left yet. She and Chen Shiping hadn't finished chatting yet. She sat next to the monitor and asked curiously, "What is he looking for you for?" "Same as you," Chen Shiping said with a smile. "Are you looking for investment?" "No, you're also looking for help from someone you like." Liu Xiaoqing couldn't help hitting him and said, "You're kidding me." Chen Shiping laughed and said, "You're telling the truth, but you're much more promising than him. Jiang Wen is your little wolf dog, but he's someone else's little licker." "What wolf dog licker? What nonsense are you talking about?" Liu Xiaoqing rolled his eyes, bumped Chen Shiping with his arm and asked, "By the way, what do you say about investment?" "Sure, I can be his producer, and no one can control him, but you let him finish the script first, and you can't change it after handing it over to me." Liu Xiaoqing didn't know Jiang Wen's nature as a director at this time, and immediately nodded and said, "That's what he should do. I'll tell him later that I'll come to you after the script is finished." Liu Xiaoqing also left. Chen Shiping felt that today was really interesting, with two people coming to help their lovers. But strictly speaking, Jet Li is not a licker. He can only be considered a licker. The filming of Love Letter continued. Chen Shiping did not receive a call from Nansenshi, and he did not take it seriously. Nansenshi was not a fool. How could he really help? It is estimated that even Chen Long did not really want to let Shuanggang enter the mainland market, but just came to explore the way and prepare for the next time. At this time, in the Shangri-La Hotel, Chen Long and several directors from Hong Kong were having a big meal and discussing the situation of the mainland film market. He did not even ask about Nansenshi's request to invite Chen Shiping to dinner. Chen Long had never dealt with Chen Shiping. He had the opportunity to deal with him, but the script of Farewell My Concubine was really not suitable for him. "Director Liu, you have met Chen Shiping. Is he easy to talk to?" Chen Long looked at Liu Zhenwei curiously and asked. Liu Zhenwei shook his head and said, "He's not easy to talk to. He was very domineering at the last film exchange meeting." Chen Long said indifferently, "If he wasn't strong, he wouldn't have achieved the results he has now. I really didn't expect a mainlander to mess up the film industry in Taiwan, Hong Kong and Macau like this." Liu Zhenwei smiled and said, "Take advantage of the situation. He has a sharp eye and strong means. It's not necessarily the same for someone else, but it's a good thing after all. There are indeed too many bad Hong Kong films in recent years. It's good for us to clean them up." Chen Long's view is still relatively positive. He doesn't have any idea of fighting for power. The bigger the film market in Taiwan, Hong Kong and Macau, the better it is for him. The price of the film sold to Jia after filming can be increased a lot. His current box office appeal is here, not limited to Hong Kong. He won't cling to that pitiful right to speak like those directors in Hong Kong. In Chen Long's view, he can still walk sideways in Southeast Asia, and he will be welcomed wherever he shoots. The only pity is that he went to Hollywood and returned empty-handed. Those Hollywood directors don't know how to make action movies at all. Chen Long is now thinking about how to enter the mainland market for the next police story. The Double Dragon Club was originally filmed to raise funds for the Directors Association. Although the investors are unwilling to support the Directors Association now, the money earned will not fall into his hands. The next movie of his own is the key. If it can enter the mainland market, the box office and profit can at least double. The Party A and Party B that were released a few days ago can get more than 100 million box office in the mainland. With his appeal, he can at least get tens of millions of box office. When Chen Long thought of this, he felt a little hot in his heart. He couldn't help but wave to the waiter to ask if there was a nightclub nearby. The composition of nightclubs in Beijing during this period was extremely complicated. They were either run by gangsters or laid-off uncles. Almost all of them were nightclub-style karaoke bars and discos, which were dark and dirty, and dared to charge people thousands of yuan a night. There were news about exposing black discos in newspapers almost every month, so ordinary people didn't even think about spending money there. But at this time, every karaoke bar and disco was a hit. People in the literary and artistic circles like to open bars, but they are also very shady.
Most people who go there will be ripped off. If they make trouble and get beaten up, it is a small matter. However, Chenglong didn't know this, and he didn't worry about anything happening to him. He is Chenglong. After dinner at the hotel, Chenglong took those friends from Hong Kong and his bodyguards out to play. Chenglong's bodyguards are all dragon and tiger martial artists, and they are all very good. He doesn't worry about the problem of danger at all. A privately contracted hotel has the most popular karaoke bar in Beijing. After Chenglong brought people there, he spent money like water to order girls, attracting everyone's attention for a while. Even though the light in the karaoke bar was dim, Chenglong and those directors' accents were very eye-catching. You can recognize who he is after a few careful glances. For a while, I don't know how many girls swarmed over. In a corner of the karaoke bar, several people wearing black suits with tattoos on their wrists looked at Chenglong, who was arrogantly spending money, and felt a little unhappy. A man who looked like a leader raised his chin to his subordinates, and the younger brother understood and walked towards Chenglong. The current karaoke bars and dance halls in the mainland are full of people wearing black suits and sunglasses. They are all subordinates of the bosses, imitating the gangsters in Hong Kong movies. Today, a big fish has come, and we must take a big bite. It was a dark night, and the snow in the sky had stopped. Chen Shiping looked at the sky outside the window, and had some insomnia. It has been almost a month since I came out to film, and I miss my home and Zhao Beike a little. But I can finish the outdoor shooting and go home tomorrow, and Chen Shiping is still a little excited. Chen Shiping was very excited, but someone couldn't sleep. Yu Fihong lay on the bed and looked at the night sky outside. After thinking for a while, she got up from the bed and went out. But after she walked outside, she turned back and put some powder on her face in front of the mirror. You actually said I was black. I put on white to scare you to death. Yu Fihong snorted, put down the cosmetics in her hand and turned out. At this time, in the karaoke bar in Beijing, Chenglong looked at the men in front of him and said in a drunken voice, "Friends, give me some face. I don't want to cause any trouble. You have to give face to a big star, but you have to pay for the things you broke, this amount." Looking at the outstretched hand of the man opposite, Chenglong took out a wad of money from his arms and put it in his hand and said, "Is this enough?" "Not enough. Who can I give this away with just a few $1,000s? Updates have been resumed. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190. Yu Fihong tried it and was very satisfied. It was past midnight, and the lights were still on in the small hotel room. Chen Shiping looked at the storyboard in his hand and saw that there were 2 oranges left on the table. He ate one and prepared to go to bed. But before he took off his pants, the door was knocked again. But this time it was very quiet, as if he was afraid of being heard. Chen Shiping opened the door a crack and saw Yu Fihong standing outside with a sneaky look. Seeing the door open, Yu Fihong was about to squeeze in, but Chen Shiping immediately held her head to prevent her from entering. She was very angry tonight, and if she let her in, she would be in trouble. "Why are you here so late?" Yu Fihong looked up at Chen Shiping and whispered, "Let me in first. It will be bad if someone sees us. If you have something to say, just say it. It's not good to be sneaky." Chen Shiping smelled the perfume on her body and felt that she was definitely up to something tonight. Whose good person sprays perfume in the middle of the night? Yu Fihong couldn't stand Chen Shiping, so she took a step back and looked at him and said, "Do you dislike me so much? Aren't you afraid of offending me?" Chen Shiping raised his eyebrows slightly. Is this a case of using force when soft tactics don't work? But he really wasn't afraid. No matter how powerful you are, what can you do? You masturbate yourself? I'm just afraid that your little hand can't hold it. Are you threatening me? Chen Shiping looked at Yu Fihong with a smile, and the provocation in his eyes was even stronger than hers. Yu Fihong snorted and said, "Let me in first." "Not letting a child in? Childish. Who are you talking about as a child? Who's talking about a child?" Yuffie Han looked down along Chen Shiping's gaze and was so angry that her teeth itched and she raised her little pink fist and hit him a few times. Chen Shiping, is your brain going crazy? Don't make trouble. It's really hard to explain if someone sees us. Chen Shiping grabbed Yuffie Han's hand and let her in helplessly. After entering the room, Yuffie Han rubbed her wrist and muttered, "You don't know how to be gentle with women at all." Chen Shiping rolled his eyes at her. He was too lazy to flatter a spoiled young lady. Yuffie Han felt that she had never suffered as much as Chen Shiping since she was a child. She was flattered everywhere. "Now that you are in, you can tell me what's going on, right?" Chen Shiping asked Yuffie Han as he sat on the bed. Yuffie Han tilted her head and turned around in the room, looking left and right without saying a word. "I'm going to sleep now. I have to get up early tomorrow and I really don't have time to make trouble with you." Chen Shiping yawned and said. Yuffie Han looked back at him, lifted her hair and said, "Just go to sleep." Chen Shiping. "Then what? You sat on me to death in the middle of the night. If you don't leave, I'll take off my clothes." Yuffie Han turned around and looked at Chen Shiping, pursing her lips to signal him to take off his clothes quickly. Chen Shiping was really convinced, so he simply spread his hands and said, "How about joining us?" Hearing the invitation, Yuffie Han's face flushed and she lowered her head and walked over shyly. "Actually, the light in my room is broken and I'm afraid of the dark." Chen Shiping pouted, trying to fool around, but he could see that Yuffie Han didn't seem to have any bad intentions when she approached him. She came over late at night and knew to avoid people. During the day, there were few intimate actions on the set, and the most excessive was feeding him an orange once. I think the little girl still has a sense of shame, and she is probably afraid of rumors and embarrassment to her family. Looking at Yuffie Han standing in front of him shyly, Chen Shiping was about to raise his hand when the mobile phone on the bedside rang. This call came at a really timely time. Chen Shiping went over to answer the phone and said hello, and then heard an anxious voice from the other side. Yuffie Han watched Chen Shiping answer the phone silently and found that his face was not very good, so she leaned over to listen. But she didn't hear it clearly. She only heard Cheng Long, the dance hall, and something like looking for someone to help. The call was from Shi Nansheng. Chen Shiping was speechless after hearing it. How could Cheng Long think so hard to go to those black karaoke bars? If he wanted to play, couldn't he play in the Shangri-La Hotel? Damn it, it was really infuriating. However, Cheng Long's influence was not small, and this matter still had to be dealt with, otherwise it would be too embarrassing if it was reported in the newspaper. Not only Cheng Long was embarrassed, but also Beijing was embarrassed. "I know, you wait for my news. Don't conflict with the other party. Wait for my call." Chen Shiping hung up the phone after he finished speaking, and then found his address book and started to look through the numbers on it. The bosses behind the karaoke bars in Beijing are mixed, and most people really can't figure out who is behind them. It could be some unpresentable hooligans, or it could be from a compound. Chen Shiping had to find someone to ask clearly before he knew who to ask to get Cheng Long out. If he was from a compound, it would be easy to deal with, as he would have to have some dignity. If he was some unpresentable hooligans, that would be troublesome. At this time, in the dance hall in Beijing, Shi Nansheng hung up the phone and looked at Cheng Long with an angry face and said, "Why don't you just give me the money? You have to go against me. I have already given 50,000 yuan, and I have no money left." Cheng Long was also angry. He had given the money to the other party, and he was still deliberately making trouble. He wanted to take a photo and sing. Who can bear it without getting angry? Shi Nansheng said helplessly, "Okay, I called Chen Shiping. He told us to wait for a while. We can't call the police for this kind of thing. It's so troublesome. Can Chen Shiping settle it?" Cheng Long glanced at the gangsters sitting opposite him, laughing and swearing, and was a little worried that Chen Shiping couldn't handle it. Shi Nansheng explained in a low voice, "It should be possible, otherwise we can only find someone more powerful, but the favor is also too big. Although Chen Shiping is not easy to talk to, he won't ask you for too much favor." Cheng Long was relieved when he heard this. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want to find those big people he knew. It was not worth it to owe favors for such a small matter. Chen Shiping on this side had already found the phone numbers of all kinds of friends in the address book.
Yuffie Han followed behind Chen Shiping and asked curiously, was Chen Long beaten when he went to the dance hall? No, he was slaughtered as a fat sheep and is now detained. Chen Shiping explained casually. Chen Shiping looked at a phone number in the address book and was about to dial it when he heard Yuffie Han talking. Which dance hall? I can ask someone to bring him out. Chen Shiping paused, turned his head, and looked at her and asked, who to find? Don't worry about it, I can find someone to bring him out anyway. Yuffie Han sat next to Chen Shiping and swung her legs and said, I'm sleepy and want to sleep. I don't want to listen to your phone calls, it's so noisy. For the first time, Chen Shiping felt that Yuffie Han's eldest lady temper was a bit cute. Yuffie Han is too young now, not as mature as she will be later, but being immature also has its advantages. Look how arrogant and cute she is. Chen Shiping handed the phone to her and said, then you call, just to save me some trouble. Yuffie Han took the phone and pressed the number skillfully, but stopped when her finger was on the dial key. Don't you remember the number? Chen Shiping asked in confusion. Yuffie Han didn't say anything, just pointed to the lonely orange on the table. Hey, you petty. Chen Shiping was not threatened by this and reached out to take back the mobile phone. It's just a little trouble. He has been in Beijing for a long time. Seeing Chen Shiping was about to take the mobile phone, Yuffie Han hid back and complained, you have this attitude when asking for help. What's wrong with eating an orange? Although Yuffie Han complained, she still pressed the dial key. Soon the call was connected. Yuffie Han first acted coquettishly and said a few nice words to the phone before talking about business. After she finished speaking, she paused, covered the phone, and looked at Chen Shiping and asked, which dance hall? The Black Dance Hall in Kyanshan Hotel. Chen Shiping said in a low voice. Yuffie Han quickly said to the other end of the phone, Kyanshan Hotel, you hurry up. Got it. No need to call back. I'm going to sleep. Bye. Yuffie Han hung up the phone after she finished speaking, looked at Chen Shiping and said, it's done. I'm going to sleep now. Chen Shiping took the mobile phone and asked, who are you looking for? I don't know, but it will definitely be solved anyway. Yuffie Han grabbed Chen Shiping's wrist, looked at the time on the watch and said, it will definitely be solved before 1 o'clock. Chen Shiping hummed and didn't ask any more questions. He picked up the phone and called Shi Nansheng back. Wait a moment, someone will pick you up soon. I'll talk about other things when I return to Beijing tomorrow. After speaking, Chen Shiping hung up. It was not because he was pretending to be cool, but because he was afraid that Shi Nansheng would ask more questions. The key point was that he didn't know who Yuffie Han was looking for. After hanging up the phone, Chen Shiping looked up and saw Yuffie Han sitting cross-legged on the bed, propping up her chin and looking at her. Am I dark? Yuffie Han tilted her head and looked at Chen Shiping. Chen Shiping opened his mouth and coughed lightly and said, a little bit. Boring. Yuffie Han stretched out her foot and kicked him, then lay down on the bed, kicking her legs in anger. After venting for a while, Yuffie Han sat up again, stared at Chen Shiping and asked, then do I look good? This time Chen Shiping nodded very honestly and said, looks good, otherwise I wouldn't agree to you to play the role of love letter. Hearing Chen Shiping's words, Yuffie Han laughed, grabbed the quilt, and rolled over and said, turn off the lights and go to bed. Chen Shiping said faintly, aren't you afraid of the dark? Chen Shiping. Yuffie Han sat up madly and rushed towards him. This man was so annoying. He could expose all her reserve. Chen Shiping looked at Yuffie Han, who was so energetic and couldn't stop laughing on his face, and he played with her. Chen Shiping himself did not notice that when he and Yuffie Han were together, they also liked to bicker like children, not as decisive as Director Chen. After playing around on the bed for a while, the two of them stuck together, panting and looking at each other, and could clearly feel each other's breath. Yuffie Han looked into Chen Shiping's eyes, slowly closed her eyes, and opened her eyes again, to hold his mouth when Chen Shiping was about to come closer. Turn off the lights. It will be darker if you turn off the lights. Chen Shiping. Yuffie Han could no longer care about anything else, grabbed Chen Shiping and bit him. Chen Shiping's lips were bitten and hurt, but he felt a kind of vitality in her, a vitality that only belongs to young people. Perhaps Yuffie Han's boldness and petty temper are also a fatal attraction to Chen Shiping. The two hugged each other and rolled around on the bed. Chen Shiping was on top and was pressed down by Yuffie Han. It didn't seem like they were being intimate, but rather like they were competing. Chen Shiping held Yuffie Han's waist and turned over, and both of them fell off the bed. However, Chen Shiping protected Yuffie Han with one hand and did not hurt her. The two of them lay on the ground and looked at each other and suddenly laughed. They laughed and hugged each other and kissed passionately. Their clothes were torn off randomly, and only the hot breathing of the two people was left in the room. After an unknown amount of time, Yuffie Han lay on Chen Shiping's back, counting the red marks on his back that she had scratched. "Will you get divorced if you are found out when you go home?" Chen Shiping was stunned for a moment, then asked, "Do you want to marry me?" "No, I will never get married in my life, otherwise I would not look for you." Yuffie Han put her face on Chen Shiping's back, touched the bones on his shoulders with her fingers and said, "Do you know why I look for you?" Chen Shiping shook his head and said, "I don't know." Yuffie Han suddenly raised her head, rested her chin on Chen Shiping's shoulder, and whispered in his ear, "Because of Redwall, it was the first time I read such a bold book. I felt it was crazy and romantic, so I was particularly curious about you." It was the first time Chen Shiping heard someone describe Redwall as romantic. In the past, it was described as vulgar and erotic. Yuffie Han touched Chen Shiping's short hair, which felt hard and prickly, and couldn't help laughing. His hair was the same as that, hard and comfortable. "What are you laughing at?" Chen Shiping asked curiously. Yuffie Han bit his ear and said, "I won't tell you, but I'm very satisfied. You are the same as described in the novel." Chen Shiping laughed dumbly, feeling that he was being taken advantage of. But this feeling is good. It is indeed a bit crazy, and it is unforgettable. At the entrance of Shangri-La Hotel, Chen Long got out of a black car, bent over and thanked the people in the car. After watching the car leave, he turned his head to look at Shi Nansheng. "Do you know who these people are?" Shi Nansheng shook his head, staring at the taillights of the car going away, looking at the license plate number on it. He had some guesses in his mind, but he was not sure where they were from. Chen Long suddenly sighed and said, "You said Chen Shiping's favor was not big, but he found such a powerful person to come here. This favor is huge." Shi Nansheng was stunned, and his evaluation of Chen Shiping was raised by 1 point in his heart. He didn't expect that he had such great power. Just now in the dance hall, the owner of the dance hall slapped himself several times and apologized and paid compensation. It was pitiful to see. Chen Long said curiously, "Why don't we call Chen Shiping and ask?" Shi Nansheng shook his head and said, "It's too late now. Let's wait until he returns to Beijing tomorrow." Even if Chen Shiping returns to Beijing, he won't be so fast. There are still several shots of the love letter that haven't been finished. In the shot, Yuffie Han walks in the white snow. There is a kind of quiet beauty that makes Chen Shiping a little dazed. This is completely different from Yuffie Han last night. This contrast is also unique. Chen Shiping wants to go back to Beijing later. There is another chapter that may be after 12 o'clock. It depends on how fast my hand speed is. If I'm fast, it will be before 12 o'clock, and if I'm slow, it will be after 12 o'clock. Chapter 191 The Reward. After being slept with, it was the end of winter in Beijing, and the snow on the road was swept away. Chen Shiping was a little uncomfortable with the grayness of the city. He had seen too many beautiful snow scenes outside during this period, and he didn't like the hustle and bustle of the city. The cruise car drove directly back to the factory, and there was no rush to shoot the interior scenes. Everyone had to go home and take a day off. Chen Shiping also had other things to deal with. After returning to the factory, Chen Shiping looked at Yuffie Han and asked, "Are you going back to school or to your own place?" Yuffie Han said uninterested, "If you are free, take me home. If not, take me to school." "Did I say I took you home?" Chen Shiping knocked on her and said, "I have something to do in the afternoon. I'll take you back to school. It's just across the street. You don't need to take me. I'll go by myself." Yuffie Han snorted and turned away. Chen Shiping looked at her from behind, shrugged his shoulders and left. "Now I have to go meet Chen Long. This big-nosed man is really noisy. I haven't even seen him, but I've helped him settle things. It would be unacceptable if he had to be slaughtered hard this time." Yuffie Han walked out of the film studio, looked back and found that there was no trace of Chen Shiping. She gritted her teeth and groaned a few times before leaving. You bastard. If you don't want to send me off, then don't send me off. But I just like him like this. Those men who can only flatter and please are so boring. Although Chen Shiping is as hard as a rock, men should be harder. In the Shangri-La Hotel, Shi Nansheng received a call from Chen Shiping. After knowing that he would come soon, he went to the restaurant downstairs to book a private room. Not long after, Chen Long and the others all arrived. Shi Nansheng looked at Chen Long and said, "Don't mention the matter of the Shuanglang Society, otherwise you will be slaughtered hard." Chen Long nodded and said, "I know. I don't know what conditions Chen Shiping will propose." Several other Hong Kong directors also discussed at this time. They came here to find Chen Shiping for cooperation. Now they owe him a favor before the cooperation has even started. This cooperation really needs to be cut. Shi Nansheng smiled and said, "He is a man who does things honestly and won't make things difficult for you, as long as you don't go against him." "I hope so." Just as Chen Long finished his words, the door of the private room was pushed open and the waiter led Chen Shiping in. "Am I not late?" Chen Shiping walked in with a smile, looked at Shi Nansheng and said, "Miss Shi, long time no see." Shi Nansheng said with a smile, "It's not been long, please take a seat." Chen Shiping nodded, looked at Chen Long and said, "Mr. Cheng, were you not frightened last night? There are too many illegal dance halls in Beijing. We will rectify them later. I guarantee there will be no problems next time you come to Beijing." Chen Long forced a smile and said, "Thank you Director Chen for your help yesterday. It's a small matter." After Chen Shiping finished speaking, he looked at Liu Zhenwei and several other directors and said, "Welcome everyone to the mainland. Are you here to make a movie this time?" Liu Zhenwei and Chen Shiping shook hands and said politely, "Yes, yes. I hope Director Chen can give you more support. Director Liu's Mandarin is good." Chen Shiping laughed, then sat down, and looked at them and said, "Sit down, don't stand." After hearing what Chen Shiping said, several people sat down, put on smiles, and took the initiative to find topics to chat with him. Soon the waiter came in to serve the dishes, and opened 2 bottles of wine. Chen Long took the bottle to pour wine for Chen Shiping, but Chen Shiping reached out to cover his glass. Seeing Chen Long's embarrassment, Shi Nansheng took the initiative to say, "Director Chen doesn't drink, so we drink tea. If I don't drink, you can drink, don't worry about me." Chen Long smiled awkwardly, put down the bottle and said, "The guest follows the host's wishes. We won't drink either. We drank yesterday and messed up things. We will quit drinking in the future." Chen Shiping smiled and said nothing. After eating for a while, the few of them turned the topic to movies. Liu Zhenwei came here this time to apply for co-production and attract investment at the same time. Of course, the most important thing is to enter the mainland market. His film company is now unable to come up with money and is about to go out of business. Now the investors in Taiwan have withdrawn. It's hard to find investment in Taiwan, so he simply sets his sights on the mainland. Now everyone knows that Beijing Film Studio has money, and it's a lot of money. Party A and Party B can make a lot of money with just one movie. The most important thing is that Chen Shiping still has the investment from the Directors Association. Liu Zhenwei was chatting with a friend some time ago, talking about the end of Hong Kong movies and the glory of Hong Kong movies in the past. An idea popped up in his mind, wanting to shoot a movie about movie characters in Hong Kong in the 1950s and 1960s. The script is 1992 Black Rose vs. Black Rose. It's just that the script is there, but there is no money to shoot, so I came to the mainland to ask Chen Shiping for help. After listening to Liu Zhenwei, Chen Shiping pondered for a moment and said, "The script you mentioned is a bit absurd. It's a cult film, it may not have a market in the mainland, and it's not suitable for co-production. There are actually many cult films in the mainland, and the famous cult brand is Xiang Studio. However, the box office of these films is not very high, but there are also many audiences who like this kind of strange movies." 1992 Black Rose vs. Black Rose mentioned by Liu Zhenwei is not a strange movie in the strict sense. The reason why Chen Shiping is not optimistic about it is that most of the content of the movie is about some things in Hong Kong in the 1950s and 1960s, and mainland audiences will not feel anything after watching it. Liu Zhenwei also knew the content of his film. Seeing that Chen Shiping was not optimistic, He took a step back and said, then can director Chen help solve the investment problem? Chen Shiping raised his eyebrows slightly and said, investment is fine. How much money do you need? The box office of this movie is very good. It was also in the top 10 of the annual box office in Hong Kong in 1992. If there is money to be made, then make it. Guanzilin is busy speculating in real estate in Hong Kong, so he has to do something serious. Hearing Chen Shiping's agreement, Liu Zhenwei considered it and said, I have only collected 2 million now, and I still need about 2 million. No problem, I will have someone contact you later. Chen Shiping said with a smile, and turned to look at the other directors. I know what you guys are thinking. You all want to co-produce and attract investment. How about this? You submit an application, and come to the studio. Thank you so much, Director Chen. Several directors smiled and raised their cups and said, I'll toast you with tea instead of wine. Chen Shiping raised his hand and said, don't worry, wait until I finish. Beijing Film Studio is currently working on a producer center. You should follow our model when you co-produce. Several directors froze when they heard this, but they had thought of this possibility before coming. They quickly reacted and said with a smile, it should be. The producer system is more mature. I hope to make a good movie under the leadership of Beijing Film Studio. Chen Shiping heard what they said, and then he raised his teacup and clinked it with them. Now that the problems of several directors have been discussed, only Cheng Long and Shi Nansheng are left. There is no rush for Shi Nansheng's problem, and we can talk about it privately later. Cheng Long's problem needs to be discussed carefully. I heard that you want Shuanglang to enter the mainland market? Chen Shiping took the initiative to speak. Cheng Long secretly exchanged a glance with Shi Nansheng, then shook his head and said, I came here mainly to meet Director Chen. Movies are not my business. I'm just an actor. Chen Shiping raised his eyebrows in surprise. Cheng Long was quite slippery. He took a step back and didn't want to owe so many favors. So what do you think of the mainland movie market? Have you ever thought about coming to the mainland to make a few movies? Cheng Long couldn't help swallowing his saliva. How many more movies? Chen Shiping was planning to use himself to death. Damn it, if I had known not to come to the mainland, the initiative would have been in my hands. If I had come to the mainland, I would have owed a favor for no reason. He is Cheng Long. Cheng Long, who is famous all over Asia. Alcohol and sex ruin things. Chen Shiping didn't care about him. He smiled and said, the factory has recently got a few scripts for police and gangster movies. I think they are pretty good. Are you interested? Cheng Long could only bite the bullet and say, yes, of course. It's my honor to come to the mainland to make a movie. That's good, but the funds in the factory are quite tight. Chen Shiping pointed to a few Hong Kong directors next to him and said, we have to invest in them, so your salary may not be too high. Cheng Long said helplessly, it's okay. Director Chen helped me so much. The salary can be negotiated. Chen Shiping laughed. It didn't seem so bad to be prostituted by Yufi Han yesterday. Cheng Long's salary is in the tens of millions, so this can save a lot of money. Saving money is a small matter. With Cheng Long joining, the Cheng family team will also be in hand, and the factory's experience in shooting action movies will also increase. This is the most critical thing. Even if there is no Cheng Long in the future, the factory can master the routine of shooting action movies. After the meal, Chen Shiping was still very happy. He did nothing but sleep with Yufi Han for a while, and then he got so many benefits. When Chen Shiping came out of Shangri-La, an absurd idea popped up in his mind. Why not find a few more rich women to sleep with? What a damn shortcut. But it's okay to think about this kind of thing. I can't bring myself to do it. If he wanted to be a gigolo, Chen Shiping would have been a gigolo long ago, and he didn't have to wait until today. Just thinking back, it seems that women have helped him a lot since he got rich. When Chen Shiping returned home in the evening, he found that Tao Human was having a tea party with several girls from the troupe. You're back. Tao Human smiled and pulled Chen Shiping over and said, you didn't go home when you came back. Where did you go to socialize again? Having dinner with a few Hong Kong directors. Chen Shiping explained and looked at Tao Human's sisters. They were all actors from the Beijing Film Studio. When they saw Chen Shiping, they took the initiative to stand up and sweetly called him the director. Chen Shiping smiled and said, "You guys chat. I still have some work to do. I won't disturb you. Just treat it as your own home." After chatting with Tao Human for a few words, he went to the study. After Chen Shiping went to the study, the women chattered. Lin Fangbing smiled and said, "This is the first time your husband has such a good face. He used to have a stern face in the factory." Fu Yui said, "This is not the first time I have seen him. When he was in the Red Mansion crew, he liked to get close to the actresses. He went to see Human. Why are you so excited?" Haha, that's right. I still remember the first time I saw Chen Shiping at Director Z's house. He was flirting with our minimum. Tao Human was embarrassed by the chatter of the girls. Tao Human interrupted them and said, "Stop laughing at me. Let's talk business. This script is well written, right? Do you want to act in it?" "Yes, I like this script too, but doesn't the story of the dance troupe seem a bit rustic? Go ask the great writer Chen and ask him to come up with a name." Tao Human was a little moved, so she stood up and said, "Then I'll go ask him." In the study, Chen Shiping had just opened the script book he wrote when Tao Human hugged him from behind. "You're finally back. I miss you so much." Chen Shiping touched Tao Human's little hand and said, "I miss you too. I call Leo Song every day to scold him for running so far to make a movie." Tao Human chuckled and said, "He's the director of the factory. How dare you scold him? He delayed my reunion with my wife. What's wrong with scolding him?" After Chen Shiping teased, he looked back at her and asked, "Why don't you chat with your sisters?" Tao Human talked about business and asked Chen Shiping to help her come up with a name for the TV series. Chen Shiping hasn't read the script yet, but since it's about a dance troupe, it's also good to call it Youth. Youth. Tao Human muttered, her eyes lit up, and she smiled and said, "That's the name. I like it." After that, she ran away happily, leaving Chen Shiping alone in the study again. Chen Shiping shook his head with a smile, sat down and looked at his notebook, thought for a while, and wrote down the outlines of the two scripts, Rumble in the Bronx and Police Stories 4. Chen Shiping is not lazy and doesn't write scripts, but he wants to train the editors of the literature department. Just write the outlines and let them expand on them. After writing these two outlines, Chen Shiping thought about it for a while and wrote down the outline of the script to rescue Mr. Cheng. This time, the big nose thing can be changed to make a script to rescue Mr. Cheng. After writing the three outlines, Chen Shiping looked at the outline of Rumble in the Bronx, thought for a while, and added a lot of content. Now that the craze for going abroad is so serious, we need to film more about the experiences of Chinese people after going abroad, and don't always think that going abroad can make a lot of money. If you can't make money in China, you will not make money abroad. Dasaba is being filmed, but the content is not very specific and does not show the life of those who go abroad. It would be nice to fill it with Rumble in the Bronx, and we need to add another TV series. Let Feng Xiaogang and his friends write about Beijing as in New York, and then let Xiaobei invest in it. After Chen Shiping finished writing several movie outlines, he listened to the laughter of several girls outside the study and wrote another script outline. Since the TV series Youth is already being filmed, let's make another movie. When the TV series is released first, we can make another movie. It should have a good box office performance. Looking at the things he wrote, Chen Shiping didn't want to continue writing. That's it for now. I'll give it to the literature department tomorrow and let them write it first. The routine of commercial film scripts must be familiar to the factory as soon as possible. After the spring, Chen Shiping will have no time to take care of the film creation, and the establishment of a branch company in the factory will also be put on the agenda. Next year is a crucial year. If it is done well, there will be no worries in the next 10 years. If the Beijing film studio can develop according to its own ideas, it may not be worse than the China film studio in the future. When the two merge, how powerful China film studio will be, Chen Shiping dare not imagine. Chapter 192 The Big Devil is Coming. The Beijing film studio was extremely busy, and all the workshops were running at high speed. The actors troupe was busy all day long. The studio was running several projects at the same time, and there were too many actors needed. People from the production department and the literature department had to go to the troupe every day to select actors. When Chen Shiping came to the literature department, he felt for the first time that the literature department was not a retirement department. When he was there before, everyone was either drinking tea and chatting, or taking leave to go out, and they were idle. Now that the reform has been carried out, the literature department is so busy that they can't find their way. The status of screenwriters has risen sharply. In the past, they were all passive at work, but now they have become active workers. The factory's indicators have been relaxed, the types of films have been relaxed, and the royalties have doubled. Who wouldn't work hard? Jiang Huiyan was sitting in the office, reviewing the manuscript, and saw a few more manuscripts in front of him. Put it aside, I'll look at it later, Jiang Huiyan said without raising his head. Chen Shiping smiled and coughed lightly and said, Teacher Jiang. Jiang Huiyan raised his head when he heard Chen Shiping's voice. Why are you here? Jiang Huiyan sighed and said, now that you come to the literature department, I have a headache, which is more of a headache than when you made trouble here before. Chen Shiping pulled a chair over and sat down, smiling and said, Teacher Jiang, your words are really hurtful. How dare you say that? Do you know how many messed up ideas these kids can come up with in a day? Jiang Huiyan felt that he had aged several years recently. Every day, he had to review manuscripts for those young editors and screenwriters, and he would be urged if he was slow in reviewing. In the past, he was the one who urged the editors to submit manuscripts, but now it's the other way around. In fact, it was Jiang Huiyan's own fault. He would review the ideas and manuscripts from the literature department before allowing them to be taken to the production department. Otherwise, all the messed up ones would be thrown there, and it would be the literature department that would lose face. Chen Shiping curled his lips silently. Going to work is just about work. Looking at the manuscripts handed over by Chen Shiping, Jiang Huiyan asked, what is this? Do you want me to review your script too? It's just an outline. You can find a few screenwriters to expand it. Chen Shiping paused and added, let them write it, and give it to me directly. It will relieve your pressure. Thank you. Jiang Huiyan rolled his eyes, picked up the manuscript and read it. After reading it, he sighed deeply. It's still comfortable to read your manuscript. It has characters, rhythm, and contradictions. You don't know what these kids have been writing these days. Chen Shiping laughed and said, Teacher Jiang, why are you flattering me too? This is the outline. Your outline is enough for them to learn. Jiang Huiyan said with his eyes wide open, as if he would never stop if Chen Shiping didn't approve it. Chen Shiping had no choice but to nod and deliberately change the subject and asked, why haven't I seen Teacher Wang Ruteo recently? Old Wang went to Shanghai for a meeting. Jiang Huiyan suddenly laughed and said to him, you don't know, Old Wang is praising you to the sky now. He used to look down on you, but now he praises you so much. Teacher Wang is a good person. Chen Shiping said with emotion, although he didn't like me before, he didn't reject my script. Jiang Huiyan said unhappily, that's because I tried my best. Yes, thanks to Teacher Jiang. Chen Shiping asked with a smile, is Shanshan about to graduate? Are you going to come to the factory? Jiang Huiyan frowned and said, you're married now, so don't call me so intimately. Chen Shiping. Liaodeng, are you still on guard against me? Exclamation mark. But it's understandable. Fathers all want their daughters to marry a good man. Chen Shiping is obviously not a good person in Jiang Huiyan's heart. The two chatted in the office for a while, and then Chen Shiping left. The outline was handed over, and the rest depended on how the screenwriters wrote it. I think it won't be too bad. If it's not well written, send it back and rewrite it. Love Letter took a 2-day break from filming, so Chen Shiping was not that busy. He walked around the workshops and listened to the factory director for the whole morning. In the afternoon, Chen Shiping had just returned to the co-production department when Shi Nansheng came to him. Chen Shiping looked at Shi Nansheng and said, I guess you will come today. I can't hide anything from you. Shi Nansheng smiled and sat opposite Chen Shiping, telling him his purpose this time. In addition to the director who came this time, there are 2 other directors who want to develop in the mainland. Chen Shiping raised his eyebrows and asked, who? You know them all, Chen Jiasheng and Du Qifeng. Shi Nansheng said with a smile. When he heard Du Qifeng's name, Chen Shiping frowned. This guy's position is not good, and some of his remarks are not good. Seeing Chen Shiping frown, Shi Nansheng was a little strange. Chen Shiping had worked with him once, and Du Kifeng was also a famous director in Hong Kong. Isn't it a good thing that they are all willing to develop in the north? Chen Shiping is good. We had a pleasant cooperation last time. Chen Shiping paused and said, but this Du Kifeng doesn't seem to be very good. At this time, Du Kifeng had not formed his own unique style, and those classic gangster police films had not been filmed yet. Shi Nancheng explained, the few comedy films he filmed were pretty good. This time he made a new script, which I think is very good, so I recommended him. Chen Shiping hummed, and did not continue to talk about Du Kifeng's problem. He turned around and asked, what's the situation with Chen Shiping? It's Yangsheng. Shi Nancheng took the initiative to say, Yangsheng found me, and wanted to cooperate with the mainland. How did you get involved with Yangsheng again? Does Princess Jin have any objection? Chen Shiping asked curiously. Shi Nancheng smiled and said, Princess Jin is also in a lot of problems now. Taiwan has completely cut off cooperation with Princess Jin. Chen Shiping knew about this. Taiwan wanted to enter the Hong Kong market at the beginning, but Princess Jin blocked it and refused to let it in. The satellite companies under Princess Jin also went bankrupt. No one was making movies anymore, and only the theaters were left. Otherwise, Zuke and Shi Nancheng would not have come to the mainland to find a way to make a living. But now it seems that Shi Nancheng also wants to kick his old boss. Chen Shiping is happy to see this happen. The old theater companies in Hong Kong will only reshuffle if they do not develop well. Yandu Shuangnan Theatre may have the opportunity to grow stronger and fully control the Hong Kong film market from production to theaters. Chen Shiping's mind turned, but he did not show it on his face, and deliberately said, I still have to settle accounts with him about Yangsheng. Zhang Minimum. Do you still want to cooperate with him now? Shi Nancheng said speechlessly, your girlfriend has already given it away. What accounts do you want to settle? It has nothing to do with me. Chen Shiping said seriously, and changed the subject and said, what does Yangsheng mean? They are not good. I don't like it. Shi Nancheng explained, Yangsheng is only involved in entertainment, not other things. Some things are not calculated this way. Chen Shiping frowned and said. Seeing Chen Shiping so determined, Shi Nancheng didn't know what to say. Du Kifeng doesn't want it, and Yangsheng doesn't want it either. This is not a waste of his trip. I originally wanted to come here to show off my influence in the mainland. Now, it's a joke. Chen Shiping also knew Shi Nancheng's thoughts. Since he took the initiative to join them, it would be unreasonable not to give him some benefits. Otherwise, the group of people in Hong Kong will definitely talk about the mainland not accepting them behind their backs, which will be counterproductive. First stabilize Hong Kong, and then slowly erode them, and fully control everything from production to theaters. So he thought for a while and said, it's not impossible to cooperate. I'm still very optimistic about Chen Shiping. Let him find other companies. Shi Nancheng felt that Chen Shiping was fooling a child, so he simply said directly, this is not a problem of a director, but a problem of attitude towards certain film companies in Hong Kong. Can we kill them all with one blow? Chen Shiping knocked on the table and said, of course I know what you said, but Yangsheng is the biggest, so the gun shoots the bird that sticks out. Otherwise, you can let him find someone else. You won't interfere? Do you think I believe it? Shi Nancheng said persuadingly, even if it's just one cooperation, it will calm those people down. Many people are now more inclined to develop in Taiwan. Even if you want to discipline them, you can do it slowly. When they break off cooperation with Taiwan and can only rely on the mainland market, you can do whatever you want. Shi Nancheng said so bluntly. Chen Shiping didn't continue to stretch it and said directly, I can give a chance to cooperate, just for show. But there can't be any negative things in the movie. Shi Nancheng said immediately, I promise not. They are all costume comedies, and they are all going to let Zhao Xingxing play them. Yangsheng just wants to give money. I know that Guan Zilin's company can also participate, otherwise it's out of the question. Chen Shiping added another condition. Shi Nancheng hesitated and said, at most 10%. Okay, I'm just helping an old friend. Chen Shiping said with a smile. Shi Nancheng was speechless. Who in Hong Kong doesn't know that Guan Zilin is your white glove? Chen Shiping was thinking about the matter between Zhao Xingxing and Yangsheng at this time, and felt that this might be an opportunity. Without Zhao Xing, Yang Sheng is half dead. If Wang Pangzi is poached, Yang Sheng is basically dead. It's not bad to cooperate once and directly dig up the foundation of Yang Sheng. Chen Shiping thought for a while and said, I won't cooperate with Du Kifeng. Tell Yang Sheng to replace him with Wang Jin. No problem, but can I know why you don't like Du Kifeng? His political inclination is problematic. After coming out of Chen Shiping's office, Shi Nansheng was a little scared. How did he know that Du Kifeng had problems? Thinking of the people who rescued Cheng Long that day, Shi Nansheng suspected that there were pairs of invisible eyes around her. She was even more afraid of Chen Shiping in her heart. She suspected that he came to Hong Kong to stir up trouble because of the instructions from the mainland and wanted to promote 1997 from the cultural and entertainment aspects. Chen Shiping didn't know that he was misunderstood, but even if he knew, he didn't care. This was better. Shi Nansheng returned to Shangri-La with a heavy heart and re-examined his cooperation with Chen Shiping. Only when he was sure that it was beneficial to follow Chen Shiping, he was completely relieved. No wonder Chen Shiping dared to be so strong. It turned out that there was someone behind him. Shi Nansheng breathed a sigh of relief and then called Hong Kong. It's settled, but Du Kifeng can't do it. Chen Shiping wants to replace him with Wang Jin. I can't tell you the specific reason. I can only say that Chen Shiping doesn't like Du Kifeng. You guys can shoot the deathly hate yourselves. I heard that Wang Jin is working on the script of The Deer in the Cauldron. Let's change it to The Deer in the Cauldron. There's no problem with Chen Jia being on the stage. The legend of the Condor Heroes is a well-known figure among the people in the mainland. Yes, but there are conditions. The movie can't have any negative effects, and Chen Shiping's company must be added, 10%. After Shi Nansheng said a lot, he took credit for himself and said, Chen Shiping doesn't like you. Everyone knows Yang Sheng's background. It took me a lot of effort to get it done, but this is also your opportunity. Maybe there is a chance to cut off completely. At least you can cut off on the surface. After Shi Nansheng finished saying this, the person on the other end of the phone said, thank you very much. I'll have to trouble you for your help on these 2 movies. I'll leave the production to you. You're welcome. That's what I said. Shi Nansheng smiled and hung up the phone. This time, she helped several directors to get investment and promoted the cooperation between Yang Sheng and the mainland. In the future, her voice in the Hong Kong film industry will be strengthened. Taiwan investors are withdrawing their capital. Those who have no money to make movies and no way to enter the mainland market all come to me. Shi Nansheng is very happy to be Chen Shiping's agent in Hong Kong. While Shi Nansheng was busy talking on the phone with Hong Kong, Chen Shiping was also talking on the phone with Mr. Liao. Mr. Liao is about to retire. There is still a year left. Maybe he can develop the Shuangnan cinema line within a year. It can be regarded as a perfect end to his work. Chen Shiping and Mr. Liao talked on the phone for a long time until they hung up at the end of the night. After hanging up the phone with Mr. Liao, Chen Shiping was not in a hurry to go home and called Mr. Li of Zhang. Mr. Li will take up his post in Yindu next year, and these things must be reported to him. Things cannot be done behind the scenes. The leader must see it, otherwise it will be a waste of overtime. 10 minutes later, Chen Shiping drove home humming a song. The future of the Chinese film and television industry is in his hands. The thriving Beijing Film Academy, the future giant China film, plus Hong Kong. Chen Shiping feels that he is about to become an oligarch. The future film and television industry will be shrouded in the shadow of Chen Shiping. Why does he feel like a villain? Chen Shiping couldn't help but laugh at himself. But it's not considered controlling the film and television industry. There are still TV dramas that he hasn't intervened. As for TV dramas, Chen Shiping is not in a hurry and doesn't want to intervene. Let Xiao Beike play and see what results she can come up with this time. When Chen Shiping returned home, Tao Human had already prepared the meal. Are you roasting pork ribs? Chen Shiping smelled the fragrance before he entered the house and immediately ran to wash his hands and prepare to eat. He likes to eat pork ribs the most now, but every time he eats it, he will think of Hachiko, and he doesn't know if Yuhua has treated it badly. Yuhua wrote a letter some time ago saying that he was preparing for a divorce and would settle in Beijing after a while. Chen Shiping was still looking forward to drinking with this guy again, but he forgot one thing. The movie he promised you who has not been filmed yet. There is still one chapter to be done later because something happened today and it was delayed. Chapter 193. Director Chen was domestically abused. At night, in the spacious kitchen, the sound of running water was loud. Chen Shiping was washing dishes with gloves on, and Tao Hu-min was cracking melon seeds beside him and said, I have negotiated with CCTV TV Creation Center today, and they have decided to invest. Isn't this a good thing? The director has been decided? Chen Shiping asked with a smile. Tao Hu-min hummed and said, it has been decided. I asked Feng Xiao Gang for help. He is okay for filming TV. If you are not satisfied, you can change him. I will find a director for you. It has been agreed. How can it be changed casually? Tao Hu-min gently bumped into Chen Shiping and said, I took the money from home and used it. Use it. It doesn't cost me much. Chen Shiping said indifferently. Tao Hu-min put his hand on Chen Shiping's shoulder and said, if I lose money, will you scold me? This is all earned by your hard work. If I lose money, I lose money. Chen Shiping couldn't help but smile and said, CCTV will definitely give me face. It won't lose money. Tao Hu-min pouted, not hearing the answer she wanted to hear. However, Director Chen, who can help me wash the dishes after dinner, is already better than many men. He is also willing to pay me to make a TV series. What else can he not be satisfied with? What if I go out to make a TV series and you are alone at home? Tao Hu-min couldn't help but say, why don't you let my mother come over? She is going to retire anyway. Chen Shiping's hands trembled while washing the dishes, and he immediately said, don't. If our mother comes, our father will come. If they come, they will have to urge us to have children, and I will not be comfortable. Okay, I don't want to be nagged either. Tao Hu-min pursed her lips and sighed, pinching Chen Shiping's waist hard. Chen Shiping grimaced in pain and couldn't help but say, why are you pinching me? You know it in your heart. Tao Hu-min snorted, threw away the melon seed shells in her hand, and went out with her head raised. Wash the dishes well. You are not allowed to go to bed at night if you don't wash them clean. Chen Shiping looked at the bowl in his hand. He didn't look like a big devil in the film and television industry now. No one would believe it if he told others. Why do women change after getting married? Shouldn't men change? Why is it the other way around for me? However, he was already very grateful that Tao Hu-min could play dumb, so what else could he ask for? It's just washing dishes, so what if it can make you tired to death? Wash the dishes. Take a shower after washing. Eat cabbage tonight. After taking a shower, Chen Shiping wrapped in a bath towel ran back to the bedroom. Are you done? Tao Hu-min turned her head and looked at Chen Shiping and asked. Chen Shiping threw the bath towel and said, I'm done. If you don't believe me, look. Tao Hu-min sat up, took a closer look, sniffed and said, you washed it clean. Chen Shiping. Now he is getting more and more wild. His face would have blushed at this time before. Tao Hu-min shook her wrist back and forth, raised her head, and looked at Chen Shiping, licked the corner of her mouth gently and said, do you want it? Chen Shiping immediately stepped forward and blocked Tao Hu-min's mouth. Letting you pinch me just now, and we will fight to the death tonight. Not long after, the two rolled together. Chen Shiping gasped in pain, feeling as if his back was whipped by a thorn. Don't scratch me. Others can scratch me, but I can't. How can there be others? I fell down. I don't care about you. I'll scratch you. Then I'll scratch you too. Chen Shiping dribbled the ball with both hands, immediately limiting Tao Hu-min's space to move. You only know how to bully me. Tao Hu-min stared at Chen Shiping aggrievedly, leaned down and bit Chen Shiping's collarbone. Not satisfied after biting, she supported her hands on Chen Shiping's chest and began to grind Chen Shiping like a millstone. If she didn't do it, white foam would appear on the millstone. The next day, Chen Shiping, who was not in a very good mood, appeared in the studio of the Beijing film studio. Song Yu walked in front with his hands behind his back and said, how is it? Did you do well? It's okay. The art workshop put in a lot of effort this time. Chen Shiping said with a yawn. Song Heng looked back at Chen Shiping and said, were you a thief last night? Do you want to take a rest? Chen Shiping waved his hand and said, it's okay. I slept too late. I only slept for more than an hour. I'll be fine after a while. I heard from the people below that you gave the literature department several script outlines yesterday and discussed cooperation with Hong Kong. Song Hang patted Chen Shiping on the shoulder and said, "Thank you for your hard work. You are still young, don't be so anxious, take your time. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to show your achievements when you retire," Chen Shiping said jokingly. Song Hang said jokingly, "You just want me to give up your position quickly, right?" "I didn't say that. I would love someone to help me take the blame," Chen Shiping said with a smile. Song Hang smiled and said nothing. He had never helped Chen Shiping take the blame, but he enjoyed a lot of the results brought by Chen Shiping. If it weren't for Chen Shiping, how could he, the factory director, be sitting here until now? Speaking of which, he should thank Chen Shiping. When the spring comes, he will be in charge of the independent companies of each workshop. We can't always let the young take the lead. Just consider it as my contribution to Chen Shiping before retirement. Chen Shiping walked around the studio and continued shooting. The love letter must be finished early, otherwise there will be no time to shoot a movie in the spring. When shooting interior scenes, Chen Shiping didn't need a small stove, and Yu Fihang didn't sit next to him. Why sit next to him when you can't even roast oranges? The most important thing is that there are too many people in the factory, and we still have to pay attention to the impact. When it was time to finish work, Yu Fihang ran behind Chen Shiping and patted him. Chen Shiping hissed in pain. Yu Fihang looked at her hand and didn't use any force. "Are you pretending?" "I didn't use any force," Yu Fihang muttered and took back her hand guiltily. Chen Shiping grinned and said, "It's all because of you that Xiao Beike caught you." Yu Fihang couldn't help laughing when she heard it. She leaned over and whispered, "Are you being abused? You don't want a divorce, do you?" Chen Shiping rolled his eyes at her and said, "Divorce you?" Yu Fihang pouted and said, "She's lucky to have found you. Only a stupid woman would divorce you." Chen Shiping frowned and said, "I'm lucky, not her." "Okay, whatever you say." Yu Fihang didn't want to argue with Chen Shiping about this issue. She had seen too many such things. If Chen Shiping wanted to pretend to be affectionate, then he could do so. She was too lazy to say anything. "Are you free tonight? I'll take you to meet some friends." Chen Shiping thought for a while and said, "Okay, wait until I finish watching these movies." "Well, do you want to tell her so that you don't get beaten again when you get home?" Yu Fihang said teasingly. "This is fun, you know nothing. Just wait." Yu Fihang was so angry that her teeth itched. "You stubborn man, I'll give you some fun tonight." After Chen Shiping finished his work and went to meet his so-called friends with Yu Fihang, he immediately lost interest. "I thought I was going to meet someone, but it turned out to be Wang Shuo and his friends. So boring. Why did you come together?" Wang Shuo sat in the booth and stared at Yu Fihang and Chen Shiping with a strange smile. Chen Shiping shrugged and said, "She said she would treat me to a drink, so I came. If I had known that I would drink with a bunch of old men like you, I would not have come. TSK, Brother Fei is still charming. He called you all out." Wang Shuo laughed and made room for Chen Shiping to sit down. After Chen Shiping sat down, he looked at Wang Shuo who was smoking and said, "I heard from Zen Iron that you are going to set up a film and television company. Why? Are you interested too? We are all writers. Do you want to come along?" Wang Shuo became interested and wanted to pull Chen Shiping along. Chen Shiping waved his hand and said, "I won't join. I'm not interested in TV dramas." Wang Shuo and his friends set up this company just to make money. You can't make much money from writing books. The current regulations on royalties have not been changed, and the royalties are pitifully low. Chen Shiping was too lazy to make this money with them, and he didn't get much money. "Okay, it's normal for you who works in the film industry to look down on TV dramas." Wang Shuo smoked a cigarette and changed the subject, asking, "I heard from Jiang Wen that you are going to invest in him?" Chen Shiping, "Well, Sister King found me, so I must give her face. She also ran around for Jiang Wen's affairs." Wang Shuo said with a smile. Jiang Wen didn't want to be a director at first, and she kept persuading him to do it. "She's just being pretentious." Haha, it's true. Several people sat together and chatted while drinking, talking about everything. However, Chen Shiping was always not very active and didn't drink, so he couldn't play with them. Yu Fihang also saw it, so she took the initiative to pull Chen Shiping away. After leaving the bar and getting in the car, Yu Fihang asked, "Why do you feel that you don't like them very much?" "No, we are not just the same kind of people. In fact, they don't like me very much either," Chen Shiping said with a smile. "They all came from the compound, and I was just a troublemaker. Now I'm doing better than them, and I don't know what they think in their hearts." Yu Fihang opened her mouth and didn't know what to say, but she had heard them talk about Chen Shiping before. "It's okay, we are just friends." Chen Shiping looked at the time and asked, "It's getting late, shall I take you back to school?" "What about you?" "I'm going home." "Then I'll go home with you." "Okay, come to our house and be a servant girl. Can you wash dishes?" "Yes, and I can also tickle you. How about I tickle you now?" Yu Fihang said as she reached her little hand into Chen Shiping's clothes, scaring Chen Shiping so much that the steering wheel turned crooked. "I'm driving, don't make trouble." "Then are you going home?" "It can be later, but you have to go back." Yu Fihang felt bored, so she took back her hand and said, "What about tomorrow?" "There's a night scene tomorrow, and I don't know what time it will be after we finish filming," Chen Shiping said casually. "Then you don't have to go back." Yu Fihang laughed again, waved her hand and said, "Let's go, take me home." Chen Shiping looked at her sideways, with a smile on his face. Although Yu Fihang made some trouble, she also knew her limits. After sending Yu Fihang home, Chen Shiping drove home, feeling the cold wind all the way. Last night, there was too much noise. After Chen Shiping went home, Tao Human didn't torture him. She was really tired. The next morning, when Chen Shiping went to the studio, he ran into the crew of Dasabe who were also shooting indoor scenes. Chen Shiping ran over to join in the fun, wanting to see how Xia Gang was doing now, and whether he was proud and complacent. After all, Party A and Party B were so successful, if someone else changed, they would really be so proud. Chen Shiping didn't say anything around the studio, standing in the corner watching Xia Gang shoot. Just watching the content of the shooting made me want to laugh. The contrast between Chen Hang and Jeyu standing together was too great. However, Jeyu's chatterbox really made people ignore his appearance, and there was an inexplicable sense of coordination when standing with beautiful women. Thinking carefully, Jeyu has worked with many beautiful women, and every time he performed, he didn't feel out of place. This is also an ability of an actor, to make up for the difference in image with acting skills. Chen Shiping watched for a while, and when they finished shooting and took a break, he took the initiative to walk over. When Chen Hang saw Chen Shiping coming over, a smile appeared on her face. "Director Chen." Chen Hang shouted with a smile and kept her distance. Jeyu also came over to say hello and chatted with Chen Shiping for a few words, but he was so smart that he took the initiative to run over to find Xia Gang after a few words. This movie was decided by Chen Shiping. If you say Chen Hang has nothing to do with him, Jeyu will not believe it. Didn't you see Chen Hang's eyes light up? Chen Hang saw Jeyu leave and still held Xia Gang, and then she moved closer to Chen Shiping to talk to him. "Why are you here? Did you come to see me specially?" "I'm next door. I knew you were coming, so I came to see you." Chen Shiping asked with a smile, "How do you feel?" Chen Hang smiled and said, "It's okay, just a little rushed, but it's almost finished. Xia Gang is very popular now, and Jeyu is also very popular. Chen Hang is still very happy to be able to work with them. The movie is still being filmed, and the news has begun to follow up on it. Popular movies even took the initiative to ask Chen Hang to shoot the cover. What time do you finish work today? Come to my place in the evening." Chen Hang said in a low voice. "There is a night scene tonight, so I don't have time to go there. I'll go later, when I have time." Chen Shiping thought of the movies that were about to be filmed and asked, "When will the Three Kingdoms team join the crew?" "If I have time, I'll arrange a new movie for you." Chen Hang asked curiously, "It's still early for my part. What movie do you want to arrange?" "A co-production, a movie with Stephen Chow. Are you interested?" "Yes." Chen Hang wanted to hug Chen Shiping happily, but was afraid of being seen, so she bit her lip and said, "When are you going to my place?" "Tomorrow." Chen Shiping glanced at the time and said, "I'll tell you in detail later. By the way, are you willing to come to the factory? I'll transfer you here." Chen Hang nodded and said, "Yes, but won't she say anything?" "It's okay, it's a normal personnel transfer." Chen Shiping heard someone calling him from the studio next door, waved his hand and left. Chen Han looked at Chen Shiping's back as he left, and there was a fire burning in her heart. She now regretted not grabbing him directly and giving Chen Shiping to Tao Human in vain. But Chen Shiping has gone too far and too high now. She doesn't know how to get it back, and she dare not offend Chen Shiping. Maybe after being transferred to the Beijing film studio, she can get in touch with Chen Shiping more and slowly find her chance to win back the game she lost. Hey, where's the director? Zai Gang ran over and didn't see Chen Shiping. He scratched his head and said, I wanted him to help me. Why didn't he come to find me? Jeyu was watching from the side. He didn't come to see you. Do you think you are a grown-up girl? Chapter 194. Don't be gentle, be wild. The lights in the studio went out one by one late at night. Chen Shiping yawned and left the studio. It was already past 2 in the morning. After the crew finished their work, they all ran away, very fast. But now that everyone had left, it was convenient for Chen Shiping to pick up Yu Fihang and leave. The crew finished work, but Chen Shiping couldn't finish work yet. He had to work overtime tonight, and Yu Fihang was getting a little too excited now, so it was not easy to deal with her. Yu Fihang rented a house outside the school, and she would only live there during holidays. This was the first time she brought someone here. The room was quite clean, and before Chen Shiping could even take a look around, Yu Fihang couldn't wait. Before Chen Shiping could react, she was pushed against the wall. There was also a pair of little hands on her body that couldn't wait to tear off her clothes. This kind of passive scene was rare, and Chen Shiping took the initiative and pressed her against the wall. He pressed her neck with one hand and grabbed her black dress with the other. Chen Shiping fumbled around and pulled it down. Yu Fihang's 2 slender legs were covered with a piece of white cloth that was swaying and slowly falling off. After Chen Shiping adjusted his position, he pressed her forward. Yu Fihang's slightly red face was pressed against the cold wall. She felt forced, but such direct behavior made her a little fascinated. Chen Shiping was very anxious and rude this time. However, Yu Fihang bit her lip without any dissatisfaction. It was cold to be hit against the wall, but it was very hot from behind. The 2 completely different feelings made her unable to help but say, it doesn't matter if you use more force. Chen Shiping increased the strength of his hand on her neck. Seeing that Yu Fihang was a little out of breath, she didn't relax. Some girls like this feeling, especially many literary girls. Gentleness is not suitable for everyone. Things that have never been experienced are fascinating. Sometimes excitement and wildness are the most addictive. They have gentleness and romance themselves, and don't need you to warm her heart. After an unknown amount of time, the whole room seemed to be demolished, and the books on the bookshelf fell to the ground. The tables and chairs were also in a mess, and the ink bottle on the desk was overturned on the tablet top. The white table was full of traces of ink, and 2 semicircles were printed. Chen Shiping was lying on the bed, looking at the ceiling and smoking silently, while Yu Fihang was lying on him, panting. After dipping a little ink on his chest with his slender fingers, he wrote his name on Chen Shiping's body. After Chen Shiping stretched his neck to take a look, he also dipped a little ink on Yu Fihang and wrote 2 words on her back. Yu Fihang couldn't see the words behind her, so she asked curiously, what did you write? Guess. Chen Shiping said with a smirk. Yu Fihang frowned and thought, what can 2 words write? There are quite a lot of strokes. After thinking for a long time, she still couldn't figure it out, and she was very curious. She immediately got up from the bed and ran to the mirror to look sideways at her back. In the dim light, Yu Fihang recognized the 2 words, screamed immediately, and ran back to the bed barefoot to find Chen Shiping desperately. Chen Shiping laughed, and when she rushed over, he hugged her and kissed her. Yu Fihang lost all her resistance at this moment and raised her hands to hug Chen Shiping's neck and kissed him hard. Life is meant to be a little crazy, so why follow the rules? But after the madness, we must return to normal, because this world is always wrapped in hypocrisy. The sheets covered with ink also need to be washed. If the light is not enough, add some more. In the studio of Beijing Film Studio, Chen Shiping shouted with a loudspeaker, his tone full of ease and comfort. The love letter will be finished soon, and the light days are coming. After the lighting technician adjusted the light, Chen Shiping looked at the viewfinder for a while and then continued shooting. Yuffie hung in front of the camera was also full of relief and ease. The movie was about to be finished, and the character in the play also figured out her husband's secret and completely let go of death and love. This part was particularly relaxing to act, and it was passed in 2 takes. When Chen Shiping shouted with a loudspeaker that the shooting was finished, the whole crew cheered. It's finished. Chen Shiping smiled as he watched them fooling around, put down the loudspeaker, and walked out of the studio. The warm sunshine shining on his body made him feel relaxed. It was still early, and Chen Shiping hummed a song as he left the studio. The ginkgo tree in the small courtyard had already sprouted tender green branches, and Chen Shiping was enjoying the sunshine on a recliner under the tree. Chen Hong's voice came from the room next door. "Do you want an apple?" "Yes," Chen Shiping replied, and soon there was a washed apple on his lips. He took a deep bite and the sweet juice filled his entire mouth. The apples in this season are quite sweet. Chen Hong also took a bite of an apple, looked at him and asked, "You said you were transferred to the factory the other day, and why?" "The factory is going to launch a star system to create a few popular stars." Chen Shiping bit the apple and said, "Stars still have a great influence on the box office. Under the influence of the older generation of directors, the mainland's film and television circles have never had truly appealing stars. Of course, it is also the limitation of the film type that makes it difficult for actors to become superstars like in foreign countries and Hong Kong. The star system is very important for commercial films. Stars are needed to drive the box office and drive the market." Chen Hong chewed the apple without any surprise. She was filming in the factory recently and heard a lot of rumors. "So that's why you let me act in co-productions?" Chen Shiping nodded and said, "Comedy is very helpful to actors. Sad dramas can move the audience, but it is not easy to become a superstar." Originally, Chen Hong acted in various sad dramas, and she was always tepid. Although Kyung Yeo helped her promote, she just couldn't become popular. None of the heroines in Kyung Yeo's dramas who really became popular relied on sad dramas. Chen Hong nodded, not quite understanding, and said curiously, "But many people say that I'm not suitable for comedy." "Then just be a vase, as long as you can be popular." Chen Shiping turned his head and looked at her and asked, "Or do you want to be a real actor?" "If possible." "No." Chen Hong was choked and angrily threw the water droplets on the apple in her hand on Chen Shiping's face. "You look down on me, from the beginning. In your heart I can't compare to Tao Human, right?" Chen Hong was angry and had a little temper, but her little hand fell on Chen Shiping's face and gently wiped it. Chen Shiping held her hand, kneaded it gently and said, "A talented actor has to endure hardships. I can't bear it." "You are good at talking." Chen Hong snorted softly and said, "What do you want to eat tonight?" "I bought a lot of vegetables." Chen Shiping smiled and said, "I will eat whatever you cook." "Then you wait. I will feed you fat today." Chen Shiping laughed and said, "I'm also going to lose 2 pounds tonight." Chen Hong blushed and said, "You want me to be unable to get up tomorrow? Anyway, the big shot has been finished. It doesn't matter if I can't get up." Chen Shiping has also finished shooting now, so he wants to be lazy for a few days, rest well, and then go back to the factory to work. People are not machines. They always have to rest. Chen Shiping rested for 2 days at Chen Hong's place before returning to the factory to work. After returning to the factory, all kinds of things piled up came to him. First, the distribution department came to report on the publicity work of the recent films, and then the co-production department came to ask Chen Shiping to sign and approve the co-production film. After finishing the work of these 2 departments, the people from the literature department came over again. They had already expanded the several script outlines that Chen Shiping had thrown over before. "Director, take a look at this. This is a police story I wrote. I have made some adjustments based on the situation in the mainland and Cheng Long's original version." "Director, this is Rumble in the Bronx that I wrote. According to your requirements, it focuses on the unfair treatment of Chinese in the United States. This is the rescue of Mr. Cheng that I wrote, focusing on." Several people finished talking at once and handed Chen Shiping 7 or 8 scripts. One outline was written by several people at the same time. Whoever was chosen would use his work, which was a test of the screenwriter's handling of the details of the script. the same outline, the same story content. If you want to stand out, you can only work hard on the details and lines. After Chen Shiping received it, he put it aside and said, "Put it here first. I will come back to find you after I finish reading it." The people from the literature department obviously didn't want to go back like this. After all, they used to be in the same office, so they took advantage of their friendship and sat down, pulling Chen Shiping to ask how to write a commercial script. During this period, the people in the literature department were all very confused. The old editors and screenwriters didn't think much of commercial scripts and were not very enthusiastic. But these young people were very excited and gathered together every day to study. They wanted to make a Chinese version of Die Hard and a Chinese version of Terminator. But they encountered many problems when writing. Hollywood movies are all about personal heroism, but it is obviously not applicable in China. It is difficult to grasp the degree and find the selling point of the movie. Everyone is confused. Director, in Terminator, Arnold can be ruthless to ordinary people. This is obviously wrong. Americans will find it very exciting to watch, but it will definitely cause controversy in China. Yes, their heroism has many negative aspects. It seems to save the world, but they are all selfish. How should we balance this point? If it is too glorious and righteous, it will appear fake. After listening to their questions, Chen Shiping shrugged and said, "Don't force it. Personal heroism is not good, but don't we also have a 1,000-mile journey alone? All we need is creative space and conditions. Loyalty and righteousness are too fake, so give the character family emotions, give him weaknesses, and let him break through his weaknesses." Chen Shiping spoke little by little and didn't notice that there were more and more people in the office. It was not until the end that he noticed that the office was crowded with people. At a glance, half of them were from the literature department and the other half were from the production department. The people in the production department were also confused. They had no idea what kind of scripts and ideas would have a market. They all came here when they heard that Chen Shiping was teaching here. Whether Chen Shiping was right or not, it didn't matter whether they agreed or not. Anyway, the leader said so let's do it. If something goes wrong and we lose money, they can't be blamed. The production department has power now, but they are unsure. Power means responsibility. If the movie is successful, everyone is happy. If it fails, they will definitely be blamed. Chen Shiping likes their caution. You should be cautious at the beginning. If they really get crazy, Chen Shiping will definitely suppress them. When most people left, Chen Shiping called Medi Chuan. The production department also has to manage the co-produced films. The first task is to review and supervise. There must not be any negative things. Many Hong Kong filmmakers like to make some small moves in the movies. Slandering has become their fixed formula. Chen Shiping does so many things just to make left-wing films stand up again in Hong Kong. Let Hong Kong audiences have a correct understanding of the mainland and don't treat the mainland as poor relatives from the countryside all day long. Always look at the mainland with the eyes that poor mountains and bad waters produce unruly people. Why Dukathan has problems is because of this. After listening to Chen Shiping, Medi Juan asked curiously, "What about Zhao Xingxing's 2 movies? Didn't Shi Nansheng produce them? I will produce these 2 movies. You don't have to worry about it." Chen Shiping has other uses for Zhao Xingxing and Wang Pangzi. Yang Sheng has not yet completely taken off and dominated the Hong Kong film industry. Its foundation must be dug out as soon as possible. Otherwise, the evil forces control the Hong Kong film industry, and there is no telling how many problems will arise. Last year's Liu Jialing incident and the collective protests by the Hong Kong entertainment industry all indicate many problems. The most important thing is that many people have whitewashed themselves through the entertainment industry and walk to the front of the stage openly. This is absolutely intolerable. Chen Shiping plans to knock down the biggest one first and then slowly deal with the smaller ones. The 2 lines in the rooftop in Infernal Affairs are very good. I had no choice before, but now I want to be a good person. Then go and talk to the judge. Mei Juan looked at Chen Shiping's calm face and always felt that he was thinking about something big. It was the same before I went to Hong Kong last time, and it was the same when I set up the producer system in the factory. He coaxed Wang Xiaoshui and others to charge forward with a smile, and he didn't get angry with them. He turned the situation around quietly. Mei-juan felt that the Hong Kong film industry was miserable enough, and Chen Shiping was still scheming now. She didn't know how they had offended this big devil. After Mei-juan left, Chen Shiping also went home after get off work. But the house was empty. Tao Human went to shoot a TV series and was very busy every day. He was a lonely man. Chen Shiping couldn't sit still after cultivating himself for several days and began to run to Chen Hong every day. After get off work, there was food to eat and someone to warm the bed, which was much better than being alone at home. A week later, the factory's production meeting for 1992 began. This time, the directors of each workshop in the factory were all panicked. During this period, Song Yu had talked to people from each department individually. They all knew that the factory was going to make a big move again this time. I don't know if the people below would explode when they knew it. In the small auditorium, most people in the factory were there. Several long banners were hung on the stage of the auditorium. The 1992 Production Reform Conference of Beijing Film Studio. New Strategy and Great Development. Chapter 195. Big Earthquake in the Entertainment Industry. This year, the factory has decided to set up several branches, and the following workshops will be independent. Song Yu sat on the podium and read the manuscript expressionlessly. The employees below were all stunned and gathered together to discuss. Art workshop, printing workshop, set workshop, special effects workshop. Song Yu ignored the discussion below and continued to talk about the workshops that needed reform. The workshop employees whose names were called in the auditorium were all furious. Were they thrown away? The wave of layoffs is popular now. Could it be that the factory used this method to lay them off? But the factory is not short of money. They have made so much money in the past 2 years and there are no operational difficulties. There are not many people in the factory, and the burden is not great. On the contrary, the factory has been thriving during this period, and there is no reason for it to be independent. Soon Song Yu finished the list. He coughed lightly and shouted, "Be quiet. What a noisy place." Hearing Song Yu's anger, the people below slowly quieted down. Song Heng then continued, "The factory committee has discussed this reform. It is for the better development of the factory, not to lay anyone off. The branch company also belongs to the factory, so there is no need to worry so much." After hearing Song Heng's words, the people in the audience calmed down a little and were somewhat curious about what the factory meant by doing this. Let Director Chen explain the specific situation to everyone, Song Heng said, and then handed the right to speak to Chen Shiping. The rest is to explain the development route and welfare policies, so it's just right to let Chen Shiping come. The two of them, one is the red cop and the other is the white cop. Chen Shiping adjusted the microphone in front of him, smiled first, and then said, "I saw everyone's reaction just now, which shows that everyone regards the factory as their own home, and is reluctant to split up." Chen Shiping's words made the atmosphere a little more relaxed, but everyone still stared at him to hear what was going on. Establishing a branch company is for better development. After the business becomes independent, the autonomy of each branch company will be greater, and they will be able to respond to market development more flexibly. For example, the development of the set workshop and the studio in the factory is still designed according to the needs of the film. After it becomes independent, it can actively seek development opportunities and establish a larger film and television city, or even a film and television base. The same is true for the printing workshop and the printing plant. There are too few films printed each year. Being independent can expand the scope of business, improve printing technology, and strive to have its own printing technology without being restricted by Europe and the United States. As for the establishment and welfare benefits that everyone is concerned about, there is no need to worry about this. It will not make you lose your job, nor will it reduce your salary. As for whether you can get a salary increase, it depends on your own business ability. After Chen Shiping finished speaking, someone raised his hand to ask a question. Looking at the densely packed arms, he randomly pointed to one to start answering his question. After pointing to 7 or 8 people to answer one by one, the problems that everyone was concerned about were basically all solved. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The basic guarantee was in place, and some specific details would be solved by each workshop at a small meeting. After the establishment of the branch companies, the leadership team of each branch company will still be the same people as before. These workshops will not be relocated for the time being, and will continue to work in the factory, and will develop, and become independent little by little later. This will be a long process. The production needs of the factory will continue to guarantee the development of these branches, but if you want to break through higher, you need to go out of your comfort zone and work hard. Once private enterprises develop in the future, they will soon surpass the film studio. If the development of the film industry is handed over to private enterprises, I don't know how many years it will take to develop. Especially after making bad movies can make money, capitalists will not spend a lot of effort to develop the industry. A meeting lasted for more than 5 hours before it ended. After the meeting, each workshop went back to hold a small meeting. Chen Shiping and Song Zuan were not idle either, and they had to go to each workshop to attend a small meeting. The decision has been notified. Although the specific implementation will not start immediately, the work must be done in advance. The reform of state-owned enterprises is inevitable, and the film studio must also reform. The final result of relying on old capital is to die in the tide of the times. Just when the factory was busy formulating various plans, the group of directors from Hong Kong came over. This year's co-production project is about to start. This is also an opportunity for each workshop to win business for themselves. The set workshop can take this opportunity to build a large film and television city instead of putting all the sets in the factory and building a few streets. In the past, when the factory made movies, it often built and demolished and then built again. No matter how much money there was, it was not enough to waste. The art workshop and props workshop can also take this opportunity to develop business to some film companies in Hong Kong. If the costumes and props in Hong Kong are so bad, don't make them yourself. It would be better to customize or rent them directly. The exquisite costumes and props are at a preferential price. Each workshop is very busy, and Chen Shiping is also watching from behind, fearing that there will be any problems. And we have to take the initiative to help them attract business and help them get on the right track. Chen Shiping feels like a worried old father who really devotes all his efforts to the factory. These big moves of the film studio have also been paid attention to by all walks of life, and reports about the Beijing film studio have begun to appear frequently in newspapers. On the road of state-owned enterprise reform, the film studio has given a different answer. Following the producer-centered system, the Beijing film studio has made another big move. Independence or getting rid of burdens? Not only are mainland newspapers reporting on this, but Hong Kong is also reporting on the news about the Beijing film studio. The development of the mainland film industry is directly related to the future development of Hong Kong films, and the two are now deeply bound together. Any slight change in the mainland will affect the development of the Hong Kong film industry. Many scholars and media in Hong Kong have begun to collectively criticize the local film industry, pointing out that Hong Kong films can only continue to develop by relying on the mainland in the future. For such reforms, reporters must come to interview, and Song Yu always pushes them to Chen Shiping. Chen Shiping's name appears frequently, and the public's impression of him has begun to change from a writer and director to an entrepreneur and a reform pioneer. The top leaders have also been paying attention to the development of the Beijing film studio. In recent years, the Beijing film studio has developed too fast, and many changes and decisions are very forward-looking and guiding. Under the leadership of Chen Shiping, the Beijing film studio indirectly affects the development of the entire film market. The leaders above are not blind, and they can naturally see all these changes. Originally, the film market was only a market of several billion, but now it is moving towards a market of tens of billions or even larger. Referring to the film market in Western countries, the potential of the mainland film market seems to be beginning to emerge. Perhaps in the future it will be a market of hundreds of billions. Chen Shiping's name also began to appear frequently in the documents on the leaders' desks. Some were happy and some were sad. Among the 8 major film studios, Beijing Film Studio has been in the forefront. Originally, Changchun Film Studio had always been sitting on the top. Xi'an Film Studio was a latecomer, and Shanghai Film Studio was determined to reform, but now they were all defeated by Chen Shiping. Shanghai Film Studio has been trying commercial films in recent years, emphasizing collective creation and exploring commercial films. They have shot many commercial films and comedies, and they use a serious attitude to do absurd things, which is their creative idea for comedy films. Sanmao's military life is a typical example of this idea. Originally, Shanghai Film Studio thought it was in the forefront of commercial films, but now it was suddenly driven down by Chen Shiping's producer-centered system and workshop independence. Other people's departments and workshops have begun to operate and develop in a market-oriented manner, and they still say, damn it, we have to keep up. We are Shanghai Film Studio. We have been surpassed by Beijing Film Studio in terms of market reform. What are all the overseas retinees in the factory doing? Come up with a plan for me quickly. We must grab a certain share of the market before the Beijing Film Studio dominates the market. Changchun Film Studio and Xi'an Film Studio are also anxious. The Beijing Film Studio is now in full swing. If they don't catch up, they will be in trouble in the future. Reform is coming step by step. The most feared thing is impatience. Chen Shiping is now trying to appease the people in the factory to slow down. Don't hold the idea of being the master of your own house and getting rich in one step. Trying to control the pace of the factory and letting everything proceed smoothly is Chen Shiping's main job now. But in addition to this, he is also busy with film matters. He has reviewed the scripts of Police Story, Rumble in the Bronx, and Saving Mr. Cheng, and wrote comments to let the people in the literature department rewrite them. After the revision, they can be submitted to the production department for formal project approval. The poor little big nose is going to work here. But it's not for nothing. If Rumble in the Bronx is successful, maybe he can enter Hollywood a few years earlier. If Rumble in the Bronx is approved, he will have to find a company in Hollywood through China Film to cooperate and try to bring Sino-US co-productions into the Western market. However, Rumble in the Bronx is not in a hurry and will wait until Police Stories is finished. At this time in Chen Shiping's office, he looked at Fatty Wang and Zhao Xingxing sitting opposite him and felt particularly funny. Who wrote the script of The Deer in the Cauldron? Chen Shiping asked with a smile. Wang Jin said with a smile, I wrote it with Zhao Xingxing. I wonder if you have any opinions? No, the adaptation is quite good. Chen Shiping looked at Wang Jin and said, this is your first time to co-produce in the mainland, you know the rules of co-production, right? Of course I understand. Wang Jin said with a smile, the mainland will take the lead. It's good to understand, so as to avoid other problems later. Chen Shiping turned his head to look at Zhao Xingxing and said, this is your first time in the mainland? How do you feel? It feels very good, not quite the same as I imagined. Zhao Xingxing's Mandarin is not very good, and he speaks haltingly. Chen Shiping said with a smile, it will take some time to prepare the film. You can go around the mainland more. If you have any ideas or requirements for the film, you can come to me at any time. Wang Jin interrupted at this time. Director Chen, are you going to be the producer? Chen Shiping nodded and said, yes, I'm very optimistic about your combination. Others want me to be the producer, but I don't have time yet. Wang Jin and Zhao Xingxing looked at each other and felt that they were valued. Especially Wang Jin. He heard from Shi Nansheng that it was Chen Shiping who asked him to come. This is really optimistic about himself. Chen Shiping said with a smile, don't be so restrained. The mainland is different from Hong Kong. No one will point a gun at your head. It's safe and free here. Zhao Xingxing looked at Chen Shiping unexpectedly, thinking that he had something to say, but he still held back and didn't speak. Chen Shiping was not in a hurry to poach people now. There was still a long time before the filming of the movie, so he could take his time. I'll take the script first. The factory will prepare for the project as soon as possible. We will notify you when it is ready. Chen Shiping paused and said, let's use actresses from Hong Kong for The Deer in the Cauldron and mainland actors for The Emperor and Chen Jinan. The female characters in The Deer in the Cauldron are not very positive, and Chen Shiping doesn't want to use mainland actors. It's okay to use mainland actors for the two more positive roles of The Emperor and Chen Jinan, but the heroine of Suki must be from the mainland. I have already discussed it with Chen Hang. Wang Jin didn't expect Chen Shiping to only take two unimportant roles. He just thought he was giving himself more space. Chen Shiping has never been so polite in previous mainland co-productions. The key is that everyone says that Chen Shiping is domineering, but suddenly he is so polite to me. Wang Jin feels very different. Director Chen really appreciates me and values me. Chen Shiping looked at Wang Jin with some excitement and continued, by the way, the studio has recently been trying to give directors a share of the box office revenue, and co-productions are also included in this category. I will talk to Yang Sheng about this. Box office revenue share? Wang Jin was shocked. Hong Kong only gave 10% of the filming cost as a salary. Do mainland China directly give a share of the box office revenue? Exclamation mark. Damn it, I want to be director Chen's dog. I want to make money. Lots and lots of money. But after Wang Jin left the Beijing film studio and returned to the hotel, he suddenly changed his mind. Damn it, the box office revenue share may not be as high as the pay in Hong Kong. If the box office of the movie is not ideal, how much money can be shared? Wang Jin took out a notebook and silently began to calculate how much box office revenue he had to get to be higher than the original pay. After the calculation, he breathed a sigh of relief. It's not difficult. Overall, the box office revenue share is still higher. After all, there is such a large market support in the mainland, and Zhao Xingxing's box office appeal in Hong Kong. Making money is still easy. It is still easy for a movie to have a box office of more than 100 million. In Hong Kong alone, the box office will be at least 30 or 40 million, not to mention the mainland. Zhao Xingxing has been watching Wang Jin calculating there, and couldn't help but say, don't you think Chen Shiping is too polite? Wang Jin nodded and said, I know, there must be other purposes. What could it be? Zhao Xingxing asked tentatively. He has opinions about Yang Sheng, and the difference of opinion is about money. If he can get rid of Yang Sheng through Chen Shiping like Zhang Minimum, it will be great for him. Wang Jin understood Zhao Xingxing's subtext, pretended to be stupid and said, maybe it's a woman. How can a man not love a woman? Zhao Xingxing smiled and stopped talking about this topic. Chen Shiping was not very enthusiastic about him today, and he was not sure what Chen Shiping's attitude towards him was. Wang Jin smiled and said at this time, don't think too much. It's not easy to come to the mainland. Go out and take a look. You haven't heard about what happened to Cheng Long in the mainland some time ago. Why don't we go to a formal place? Chapter 196. A little shock. A black car slowly drove out of Hutang. Chen Shiping was driving while talking on the phone. There were too many people coming and going in Hutang, so the car had to drive very slowly. The call came from the factory. The printing of Farewell My Concubine was completed. Zhu Feng had just brought the film back from Japan. The technology of the printing workshop in the factory was too backward, otherwise they would not have gone to Japan for printing. Cannes was not long away, and Chen Shiping had to hurry up to prepare for the film festival. After watching the film, there was no need to worry about being nominated, and there was even less need to worry about winning. Chen Shiping was too busy during this period, and he didn't care about Farewell My Concubine. It was Zhu Feng who was busy all the time. He personally took the film to Japan for printing. At this time in the Beijing film studio, Wang Jin, who was a little unsteady in his steps, yawned and walked into the office of the production department with Zhao Xingxing. The preparations for The Deer in the Cauldron were about to begin, and the production department had to confirm the actors and shooting date with Wang Jin first. However, the people in the production department were a little absent-minded today, and their speech speed was too fast. Wang Jin and Zhao Xingxing were both a little confused, and they spoke Cantonese because of the series of questions. After finally communicating, Wang Jin couldn't help asking, why do you all seem so anxious? Is there something wrong? We are going to watch a movie. The director's Farewell My Concubine is ready. Do you want to come with us? Wang Jin immediately said, together. Then he rushed to the small auditorium with the people from the production department. There were already many people sitting in the small auditorium at this time. Everyone in the factory who didn't have work on hand came over. The filming of Farewell My Concubine was very grand. After the filming, everyone who participated in it said that it would be a classic. Everyone in the factory was very curious. Now that they had a chance to see the real thing, they all skipped work and ran over. Chen Shiping didn't say that they skipped work. It was just watching a movie. How much time could it take? Zhu Feng came here with Zhang Guorong this time. Zhang Guorong had just finished filming a movie in Hong Kong. When he heard that Farewell My Concubine was ready in the later stage, he ran over immediately. I'm a little nervous now. Zhang Guorong said with a smile. I'm nervous even though it's my first time watching a movie. Chen Shiping laughed and said, it shows that you've put in a lot of effort. Zhu Feng said with a smile, you won't be disappointed. When she was in Japan, she watched the finished film with the people from the Tokyo Phenomenon Institute. She cried so hard after watching it. Not to mention her, even the people from the Tokyo Phenomenon Institute said it was the best Chinese film they had ever seen. Many semi-retired elderly people in the factory also came, all invited by Chen Shiping. Zhang Yimou and Gong Li, who had just finished filming Qiu Ju's lawsuit, also came. As a fifth-generation director, Zhang Yimou thought he was not inferior to others. But when facing Chen Shiping, he always felt a little insecure. He didn't win as many awards as Chen Shiping, let alone a position. This time, after he finished filming Qiu Ju's lawsuit, Chen Shiping's Farewell My Concubine was also finished. He wanted to see who was better. I can't be as good as you in promotion and wealth, but I can't be worse than you in art. As an actress who has starred in both films, Gong Li actually has the answer in her heart. It's just that she can't tell Zhang Yimou. After all, he is her boyfriend. But she is not sure how long they can date. Recently, the two have been quarreling more and more. Jiang Wenli secretly poked Gong Li and said, you have made a big sacrifice this time. You look a little fatter. Gong Li smiled and said, I ate more, because I played a pregnant woman. How is the filming of the movie? Jiang Wenli whispered, I heard from Liu Gu that director Zhang wants to compete with director Chen privately. Gong Li sighed and didn't know what to say. Why do men like to compare so much? Compare careers, status, and sometimes even whose girls are prettier. It really feels that men will never grow up. Gong Li turned her head to look at Chen Shiping, and she felt a little strange when she didn't see Tao Human. Did they quarrel too? Gong Li curled her lips and felt that all men are the same. At this time, Wang Jin and Zhao Xingxing came in at the door of the small auditorium. Seeing that Chen Shiping's side was full of people, they took the initiative to run over to say hello. Director Chen, my brother is here too, Mr. Zhu. Wang Jin smiled and greeted them, and Zhao Xingxing followed suit. Zhao Xingxing and Zhang Guorong were very familiar with each other, as they had worked together on a movie. Chen Shiping looked at them and said, you are here too, so let's watch it together. It's a good opportunity to give some suggestions. I just make commercial films, I don't understand art. Wang Jin said with a smile, and then went around to sit in the back row. Chen Shiping felt that Wang Jin was quite honest and did what he said. He was not pretentious and would not force himself to be an artist. He was much better than most directors who dared to say that they were into art after making a few rubbish movies. Soon most of the seats in the auditorium were occupied. At Chen Shiping's signal, all the lights in the auditorium were turned off and the curtains were drawn. In the projection room on the second floor, the projectionist also turned on the projector at Chen Shiping's instruction. In the dark auditorium, the picture slowly appeared on the huge screen. Several people from the photo finishing workshop in the audience gathered together and whispered, this picture doesn't look much better than ours. The people in the photo finishing workshop were actually a little dissatisfied. Chen Shiping went to Japan to develop and print just to look down on them. Yes, I also think the picture is just like that. Several people discussed in a low voice, and the chattering made the people around them a little impatient. Don't talk while watching a movie. If you are really good, can the factory director not use you? We are here to watch a movie, not to listen to your complaints. Seeing that they had offended everyone, the people in the photo finishing workshop shrank their necks and kept silent. Wang Jin and Zhao Xingxing sat together and discussed in a low voice. This opening looks very heavy and textured. I wonder if the plot is boring. Zhao Xingxing looked at the picture without saying anything. He also felt that most of the art films in the mainland were boring. But thinking that Chen Shiping had written so many successful commercial film scripts, he thought the plot would not be too boring. Zhao Xingxing had also read the original novel of Farewell My Concubine before coming to the mainland and thought the plot was quite innovative. Wang Jin stared at the screen and couldn't help saying, this light and shadow is amazing. The picture is beautiful. The costumes and props are also very good. Zhao Xingxing suddenly stopped talking halfway, and the erhu music in the movie attracted his attention. Soon the picture turned black and white, and the catwalk tricks were also shown one by one. The heavy atmosphere of the era instantly pulled people back to that era. The black and white picture slowly turned back to color, and Zhao Xingxing felt that this treatment was really amazing. Wang Jin was also staring at Jiang Wenli in the movie at this time. Seeing her squatting on the ground with tears in her eyes, his heart was also jumping. It's not that I can't afford to support him, it's really that the boy is too old to keep him. As long as you accept him, you can do whatever you want. Jiang Wenli's tearful eyes lightly glanced, and the whole auditorium fell silent. Wang Jin grabbed the handrail, and couldn't help saying, amazing. It's so beautiful. Zhao Xingxing couldn't help but roll his eyes and whispered, stop talking. Wang Jin then shut up and stared at Jiang Wenli in the picture, not because he was attracted by Jiang Wenli's beauty and acting skills. Instead, there was a feeling in her heart that the shot just now fully displayed the charm and beauty of a prostitute, which would definitely be a classic shot. Wang Jin thought of the movies he had shot before. Although the actresses were all beautiful, there were few such shots of peerless beauty. The shooting was too rough. I must pay attention to shooting such classic shots in the future. At this time, Jiang Wenli listened to the discussions in the venue, and for a moment she felt that her acting skills were better than Gong Li next to her. It was a pity that she couldn't get the role of Gong Li at the beginning. It was because her man was not good enough. If the relationship was strong enough, maybe he would have gotten it. Jiang Wenli felt it was a pity in her heart. Gong Li was good at choosing men, and found a great director. Thinking that Gu Changwei was also a famous photographer, Jiang Wenli felt that she should encourage him more and learn from Zhang Yimou to switch to being a director. Then she would be the director's wife in the future. The movie continued to be shown. Zhao Xingxing was very focused at this time. Looking at the cleverness of the movie lens language and the exquisite and sophisticated costumes and props, she was very envious. The Deer in the Cauldron was his first costume comedy, and he felt that it was right to come to the mainland for co-production. With the production level of the mainland, The Deer in the Cauldron will definitely surpass his previous movies. Wang Jin, who was standing next to him, was even more shocked than Zhao Xingxing. He originally thought it was a boring art film, but the more he watched it, the more he felt something was wrong. There were a lot of commercial element in the movie, and it combined art and business very well. He was getting more and more fascinated by it, and he didn't feel bored at all. The movie was still going on, with the ups and downs of the plot, the forbidden emotions of love and hate, and the helplessness and sadness under the furnace of the times. Until the end of the movie, the audience in the auditorium didn't come back to their senses for a long time, and all looked at the slowly blackening screen with a sense of loss. Wang Jin was the first to react at this time, and couldn't help but stand up and applaud loudly. Good. It's so well shot. This is the best movie I've ever seen. No one else. Wang Jin's half-baked Mandarin immediately brought everyone back to their senses. But no one thought that this fat man from Hong Kong was flattering. Because they thought so too, everyone couldn't help but stand up and applaud. The applause in the auditorium lasted for a long time, like thunder. The news of the preview of Farewell My Concubine spread quickly, and the evaluation of the movie spread with it. Everyone who had seen the movie became a fanatical fan of Chen Shiping and boasted for him outside. The Beijing Film Academy next door was the first to know about it. The students were annoyed that the management of the Beijing film studio was too strict and ordinary people couldn't get in. Otherwise, they had to go to see the movie. If they couldn't go to the Beijing film studio to watch it, the students would go to the teachers and ask them to invite Chen Shiping to come and show a movie. Xian Zhuangxiang was the one who was asked by the students the most, because he was familiar with Chen Shiping. However, Xian Zhuangxiang said that he was powerless to do anything about it. The movie was now in the confidentiality stage, and the copy would never appear outside the Beijing film studio. Wait until after May, and you should be able to watch it after participating in the film festival. Xian Zhuangxiang looked at the students in the directing class, but he was not very optimistic that Farewell My Concubine would be released. There are many plots about the past 10 years in the movie. He also heard that when the script was submitted for review, Chen Shiping deliberately set up a trick. I don't know if the higher-ups will approve it. Chen Shiping is not worried about this problem. He is different from Chen Cage. The leaders will give him face. Chen Shiping would definitely not be able to do it a year ago, but Chen Shiping now certainly has enough face. In Chen Shiping's courtyard, there is a background table under the tree, and the crew of Farewell My Concubine gathered here. The movie has been completed, and everyone has seen it. The final film has lived up to everyone's efforts, right? Chen Shiping raised his glass and looked at Zhang Guorong, smiling and said, Guorong has contributed the most to this film. Are you satisfied now? Zhang Guorong was as happy as a child and smiled and said, I'm satisfied. This is the best movie I have ever made. Chen Shiping laughed and said, the success of the movie is inseparable from everyone, and of course the most inseparable one is our President Zhu. Without her persistence, there would be no Farewell My Concubine. Let's toast her together. Zhu Feng felt a little drunk, even though she hadn't drunk yet. It has been too many years since she bought the copyright of Farewell My Concubine, and it has officially become a film. No one has seen the efforts she has made during this period. Chen Shiping smiled and said, why is President Zhu still crying? You should be happy. Zhu Feng wiped his tears and raised his glass and said, you are right. You should be happy. Cheers. Cheers. Everyone raised their glasses to celebrate the happy moment. No one is worried about the film's awards or the box office. Such a film will not be buried. What's more, we have the public relations master Chen Shiping. Winning an award is not an easy thing. The next day, Zhu Feng went to prepare for the trip to Cannes. Chen Shiping also returned to the factory to continue working. He will go to Cannes next month. It is better to deal with Fatty Wang and Zhao Xingxing first. In the production department of Beijing Film Studio, Chen Shiping looked at the plans of several films they had made, frowned, and asked, why do we shoot Saving Mr. Cheng first? There are not many dangerous scenes in this film, so it's better to finish shooting first, and then shoot Police Story. If Cheng Long gets injured, the subsequent shooting plans will be affected. Chen Shiping thought for a while and said, okay, but the release of the two films must be swapped. After explaining these things, Chen Shiping began to communicate with them about the shooting plan of The Deer in the Cauldron. 2 days later, the planning plan of The Deer in the Cauldron was made. Chen Shiping immediately called the people from the set workshop and the art workshop. The studio will shoot a lot of costume dramas later. What do you think? Chen Shiping asked. The people in the art workshop and the set workshop understood instantly and said immediately, I think the photography base in the factory is too small. There are only a few Ming and King streets. It will be difficult to meet future production needs. Yes, we have already inspected several places to build movie studios, just like the Western movie studio of the Western Film Studio. Chen Shiping smiled and said, but what about the but? The person in charge of the set workshop chuckled and said, but we don't have money, and we need the help of the factory director to apply for the construction of a film and television city. I'll help you with these. How long will it take you to come up with a plan, and how long will it take to complete it? 1 year. No, half a year. It can be completed in half a year. We can build the scenery needed for The Deer in the Cauldron first. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197 Fatty Wang with Bad Intentions. Chen Shiping sat in the office and rubbed his temples. He felt that he had not had enough energy recently. The most important thing was that the funds in the factory were not enough. The appropriation from above had not come down yet. It was still a little difficult for the funds in the factory to support these branches to do big things. I don't know how much money it would cost to build a film and television city, but this investment can attract others to join. Not only the investment, but also some tax exemption policies can be discussed with the local government. These things are not difficult, but how to operate and make profits after the film and television city is built is difficult. The film and television city of Xiang factory is now in an awkward situation. There are only a few crews going there all year round, and it costs a lot of money to maintain it. There must be enough crews to start work, and the entire film and television industry can flourish. The number of crews in the mainland is difficult to support now, so Chen Shiping set his sights on Hong Kong. Hong Kong should not develop its own film industry. Anyway, the road has been wrong, so it should just come to the mainland honestly in the future. The film and television city needs to develop slowly, and maybe there will be no Hangdian in the future. Chen Shiping really wants to develop a supergiant group. No matter how big a state-owned enterprise grows, there will be no worries about problems. Why can't the film and television industry develop into a trillion-dollar group? People should always have some dreams. Chen Shiping glanced at the time. It was time to get off work. Go home and eat spare ribs. Xiao Beike called today and told him to finish work early and not go out at night. Chen Shiping still felt a little guilty. He often went to Chen Hang's place during this period. Not long after Chen Shiping got home, he saw that Xiao Beike had already prepared the meal. Tao Human untied her apron and said, "Are you back? Come and try the spare ribs I made." Chen Shiping immediately ran over and picked up a piece. "Eat without washing your hands." Tao Human hit him and then asked with a smile, "Is my cooking delicious?" Chen Shiping sucked the soup on his fingers and said, "Delicious. Yours is the best." Tao Human pouted and said, "I thought you liked to eat outside." Chen Shiping pretended to be stupid and said, "How is it possible? Only your cooking tastes like home. I eat outside just to get by. I'm afraid you'll get used to it and don't want to eat home." Tao Human seemed to have complaints, but didn't say it clearly. Chen Shiping had to comfort him. "Aren't you busy filming? I can't cook it myself." "I'm not busy later. Just shoot normally. I was just trying to catch the snow scene before." Tao Human asked with a smile, "Are you happy?" "Of course I'm happy that you're back." "Well, then go wash your hands and eat, and then work after eating." "Okay. I won't go to work tomorrow." "Ask for leave." It's impossible not to go to work. There are so many things to do in the factory. The next day, Chen Shiping went to work yawning in a turtleneck sweater. The neck under the turtleneck sweater is really too ugly to be seen by others. Director Chen also has to save face. After arriving at the factory, Chen Shiping did not go to the office, but went directly to the studio. The interior scene of Mr. Cheng's rescue had been set up, and Cheng Long had come to start filming. In the studio, Chen Shiping looked at Cheng Long, who was tied up, and asked with a smile, "Is this movie easy to shoot?" Cheng Long said with a smile, "This is my first time sitting down to shoot a movie. Don't you really arrange some fighting scenes for me?" Chen Shiping said with a smile, "Since you are in the mainland, just take a break. There will be fighting later. I'm afraid no one will watch it. Everyone goes to the cinema because they dare to fight." Cheng Long said worriedly. Chen Shiping nodded and said, "This time you will be a mascot. I mainly want to train the factory's ability to shoot this kind of movie. You can take it as a vacation and hone your literary drama by the way." Cheng Long can fight, but Cheng Long's fighting style cannot be replicated by others. Chen Shiping made this movie just to test the waters. The cost is not high, the scene is single, and the main problem is the plot and the rhythm of the movie. It is best used to gain experience. Even if they lose money in the end, it doesn't matter. The most important thing is to hone the team. At this time, Li Xiaohan came over from the other side of the studio and took the initiative to say, "Director, I feel relieved and bold to shoot it, if you say so, but I feel a little uncomfortable." Chen Shiping laughed and said, "You did a good job in the previous 2 crime films. This time, I will give you a play with all men to train you." Li Xiaohan's Silver Snake murder case was still good, but the focus of female directors is always a little biased. This time, Chen Shiping specifically asked her to come to practice her. "If you do well this time, you can also come to the police story later, and I won't ask Chen Jia to come." Chen Shiping painted a big pie for Li Xiaohan. In fact, he didn't want to find a director from Hong Kong to shoot. If they keep using directors from Hong Kong, when will the directors in the mainland learn to shoot commercial films? If there is no other way now, Chen Shiping will not pay attention to co-production. Li Xiaohan nodded and said, "Okay, then I will definitely shoot well, not to disappoint the factory, and not to let the factory lose money. Come on, work hard." Chen Shiping encouraged again. Cheng Long, who was sitting next to him, was numb. It turned out that he came here just to practice his skills. Chen Shiping took out a cigarette from his arms and handed it to Cheng Long, saying, "Please help more later. You have experience in this area. After these 2 films are finished, I will send you to Hollywood." Cheng Long paused holding the cigarette, looked at Chen Shiping and asked, "Really?" Chen Shiping smiled and said, "Why would I lie to you? I have already asked someone to contact Hollywood film companies. This is not the first time that China and the United States have co-produced. This time I guarantee to send you to Hollywood. Chen Long said excitedly. Don't use Hollywood directors. Those people can't do fighting scenes at all. They are all fools. Chen Long was still in fear of his previous experience in Hollywood. The movies he made were so bad. He had never made such a bad movie. And there were two of them. In 1980, Jia sent him to Hollywood to shoot the film The Killer, which cost $4 million and finally grossed $1.1 million. Hollywood directors' guidance of action scenes was still at the level of you punch me, I punch you, and Chen Long's request for change was rejected. In 1985, Jia found Chen Long again and said that Hollywood now likes tough guys. Eastwood was very popular in the United States. You will definitely be popular if you go there. So Chen Long was fooled to go to Hollywood again. After arriving in Hollywood, it was still the same problem. He was indeed a tough guy, but a great and glorious tough guy, which was not his style at all. So Police Story once again broke the lowest box office record since Jackie Chan became famous. The box office in North America was $900,000. Chen Long edited the Asian version himself and reshot many scenes, but he still couldn't save the movie. In the end, the box office in Hong Kong was only 14 million, and it didn't even make it into the top 10 of the year. This was the first time that Chen Long didn't make it into the top 10 of the year since he became famous in the 1970s. You can imagine how bad the original film was. Chen Long was really disappointed with Hollywood, but he really wanted to prove himself. Director Chen, you really don't know how stupid those people in Hollywood are, how much they look down on Chinese people, how stupid, arrogant, and ignorant they are. Chen Long's mouth was completely opened, and he cursed for several minutes. Chen Shiping had finished his cigarette, but he was still talking about his experience in Hollywood, cursing Hollywood directors from beginning to end. Looking at Chen Long, who was indignant, Chen Shiping patted his shoulder sympathetically and said, you shouldn't learn from Bruce Lee, but it's not your problem. This time I promise not to use Hollywood directors. Seeing Chen Shiping so serious, Chen Long thought of what Shi Nansheng said to him. Chen Shiping is a domineering person, but he will definitely do what he says, and he has never made empty promises. Okay, Director Chen, I believe you. I don't want to develop in Hollywood, but I want to prove myself. Understand? I will definitely help you. We are all one family. You should shoot these two movies well first, and leave the matter of entering Hollywood to me. Chen Shiping also painted a big pie for Chen Long and left. Li Xiaohan looked at Chen Long and said, Brother Chen Long, let's cooperate well, and strive to continue to cooperate in the future. Chen Long heard what she meant. He didn't expect this woman to have such ambitions. You want to go to Hollywood too? Chen Shiping hadn't taken a few steps out of the studio when he received a call from Chen Hang. Big Scatter is about to be released. Can you ask the distribution department to help more? Chen Shiping smiled and asked, are you worried that the box office will not be good? Of course, director Xia Gang's last movie was more than 100 million. If the heroine is changed this time, it will be too little. I will be so embarrassed. Chen Han regretted taking Big Scatter. If she was called a box office poison, it would be really embarrassing. Although she has Chen Shiping's support, there will be no shortage of movies to shoot in the future, but her reputation is not good. Chen Shiping smiled and said, don't worry, it won't be too low. I've seen the plan of the issuance department. It's not bad. Really? Chen Hang said happily, don't lie to me. Come to my place in the evening. I'll give you a reward. Not tonight. Let's do it another day. Chen Shiping was a little helpless. Xiao Beike was not busy now, so it would be inconvenient for him to go out to eat. Chen Hang said a little disappointedly, is she back? Forget it. Remember to come and see me when you have time. After saying that, Chen Hang hung up the phone, feeling a little uncomfortable. Chen Shiping is getting higher and higher now, and his future is really limitless. Why didn't I seize it at the beginning? Now it's so difficult to even have a meal together. Is there any way to completely snatch Chen Shiping away? Chen Hang's little head began to think. Chen Shiping looked at the hung up phone and felt that Chen Hang would definitely make trouble later. He definitely didn't dare to make a fuss, but he would definitely think of other ways. Maybe he would secretly have a child and force a marriage with the child. Chen Shiping felt that he had to be more careful in the future. The color was actually good, and there was no need to pursue the interior design to be complete. Chen Shiping thought as he walked towards the distribution department. Dasaba's promotional plan still needed to be worked out. Xiaogang's comedy brand had to be established. It was too difficult to train a director with box office appeal. It was not easy to find one, so he had to protect it. After reading Dasaba's plan in the distribution department, Chen Shiping made a few more suggestions. Talk to the theaters in each province and increase the number of screenings, the number of copies, media publicity and outdoor advertising. Chen Shiping thought for a while and said, have a roadshow and let Xiaogang take the leading actors to several popular cities. Meijuan asked curiously, what does roadshow mean? At this time, there was no roadshow for movie promotion. Chen Shiping explained, just treat it as a fan meeting. Choose the most popular shows, let the actors and directors interact with the fans, and arrange local media to participate in the promotion, to attract more audiences to the cinema. Meijuan understood now, and felt that Chen Shiping had a lot of new things in his mind. The public relations master is really worthy of his reputation. Chen Shiping looked at Meijuan and said, the Mayday period is very important. We must do it well. The most important thing is to keep Xiaogang's comedy brand. Understood. I promise that the box office will not be lower than 50 or 40 million. Add it up. 60 million. Meijuan felt a lot of pressure. 60 million box office was too difficult. The martial arts films produced by Chen Shiping himself only made more than 40 million in the mainland, so why do you have such high requirements for others? However, the market at that time was different from that of today, and 60 million was not an impossible task. Meijuan encouraged herself and said, it's only 60 million, no problem. After Chen Shiping left, Meijuan clapped her hands and shouted, you all heard it. The director said that it can't be less than 60 million. Now everyone, get moving. Contact the theaters in various provinces and tell them that if they don't increase the schedule for me, the films of the Beijing Film Studio will not give priority to them in the future. No matter what method you use, the schedule must be raised to more than 40% for me. Everyone in the distribution department immediately moved, and everyone felt a lot of pressure on them. The Mayday period is not the New Year period, and it is too difficult to get a box office of 60 million. The box office of the movie must continue to boom to ensure the vitality of the entire market. When Chen Shiping got off work in the evening, he was driving home, and when he passed by the theater, he saw the fat man Wang Jin. When he stopped the car and rolled down the window to say hello, he saw Wang Jin jogging towards Jiang Wenli. Chen Shiping saw Jiang Wenli chatting with Wang Jin with a smile, pulled the corner of his mouth, and rolled up the window again. Gu Changli is a bit miserable. I don't know if he is cheated on. When Chen Shiping was about to drive away, Wang Jin saw his car and immediately ran over to stop him. Director Chen, what a coincidence. I just happened to need to talk to you. Wang Jin stood outside the car and said, can we go up and talk? Chen Shiping was a little surprised, so he turned his head to signal him to get in the car. Wang Jin asked Jiang Wenli to get in the car together. Chen Shiping glanced at Jiang Wenli through the rear view mirror. He didn't expect her to be so calm. Director Wang said he wanted me to play in the Deer in the Cauldron. Do you think it's okay? Jiang Wenli couldn't help but say as soon as she got in the car. Chen Shiping was stunned for a moment and subconsciously asked, is this why he asked you to do this? Yes, what else? Jiang Wenli said with a smile, I don't even know him. He suddenly came over and asked me to act in a play. Chen Shiping realized that he had misunderstood, mainly because the image of the fat man Wang Jin was easy to be misunderstood. Wang Jin explained at this time, I watched Farewell My Concubine the other day and thought Miss Jiang was too beautiful, so I wanted to ask her to act, and there were no mainland actresses in the Deer in the Cauldron. Chen Shiping looked at Wang Jin and said, you are good at choosing. Wang Jin smiled and said, I followed the factory director to choose, and the factory director's vision must be right. Chen Shiping was speechless. Fatty Wang was good at flattering, but I still felt that he had bad intentions. Chapter 198 Don't be a dog. Then I'll leave first, so as not to delay Director Chen from getting off work.
Watching Fatty Wang shaking his fat body and getting out of the car, Chen Shiping silently turned his head to look at Jiang Wenli in the back seat. Will you act or not? Jiang Wenli asked curiously. Director, you don't seem to want me to act. Why? Jiang Wenli was really curious. She and Chen Shiping were not very close, but there were no conflicts. She really couldn't understand why his attitude was so strange. First of all, the Deer in the Cauldron is too spoof, and the female characters are not very positive. Chen Shiping paused and continued, and he is not a good person, and he may have other ideas about you. Jiang Wenli could understand the first reason, but the second reason was a bit inexplicable. You are not my boyfriend, why do you care? Leo Gu has such a good relationship with you without me knowing? Jiang Wenli thought for a moment and said, Director, then tell me whether I should act or not. If you don't let me, I won't act. I don't care. I'm just reminding you. After all, Leo Gu and I are friends. Chen Shiping restarted the car and asked, are you getting off, or do you want me to give you a ride? You give me a ride, haha. Where to? Leo Gu? Or to Beijing Film Academy? Back to school. I live in the dormitory. Chen Shiping was a little surprised. He turned his head to look at her and asked, don't you live with Leo Gu? This was really unexpected. A few days ago, Leo Gu came to help Jiang Wenli get a role, and now he is preparing for the rehearsal. I'm going to stay on campus to teach after graduation, so I have to behave better. Jiang Wenli said as she leaned forward and looked at Chen Shiping and said, how about Director Chen recruit me to the studio? Chen Shiping said indifferently, okay, I'll tell Beijing Film Academy later. Really? Jiang Wenli was a little surprised, but still smiled and said, don't bother Director Chen, I'd better stay on campus to be a teacher. Don't regret it, the studio is going to implement the star system. Chen Shiping said with a smile. Jiang Wenli was a little entangled. She also heard about it when she went to the troupe today. Everyone can see how powerful the Beijing Film Studio is now. It is capable of pushing actors to the top. To put it bluntly, the star system is to create the brand of the Beijing Film Studio. In the 1980s, the Beijing Film Studio had several brands, but in the 1990s, there were no new brands launched. Chen Shiping glanced at her through the rearview mirror and asked with a smile, are you moved? I'll give you another chance, will you come? Jiang Wenli's acting skills will be recognized by the audience after the release of Farewell My Concubine. The young girl Wenli is also good looking, and she will definitely gain a large number of fans. As long as she doesn't pursue acting skills, she can be considered an idol with strength by playing so many ugly girls. Who says that you have to play ugly to be considered as a strong actress? Can you give me a little time to think about it? Jiang Wenli still wanted to discuss it with Gu Changli. She herself was a little undecided. Both relying on Beijing Film Academy and relying on Beijing Film Academy were good choices. As for which one was better, she was a little confused. The most important thing was that she was not sure which way she wanted to develop. Of course. Chen Shiping said, stepped on the brake and said, get out of the car. Huh. Jiang Wenli thought Chen Shiping was angry and immediately said, I'll come to the factory. After saying that, she breathed a sigh of relief, and she blamed Chen Shiping for being too domineering. Chen Shiping said with a smile, we are at Beijing Film Academy, but you can't go back on your word once you've agreed. Huh. Jiang Wenli got off the car with a confused look on her face, and stood at the entrance of Beijing Film Academy in a somewhat messy state. But she quickly came to her senses, smiled and shook her head, and walked towards the school. What are you lamenting about here? The current Beijing Film Studio is the dream of so many people. She's still being picky here. But should she act in The Deer in the Cauldron? If it's a star system, shouldn't she act in more commercial films? Acting in Stephen Chow's movies should help increase her popularity, or else she should act in them. As for the fact that the fat guy Wang Jin has unrealistic thoughts about her, it's not surprising. There are many people who have unrealistic thoughts about her. Wouldn't it be better to just ignore him? Jiang Wenli didn't think much of Wang Jin, not because of his looks and figure, but because Gu Changlu's looks were also hard to describe. She just thought that Wang Jin was just a Hong Kong director, not even the most powerful director in Hong Kong, and there was nothing worth her attention. If someone of Chen Shiping's status has improper thoughts about me, I have to think about it.
On the other side, Wang Jin had taken a taxi back to the Shangri-La hotel. He felt that he was unlucky today. He originally wanted to make an appointment with Jiang Wenli to go out for dinner, but who would have thought that he would run into Chen Shiping. Chen Shiping saw him at the time. If he didn't go over to say hello, who knows what he would think later. It's not right to come to someone else's factory to hook up with actresses. Zhao Xingxing looked at Wang Jin, who was sighing, and asked, "Didn't you say you wouldn't come back tonight? The plan has changed. I think I should take you with me. I found a good place. Do you want to go?" "No. Let's go. Why are you pretending with me?" Wang Jin said, and pulled Zhao Xingxing out together. How could he let his good brother practice his arms in the room by himself? At night, under the tree in the courtyard, Chen Shiping put down his bowl and chopsticks, patted his belly, and said to Tao Human, "Your fried sauce is getting more and more authentic. Are you full? There are still noodles in the pot." Tao Human asked, while biting the chopsticks. Chen Shiping shook his head and said, "I'm full." "Then serve me a bowl." Tao Human handed the bowl to Chen Shiping. "Okay." Chen Shiping ran to serve a bowl of noodles and placed it in front of Tao Human and asked curiously, "How is the recent filming? Is Feng Xiaogang obedient?" "Not bad, quite attentive, and has been saying that he wants to visit you, but I didn't agree." Tao Human picked up the noodles and sipped them, then asked, "How is your relationship with Yu Fihang?" Chen Shiping said calmly, "Feng Xiaogang is a man who is good at scheming. When he was with Wang Shuo and the others, he did everything from serving tea to pouring water. Those people in the compound seemed to be playing with him, but in fact they treated him as a servant, and they were all proud of him." Tao Human listened expressionlessly, looked at Chen Shiping, and continued to ask, "How is your relationship with Yu Fihang?" "Well, we worked together once, and the relationship was okay. Why are you asking about her?" Chen Shiping pretended to be indifferent, and picked up a water radish, and put it in his mouth, biting it crunchy. Tao Human reached out, and snatched the water radish from Chen Shiping's hand, put it in her mouth, and took a bite before saying, "Nothing." Wang Shuo brought her to the set today to play, and wanted to arrange a role for her. Chen Shiping breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It's all small things, just arrange it if you can. I thought you were friends. Yu Fihang talked a lot about you when she saw me today. Just ordinary friends, nothing else. I don't like people like them in the compound, and I've always been rude to her." Tao Human glanced at him and thought of the scratches on his back some time ago. At that time, she thought it was scratched by Chen Hang's little maid. Tao Human snorted, put down the bowl and said, "Go wash the bowl." After that, she got up and went back to the house. Chen Shiping was a little confused. Did the scandal still spread? Forget it. Wash the dishes first. The next day, Chen Shiping met Jiang Wenli again in the factory, still at the door of his office. "Are you alone? Isn't Leo Gu with you?" Chen Shiping asked curiously. Jiang Wenli frowned and said, "I had a quarrel with him." Chen Shiping opened the door of the office and went in. He turned his head and asked curiously, "Why did you quarrel? It's not because of coming to the factory, right?" "No." Jiang Wenli paused deliberately, and then said, "It's because of the deer in the cauldron." Speaking of both things, they were the reasons for her quarrel with Gu Changwei. Coming to the factory was a good thing, and they shouldn't have quarreled. But Gu Changwei used his favor to help her stay in school, and now Jiang Wenli rejected it lightly, and even entered the Beijing film studio through her, and joined the star-making plan. Gu Changwei, who looks hard to describe, is very sensitive in his heart, and he knows better what a big director like Chen Shiping is like. Let's not talk about anything else, just look at the people in his class. Zhang Yimao and Chen Kaj are not good. Why would Chen Shiping help Jiang Wenli for no reason? There must be something fishy here. And that fat guy Wang. I heard that he is not a good person a long time ago, and suddenly he came to find Jiang Wenli to act. What is he thinking? Gu Changwei felt miserable. It was not easy to find a girlfriend. You all are trying to steal my girlfriend. You are not human. Chen Shiping probably guessed the reason, and couldn't help laughing. But it was hard to laugh in front of Jiang Wenli. He coughed and said, "What do you think? I want to act. The factory is going to set up a star system. Isn't this a good opportunity?" Jiang Wenli said firmly. "Why should I listen to Gu Changwei? I'm narrow-minded and still doubt her. Who do you think she is?" If she is really that kind of casual woman, how could she choose you? Gu Changwei. Don't you even look in the mirror to see how you look? Chen Shiping didn't know what to say. Since Jiang Wenli was willing, he didn't stop her. The Deer in the Cauldron is indeed a very popular movie. If Jiang Wenli participated in it, it would be a good choice. Chen Shiping looked at her and said, okay, I'll tell Wang Jin later that, if he harasses you later, tell me and I'll teach him a lesson. Jiang Wenli looked at Chen Shiping's domineering look and felt that this was what a man should be like. What kind of man is it that cries and worries at home all day long? If you are really worried, why don't you come to protect me instead of stopping me from making progress? I really envy Tao Humin. I heard that she has started filming a TV series herself. Tao Humin was just a somewhat famous actor before, but she became different immediately after being with Chen Shiping. Such a woman is so lucky. Men are unreliable, so you can only rely on yourself. Jiang Wenli made up her mind to catch the star system and become a household name. Director, are there any other movies that can be arranged? Chen Shiping thought for a while and said, yes, there is a very short supporting role in Saving Mr. Cheng, the girlfriend of the villain. The movie of Ching Long? I'll play it. Jiang Wenli said immediately. At this moment, she was particularly glad that she agreed to Chen Shiping's invitation yesterday and arranged a role for herself. Unlike Gu Changwei, who had to ask for favors from his grandparents to get in, Chen Shiping took a look at Jiang Wenli's appearance and felt that old Gu was going to be miserable. If he didn't kneel down and lick her in the future, he probably wouldn't be able to keep a woman like Jiang Wenli. TSK, a man who is ugly and not doing well still has ambition to find a beautiful wife. It's miserable to think about this life, but it's good that he didn't get cuckolded, and kneeling down to lick her is nothing. It's better than being single. Anyway, there is no shortage of licking dogs in this world. Didn't you see that Li Lianji is also licking? Well, washing dishes at home should not be considered a licking dog. Jiang Wenli sat for a while and looked at Chen Shiping and said, Director, I'll leave first. Well, go ahead, someone will contact you later. Chen Shiping looked at Jiang Wenli's back as she left and was also curious about why she fell in love with Gu Changwei. It's hard to say whether this vision is good or bad, but it's almost the same as being half blind. Gu Changwei is not a good guy either. After becoming a director, he learned from his old classmates to hook up with actresses. The key is that he was caught red-handed. Jiang Wenli directly banned him and trampled on Gu Changwei's face. From then on, Jiang Wenli seemed to have started to raise a younger brother. It can only be said that Gu Changwei put the hat on his head. He deserves it for being ugly. Chen Shiping looked at his shadow reflected in the window and was glad that he looked okay and was doing well. In the next few days, Chen Shiping went to rescue Mr. Cheng's crew when he had nothing to do. One was to keep an eye on the progress of the crew, and the other was to see if Li Shaohang's shooting technique had improved. Chen Shiping was very worried about Li Shaohang. This woman was not a good person. There are no good people in this huge entertainment industry. Chen Shiping was about to go to the set of Mr. Cheng's rescue that day. As soon as the car left the factory gate, he saw Yu Fihang walking towards this side across the street. Chen Shiping stepped on the accelerator and stopped in front of her, rolled down the window and asked, "Where are you going?" Yu Fihang looked at Chen Shiping and turned around and walked back, leaving Chen Shiping stunned. What was going on? Chen Shiping honked the horn, and Yu Fihang stopped, looking back at him without saying a word, and just stood there motionless. Chen Shiping stepped on the accelerator again, and stopped in front of her, wondering, who provoked you? Why are you throwing a tantrum at me? Yu Fihang snorted. Chen Shiping, we haven't seen each other for a few days, why did I provoke you? Yu Fihang walked around to the other side of the car, opened the door and got in. As soon as she closed the door, she reached out and pinched Chen Shiping. Why are you throwing a tantrum? Chen Shiping asked, holding back his temper. Yu Fihang was grabbed by Chen Shiping's wrist. She struggled to break free but failed, so she lowered her head and bit Chen Shiping's wrist. Chen Shiping quickly let go of his hand and pinched her chin, rubbed his thumb on her lips and asked, if you have something to say, just say it. You bully me too. Yu Fihang bit Chen Shiping's finger and said angrily, your wife bullies me too. Your whole family is a bad person. Chen Shiping. Xiao Beike can bully people. You are slandering. Seeing Chen Shiping's face full of disbelief, Yu Fihang said quickly, Wang Shuo recommended me to the youth crew. She said that I'm not suitable because I'm dark. She also said that I'm a young lady and can't act as an ordinary person. Do you think she is deliberately making fun of me? Chen Shiping touched his nose and felt a little guilty. He seemed to have said this to Tao Human several times. So he looked at Yu Fihang and said, she is not telling the truth. How can it be considered as making fun of you? Yu Fihang suddenly realized and said, okay, I thought, the source is here. Husband and wife follow each other, right? Chapter 199 Give you a foot massage. The car was driving slowly on the empty street. Chen Shiping was driving quietly in the car, while Yu Fihang was going crazy beside him. Don't bite me, I'm driving. Chen Shiping held the steering wheel with both hands, and could only let Yu Fihang bite him. Yu Fihang let go of her mouth with a snort, and reached out to wipe the saliva off Chen Shiping's hand. I'm so angry, I can't feel relieved, if I don't bite. Drive faster, I'm going to get revenge on you. Chen Shiping stepped on the accelerator helplessly, increased the speed of the car, and rushed towards Yu Fihang's cabin. Did you say something to her? Otherwise, why would she say that to you? Chen Shiping said as he drove, I've known her for so long, and I've never seen her get angry with anyone. Yu Fihang lowered her head and said guiltily, what can I say? I'll just say I'm a fan of your books. That's it? Chen Shiping turned his head and looked at her and said, don't play any tricks with me, or you'll be in trouble. Yu Fihang rolled her eyes at him and said, you really think you're a treasure, but I don't care about you. Okay, then get out of the car, and we'll just pretend we don't know each other. Chen Shiping said as he slowly slowed down the car. Yu Fihang was so angry that her teeth itched, and she sat there with her hands folded across her chest without saying a word. After Chen Shiping looked at her, he accelerated the car again. You said it yourself, you don't want to get married, so don't get close to Xiao Beike. What else can you do except make yourself and me uncomfortable? The car was quiet for a while, and Yu Fihang suddenly said, what if I want to get married? Then get off the car, what are you thinking about? Chen Shiping said directly. She didn't get off the car just now, when I asked her to, and she won't get off now. People's bottom line is tested little by little. Yu Fihang was so angry that she hit him and cursed, you bastard. Believe it or not, I will find someone to remove you. No, you don't have the ability. Chen Shiping said nonchalantly. I was just on CCTV's 7 o'clock news, a pioneer in the reform of the film and television industry, and a model figure in the reform of state-owned enterprises. Yu Fihang was silent, because Chen Shiping was telling the truth, and she really didn't have the ability. Why don't you give in to me at all? Yu Fihang looked at Chen Shiping with red eyes. Chen Shiping looked at her, wiped the tears from her eyes and said, don't you like me like this? Yu Fihang pouted and kept silent. She liked him, but she also wanted to be gentle occasionally, just like now. Chen Shiping rubbed Yu Fihang's head and said, just be good. As he said that, the car arrived at the door of Yu Fihang's house. Chen Shiping parked the car and came to the passenger side. He opened the door and said, Princess, please get out of the car. Yu Fihang burst into laughter, got out of the car, and hugged Chen Shiping, and couldn't help rubbing his chin several times. Chen Shiping patted her back and said, okay, little princess, let's go home. Yu Fihang hummed and said, then you hug me. No. Chen Shiping turned around and left. Yu Fihang shouted madly, chased him and jumped on his back. The two of them immediately became shameless when they entered the house. Yu Fihang didn't ask Chen Shiping to be gentle, but she felt that it was too awkward to have her hands tied with a belt behind her back. There was no way to struggle under this kind of restraint. She could only be held back, like a lamb to be slaughtered. She was so weak that people could not help but want to whip her severely. Yu Fihang didn't know whether Chen Shiping liked this feeling or not, but she really liked it. Chen Shiping was like a young boy who knew nothing. He was fast and powerful without any sense of saving strength. After a while, Yu Fihang screamed and trembled, and her body was shaking, like she was electrocuted. Chen Shiping let go of her hand and let Yu Fihang lie on the table, gasping and trembling. When she calmed down a little, he turned her over and turned into a young boy again. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Shiping sat on a chair, smoking and admiring his calligraphy. Yuffie Han lowered her head and looked at those shameful words. Her face was as red as an apple. She couldn't help but raise her hand and gently traced it with her fingertips. The touch of copying with her fingers was so boring. Yuffie Han put down her hand again, took the cigarette from Chen Shiping's mouth, and took a puff herself. Chen Shiping leaned back and sat there in a daze for a while. The creation just now consumed a lot of energy, and he couldn't recover without a few minutes of rest. Don't run in front of her in the future, Chen Shiping suddenly said. Just because she doesn't care about me doesn't mean it doesn't matter. Don't get in front of her. Yuffie Han hummed. She knew this kind of rules too well. She raised her little foot and gently hooked Chen Shiping's drooping legs. Chen Shiping looked up at her and said, "We rarely have contact with Wang Shuo's group. Wang Shuo and his group get together all day to entertain themselves and treat themselves as sitting on the ground. It's boring." Yuffie Han paused and said unconvincedly, "I think they are very interesting. You care about my friends." Chen Shiping glanced at her and said, "It's up to you. If you don't want me to care, I won't ask about your business." "That won't work." Yuffie Han stepped on her little foot and stared at Chen Shiping and said, "You want to run away after playing, right? I told you, but you didn't listen." Chen Shiping leaned on the chair and raised his head slightly, staring at her and said, "Then do you want me to care or not?" Yuffie Han felt the soles of her feet were hot, and the confidence in her heart was burned away. After holding it in for a long time, she said, "Then I can have less contact in the future." Chen Shiping smiled and said, "Well, continue." "What do you mean continue?" Yuffie Han was stunned for a moment and saw Chen Shiping pointing at his feet. She immediately became excited. She could finally step on you. She sat on the table, raised her feet, and began to stomp back and forth. "I'll let you bully me. I'll let you be mean to me every day. You only know how to feel sorry for your wife. Why don't you feel sorry for me? There are still red marks on my back. Life always needs to be relaxed and tense, and sometimes you have to give some sweetness." When Chen Shiping came out of Yuffie Han's house, it was almost dark. "I wanted to rescue Mr. Cheng's crew to show my presence, but now I don't have to go. They finished their work. Let's go home and eat. Today, I got revenge for Xiao Beike," and Chen Shiping felt much more confident after returning home. After dinner, Tao Human just put down her chopsticks. Chen Shiping stood up and said, "I'll wash the dishes." Tao Human rolled her eyes at him and said, "What else?" Chen Shiping. He's not cute at all after getting married. After washing the dishes, Chen Shiping took a shower and returned to the bedroom, where he saw Tao Human packing clothes. Chen Shiping took a look and said, "No need to bring so many clothes. I'm just going to receive an award and will be back in a few days at most." Tao Human looked up at him and asked, "Are you not going early this time?" "No need to go early. Cannes will not give me an award. If they don't give me an award, I won't go to Cannes for domestic films in the future," Chen Shiping said domineeringly. Tao Human said "Oh," and took out the clothes from the box. "My man is bragging, so just listen to him obediently at this time. Men are like this, like children who need to be scolded and coaxed." Chen Shiping walked over with a smile, put his arm around Tao Human and said, "Do you want to go to Cannes with me for a few days?" "No, the TV series hasn't been finished yet." Tao Human sat on the bed, raised her feet, and said to him, "Please massage my feet. I've been practicing dancing every day recently, and my feet hurt so much." Chen Shiping picked up Tao Human's feet and rubbed them gently, saying, "Take a break after the filming, but get along well with the TV series center and invest in any projects." "Well, Zheng Xianalong from the TV series center tricked me into investing in him a few days ago." Tao Human snorted and said, "You think I'm a woman who knows nothing? Zheng Xianalong, he's not bad. You can invest if you have nothing to do." After Chen Shiping finished speaking, he asked, "What do you think of Feng Xiaogang?" Tao Human thought for a while and said, "He doesn't seem to have much backbone, but you can see that he is very ambitious, just like when you were eating noodles every day." Chen Shiping. He is not like Feng Xiaogang, who serves tea and water everywhere. At most, he would serve tea to Big Boss Ziti Li. Chen Shiping thought for a moment and said, if you think he's okay, find him when you want to film a TV series next time. Okay, but he's close to Wang Shuo. Tao Human asked curiously, why do you keep your distance from Wang Shuo and Liu Zenan? Chen Shiping smiled and said, the compound is a school of its own. Although they are all from the Beijing circle, they are also divided into small circles. You can tell by how they treat Feng Xiao gang. I don't understand. You men are so troublesome. Tao Human said a little disappointed. It feels so troublesome to do things. It's not as simple as filming before. Chen Shiping comforted, just ignore them. Tell me directly if you have anything. Tao Human smiled and hugged Chen Shiping and said, then you have to be available at any time in the future. They all say that I find a good man, and they envy me so much. Well, I promise to be available at any time. Then go to bed, and I'll reward you tonight. How to reward? Give you a foot massage. Don't you like it the most? How about next time? Grind soy milk today. Huh? Chen Shiping. Something is wrong with you. Come on, step on me to death. It is impossible to crush him to death, but it is inevitable to crush him to vomit. The next day, when Chen Shiping went to work, he was not angry at all, and he was very Buddhist. Director, the set design workshop said that the scenery of the deer and the cauldron will take another month to be completed, and Wang Jin said he wanted to go back to Hong Kong first. Mei Juan said, while holding the folder, okay, let's get them over after we get it done. Chen Shiping yawned and asked, have you contacted Cannes yet, and what does it say about this year's Oscar application? Mei Juan sighed. They said that the Oscars will have to wait a little longer. They probably want to see if there are any other good films. Chen Shiping raised his eyebrows and said, so disrespectful? Who said that? Mei Juan pointed upwards and said, the one from the film bureau. Oh, that's okay. Leaders also have to consider the opinions of veteran directors. Chen Shiping changed the subject and said, is Wang Xiaoshuo's film going to participate in the Rotterdam Film Festival? Mei Juan nodded and said, yes, the public relations plan has been prepared, and the distribution department will send someone to go with him. Okay, you keep an eye on it. You must win an award, and Lily's Weekend Lovers, let's release it on Valentine's Day. After Chen Shiping finished saying this, he saw that Mei Juan hadn't left yet, so he asked, anything else? Yes. Mei Juan handed over a list and said, these films all want to participate in the Cannes film market and want to sell their films. Chen Shiping took a look and said, okay, let's do it together. If we sell more, the financial pressure on the factory will be relieved. Okay, there is one more thing. Mei Juan whispered, Director Teng has applied for a film. Do you want to let him pass? Chen Shiping snorted and said, no. Tell him what I said. This guy was the most excited when the production center system was implemented before, and I never bothered him. Mei Juan reminded in a low voice, Director Song has also said hello. Director Teng's wife is an old subordinate of Director Song, another relative. So annoying. Chen Shiping frowned and said, what's wrong with old Song? Mei Juan shut up and didn't say anything. The boss complained about her boss, but she, a small employee, pretended not to hear it. Chen Shiping thought for a while and said, okay, let's talk about this matter after I come back from Cannes. You can drag it on for now. I don't have time to deal with Teng Wenji now. I will bother him after I come back from Cannes. In mid-May, Chen Shiping flew to Hong Kong. After meeting Zhang Guoran and Zhu Feng in Hong Kong, they flew to Paris together. When he came to Paris again, Chen Shiping finally had the mood to appreciate the scenery of Paris. Paris without the Black Brothers was very beautiful. Zhang Guoran was also looking at the scenery of Paris at this time. Suddenly he turned his head and asked Chen Shiping, do you know anything about modern art? Very little, I don't know much. Chen Shiping said frankly, that's a pity. I also want to invite you to go to the exhibition together. Zhang Guoran smiled and said, I come to Paris to see art exhibitions every year. The red wine in the south is also very good. Modern art and red wine are things that Chen Shiping is not interested in. He had to say, then you should go around more. Anyway, the film festival is not busy. Zhu Feng smiled and said, you really don't look like a big director, nor do you look like an artist. I don't think I'm an artist. I'm just a storyteller. Chen Shiping said with a smile. who is a serious person who does art, or modern art. Every one of them is a pervert. Especially performance art and installation art. All those who talk nonsense are charlatans. Chen Shiping didn't know why he hated modern art so much. He just didn't like it. Compared with art, he preferred power and status. Zhang Guoran was quite interested in Chen Shiping, but seeing that he was so uninterested in art, he felt that they were not the same kind of people. However, Chen Shiping took the initiative and said, "Let's play Mahjong tonight. I like it." "Okay. I like Mahjong." Zhang Guoran immediately said, "I knew we were destined to be friends." "Yeah, I think so too. We have the same taste at first glance." Chapter 200 shocks the world famous city. In a hotel in Cannes, a room was unusually lively. On the small square table was a set of Mahjong, which was bought from Chinatown when he was in Paris. Chen Shiping sat opposite Zhang Guoran at the Mahjong table, with Gong Li as the next player and Zhang Fengai as the previous player. They were all good Mahjong players, and played very quickly. Zhang Guoran picked up a card, and played it with a look of disgust. "Red center. Haha, you let it go again. You lost." Chen Shiping happily pushed the Mahjong in front of him, and asked Zhang Guoran for money. Mei Juan, who came with Chen Shiping, and sat next to him to watch the show, couldn't help but twitch her lips. The factory director was so leisurely to attend Cannes this time, and he didn't even worry about public relations. However, with Chen Shiping's current international fame, he really didn't need to spend too much time on public relations. And Farewell My Concubine is so good, there's no reason not to win an award. Cannes always has to take the Chinese market into consideration. If it doesn't give awards, who will come in the future? At this Cannes Film Festival, only one Asian film, Farewell My Concubine, was shortlisted. The competitors were all Western films, which seemed a little different. Chen Shiping sorted the cards, while smiling and saying, "There are two male protagonists in Farewell My Concubine. Who do you think will win the award?" Zhang Fengai said in a loud voice, "I definitely can't win. Guoran should win." Chen Shiping nodded, while playing cards with a smile. Pong. Zhang Guoran grabbed the two bamboos that Chen Shiping had played. "You guys got fooled. Shipping was deliberately distracting you." Gong Li, who was skipped, couldn't help but say, "You three grown men just skipped me over, didn't you?" Chen Shiping hurriedly said with a smile, "I almost forgot, there's still our heroine. You will definitely win the Best Actress award at Cannes in the future." "Why in the future? Why not this time?" Gong Li said with a smile. "It's still a little short of the mark this time." Chen Shiping said with a smile. Gong Li's acting skills are still a little bit behind now. Zhang Guoran has a better chance of winning the Best Actress award than her. However, there shouldn't be any disgusting blunders at this Cannes. After all, the jury is different. "Okay, you all won awards, and I'll be the runner-up," Gong Li said with a smile. "You're still going to lose money. Director Chen, how can you be so good at playing?" Chen Shiping laughed and said, "I used to love playing, and I practiced." Zhang Fengai said, "What a coincidence, I practiced too." "Haha, then I won't be polite." Gong Li laughed and said, "If you can't win an award, you have to make some pocket money." Zhang Guoran was like a big enemy. He had been playing Mahjong for many years, but today he was defeated so badly. Damn, I really want to win a hand. How can people in the mainland be so good at playing Mahjong? Zhu Feng was watching from the side and laughed, but after watching for a while, he couldn't bear to turn his head away. Zhang Guoran was too miserable. After 2 rounds, he didn't win a hand. "Forget it, I can't watch this, I'm going to go back to sleep." Zhu Feng was leaving, and Mei Juan followed him. The remaining 4 people in the room were ready to fight until dawn. 3 men and 1 woman were the center of attention. After playing all night, the 3 men lost more than they won. Gong Li ate them all. This woman's skills were really amazing. Chen Shiping's hard-trained skills couldn't stand up to it. After playing Mahjong all night, Chen Shiping lost a lot of money and yawned as he prepared to go back to his room to sleep. Mei Juan came out of the room and was about to have breakfast. Seeing Chen Shiping's sleepy look, she couldn't help but said, "Director, do you want to have some breakfast before going to bed?" Chen Shiping waved his hand and said, "No, go ahead and eat. Don't forget to send the factory's films to the trading market today. It's ready. I'll be there soon." Mei Juan said with a smile. Chen Shiping hummed, went back to the room in a daze, and fell asleep on the bed. When he woke up, it was already evening. He had played enough, and now it was time to work. Chen Shiping took out the list of shortlisted films for the main competition unit of this year's Cannes Film Festival, and began to look at it. When he saw an American movie, his eyes narrowed slightly. Instinct. This is a good movie. Chen Shiping still remembers the classic scenes in the movie. Sharon Stone was wearing a white hip-wrapped short skirt when she was interrogated, and the most important thing was that she was not wearing anything. She opened her legs and lifted them up directly in front of the camera. Those long legs were really sexy. Chen Shiping watched that clip many times. It's art. There are many large-scale scenes in this movie, and there are also many sex scenes. Although it is very controversial, it has become popular all over the world. Sharon Stone also became famous by taking off her clothes. But she is a crazy person, or to be more precise, an idiot. She said very anti-human remarks during the 2008 earthquake. Later, she apologized and said that she was an idiot and that the media wrote nonsense, etc. Chen Shiping pouted and sighed that most Hollywood stars are fools, and most of the beautiful female stars are fools. It's a pity that Hollywood is too far away, and Chen Shiping can't reach it. He can only find a way to break Hollywood's monopoly on the global film market in the future. Since last year, the box office of Hollywood movies overseas has officially exceeded that of domestic movies. The future will be a time for Hollywood to conquer citizen territories, and most countries can't stand it. Hollywood movies are going to sweep the world. Chen Shiping stared at the movie list and finally focused on the movie The Good Betrayal. In Chen Shiping's opinion, this is a standard award-winning formula movie. Love, family, betrayal, faith, era. These elements together are just right for Cannes. But compared with Farewell My Concubine, it is still a little worse. Farewell My Concubine has more award-winning element. Love, homosexuality, humanity, betrayal, men, era, suffering. It is simply full of various elements. Chen Shiping is not worried about whether the golden palm will slip away from his hands, but is just wondering if it will be a double yolk egg this time. The Good Betrayal is indeed a good movie, and it is also very carefully shot. And it is a biographical movie, which is a big plus. Forget it, let's do whatever we want. Chen Shiping is not short of this golden palm. There is still a golden palm trophy at home. One more trophy will not be of much help to Chen Shiping now. He has passed the stage of needing a trophy to prove himself. Chen Shiping's main public relations direction this time is how to get Zhang Guoran to win the Best Actor award. Otherwise, I would be sorry for Zhang Guoran's acting skills and efforts. Let Chen Cage do what he didn't do. At around 5 o'clock in the evening, Mei Juan returned to the hotel with her colleagues from the distribution department. This year's trading market is very lively, but there are very few Chinese language films. Mei Juan said with a smile, "We are the only one from China, and we have become a hot commodity." Foreign film producers are still very interested in Chinese art films, mainly because they are relatively cheap and have a certain market. In recent years, Chinese language films have won many awards at the Gong Festival and have become very famous. The 3 major European film festivals have all been conquered by Chinese language films, and in just these few years, their reputation has been extraordinary. Chen Shiping hummed and said, "Sell it if the price is right." It's hard to bargain without the blessing of awards. Selling movies is for money, and selling them is foreign exchange, and film studios also have the task of earning foreign exchange. Start contacting film critics and the media tomorrow. The focus of this PR will be Zhang Guoran's acting skills. Don't say too much about the film itself. Chen Shiping thought for a while and said, "Focus on the topic of homosexuality and psychological gender. Remember, highlight the acting skills in this group, and show that Zhang Guoran supports and encourages this group." Does that mean that we can't use Zhang Guoran's thing as the direction of PR? Mei Juan said carefully. Chen Shiping nodded and said, "That's someone's privacy. You can't use this for publicity." Then I understand. Mei Juan smiled and said, "I thought there would be no PR this year." Chen Shiping smiled and said, "It's not that there won't be any, but there must be PR with choices and directions. PR is a science. There are too many things in it, and it can't be explained in a few words. However, the distribution department is still good now, and it has the ability to take the film to the film festival alone. I dare not say that it will definitely win an award, but it is definitely better than the director wandering around the film festival by himself. At the very least, it can help the director find a film distributor to sell the film at a good price. Mei Juan and others were responsible for the PR work, and Chen Shiping was happy to have some free time. He took Zhang Guoran and Gong Li to hang out in Cannes every day. They either went to bars with film critics or boasted with their peers. They also got to know a lot of gossips every day. For example, there were some scandals about the Two Roses of France, but Chen Shiping was not very interested in these. What he found most interesting was that when he was chatting with an American director, he found out the means by which Hollywood promoted movies. For example, the movie Basic Instinct that participated in this competition. Everyone knew that this movie had no chance of winning an award, but they came and spent a lot of effort to promote it. Basic Instinct was the most talked about movie in the entire Cannes. You could hear people talking about this movie almost everywhere you went. Hollywood movies don't care whether the movie can win an award or not. They only care whether the movie can make money. They use every opportunity and occasion to promote it. Cannes, a world-class film festival, is naturally the first choice. In addition to the movies that are shortlisted for the competition unit, many Hollywood commercial movies will also come to the film festival to promote. They hold press conferences, organize screenings, participate in the film trading market to drive up the price of the movie, and then walk away. During the Cannes Film Festival, all the film-related media from all over the world will gather here. There are thousands of media from all over the world. As long as half of them report on the film will be popular. After studying for the past 2 days, Chen Shiping found helplessly that this method is not applicable to domestic films. Chinese language films and commercial films have no market in Europe and the United States. The culture is different, the actors are not well known, and the film types are not as good as others. There will be no media coverage when you come to promote. Even if there is a high probability, it will be negative. Zhang Yimou also came to promote when he finished filming Hero, but the effect was very average. It is difficult for domestic commercial films to go abroad. A model that can be accepted by both China and the West must be formed. Chen Long's film is a successful template, but it is difficult to copy. The personal characteristics are too obvious. You must find a model that can get rid of personal labels and still succeed. Chen Shiping currently has no good ideas, so he can only keep this in mind for the time being. Cultural export is really fucking difficult. As a director who came to Cannes for the second time, Chen Shiping is very familiar with the opening ceremony, but he is a little unhappy that this time it was not the opening film. The French biasedly chose a French film as the opening film, but this did not affect Chen Shiping's confidence in winning the award. On that day, Chen Shiping put on a decent mousesuit and felt a little stuffy. Cannes in May was not that cold, so just wearing a shirt would be fine. When Chen Shiping came down, Gong Li and the others had already met downstairs. The opening ceremony is always the same old thing, without any heart. The red carpet is very long, the flash is very bright, and Gong Li smells very good. Gong Li walked the red carpet holding Chen Shiping's hand. In her words, the king and Yuji are a pair. She and Chen Shiping are two poor people who have to hug each other for warmth. After the opening ceremony, the next day was a press screening, and all the films were shown to the reporters once. Otherwise, how can the reporters promote it to the outside world? Chen Shiping did not care about the screening time, and it was scheduled in the evening. When they arrived at the screening in the evening, Mei Juan and Zhu Feng were a little worried that the reporters would leave in large numbers after watching the movie for a day. After all, Farewell My Concubine is 2 hours and 45 minutes long. You will know after watching it. Why worry now? Chen Shiping said with a smile. Soon, Farewell My Concubine began to be shown, and none of the hundreds of reporters in the venue left. Although it was tiring to sit for a whole day and my butt was sore, this was Chen Shiping's movie, and I had to watch it. Not only did no one leave, but many reporters rushed in from outside, and the reporters who had left the previous movie came back again. Then a very strange phenomenon occurred. At today's press screening, only the first 2 movies in the morning were full, and people kept leaving after that. but the farewell my concubine shown in the evening was full. Mei Juan looked at Chen Shiping at this time and said, "Director, your appeal is too strong. Of course, otherwise do you think I go to the bar every day to watch striptease?" Mei Juan was speechless. "You don't watch enough." But she was powerless to refute Chen Shiping's words. Soon the movie began to play, and hundreds of reporters all sat quietly and watched quietly. Although they didn't speak the same language, the movie was attractive enough, and the subtitles were also carefully translated. These reporters were able to understand the meaning of the movie, and gradually, whispers began to appear in the venue. The topic revolved around Cheng Dai learning opera in the opera garden, and losing his true gender in The Man and Woman. It was believed that such drama and opera female roles would not appear in Europe and the United States, and the reporters were very interested in it. When the movie was over, all the reporters couldn't help but stand up and applaud, and then a group of reporters began to discuss the movie in twas and threes. There was no thought of going home to sleep. Chen Shiping wanted to urge them to go back to sleep, and I would sleep if you didn't sleep. However, at this time, the reporters did not pay much attention to Chen Shiping, and the topic was focused on Zhang Guoran. In the end, many reporters reached a consensus, looking at the handsome Zhang Guoran and said, "Zhang, your acting skills are worthy of movie Emperor trophy." The day after the press screening, comments about Farewell My Concubine appeared in major European newspapers. Domestic media also received the news, and wrote directly in the newspaper. Chen Shiping and Overlord made a sensation in the world famous city. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.